Well, welcome on in, my exhausted friends. Now, for most of human history, the sea ended at the surface. Everything below that shimmering line was darkness, cold pressure, and absolute mystery. A world that swallowed ships whole and returned nothing. So tonight, we follow the long, quiet story of the people who decided, one breath at a time, to go in anyway, and what they found when they finally reached the bottom. This is a well-researched and well-written sleep story that is designed to feel grounded, unique, and effortless to read. So if these slow, human stories from the past help you snooze away like a bear, feel free to follow if you have not already. Leave a thumbs-up review, and let me know where you're listening from and what time it is tonight. Now, settle into the pillow, get snug in your bed, and let's get this started. Somewhere along the coastlines of ancient Korea, around 2,000 years ago, a woman stood at the edge of a low wooden boat and looked down into green water. She was not wearing any special equipment. She had no tank strapped to her back, no hose feeding air to her lips, no mask beyond a simple frame of glass or shaped wood. She had only her body, her breath, and a lifetime of practice holding both very still. She would have filled her lungs slowly, the way you do before lifting something heavier than expected. Not with panic, but with patience. Then she slipped below the surface and the sea closed over her without ceremony. These women were called the Haenyeo, and they have been diving along the coasts of Korea and southern Japan for at least 1,500 years, possibly much longer. Records from the 3rd century mention them by name, noting that they harvested shellfish and abalone from the seafloor for trade and sustenance. What those records do not mention is how extraordinary it is to do what they did, day after day, season after season, in cold water, without any kind of fuss about it. The underwater world they entered was not the warm, tropical shimmer of a travel brochure. It was the green-grey Korean sea, lit from above like winter light through old glass. The Haenyeo dove to depths of 20 meters or more on a single breath, sometimes staying under for 2 to 3 minutes before surfacing. Over a lifetime of that kind of work, a Haenyeo's body actually changed in measurable ways. Her lung capacity expanded, her blood redistributed during dives in ways that physicians on land would not understand or even think to study for many centuries. What she saw on the seafloor was a garden of rough texture. Urchins bristled along rocks in dense clusters. Abalone gripped stone so firmly that prying one loose required both skill and speed, and no small amount of stubbornness. Seaweed swayed in slow currents like the fronds of a plant in a breeze that has almost stopped. The Haenyeo moved through all of this with practiced efficiency, gathering what she needed, and then kicking hard for the surface and the light. When researchers eventually studied the physiology of experienced Haenyeo in the 20th century, they found something that surprised everyone in the room who had not been paying close attention. The Haenyeo showed a diving reflex so finely tuned that their hearts slowed dramatically the moment they submerged, conserving oxygen with the quiet efficiency of a machine optimized over 1,000 years of use. The Haenyeo tradition continues today, though the number of active divers has declined considerably. The youngest practitioners are now older women. The knowledge passes slowly and with difficulty, the way things do when a skill takes a lifetime to acquire, and the world has decided there might be easier ways to make a living. The tradition carried within it an entire social structure. On Jeju Island, the Haenyeo were often the primary earners in their families. They formed tightly organised work groups with their own hierarchies and codes of conduct, their own designated sea territories, and their own songs sung between dives to steady the breath and mark the rhythm of the working day. These songs were not performed for anyone watching from shore. They were functional, the way a carpenter's whistle is functional, something to keep the body in a useful rhythm while the mind prepares for the next task. The dives themselves had a quality that experienced Haenyeo described in terms that were not about fear. The fear, if it came, was something a young diver either learned to set down before entering the water or kept, and if she kept it, she generally chose a different profession. The experienced diver entering the water felt not fear but a kind of narrowing attention, a gathering of the whole self toward a single purpose. The noise of the world above, the wind and the creaking boat and the voices of the other divers preparing alongside her faded. What remained was the green-blue quiet below, the pressure of the water against her body, and the bright, focused goal of the abalone shell gleaming on the rock ahead of her. But the Henya were not alone in their long occupation of the shallow sea. Around the same time, and in some cases much earlier, men and women across the Mediterranean, the Persian Gulf, the Indian Ocean coast and the islands of the Pacific were also making a living beneath the surface. The sponge divers of ancient Greece were among the most documented. Ancient writers described them with a mixture of admiration and frank alarm. Pliny the Elder, writing in the 1st century of the Common Era, described how sponge divers pressed oil-soaked sponges to their faces to improve their visibility underwater. He described how some divers held heavy stones to drag themselves faster toward the bottom, saving precious seconds of breath. He noted that divers carried knives into the water to deal with whatever needed dealing with, and he described various dangerous encounters with a specificity that suggests he was either very well informed or very good at storytelling, possibly both. The sponge divers of the Aegean worked the rocky floors around islands like Kalymnos, which would remain a centre of sponge diving well into the 20th century. The sponges they harvested were not the colourful ornamental kind sold in craft stores. They were dense, dark and functional, used throughout the ancient world for bathing, padding armour, cleaning wounds and a variety of other applications the ancient sources describe with admirable vagueness. A skilled diver could descend to 30 metres on a single breath. At that depth, the pressure of the water against the body is 4 times what it is at the surface. The chest physically compresses, the ribs tighten. Experienced divers knew this as a familiar sensation, a narrowing of the lungs that beginners found frightening but veterans accepted as part of the descent, the way you accept the slight pressure of a seat, pressing back as a car accelerates. When these early divers surfaced after a long dive, they made a sound that would be recognised by any modern freediver. A long, slow exhalation through nearly closed lips, clearing the lungs and steadying the heart. The Greeks had a word for this sound. It was called the phusa. There was no science behind the practice. No one had mapped what happened to gas exchange in a human body at depth. No one knew anything about oxygen saturation, or the accumulation of carbon dioxide in the blood, or what 30 metres of water does to nitrogen already dissolved in tissue. The divers knew only that this careful exhalation helped them recover, and that divers who did not perform it properly sometimes felt unwell in ways that were difficult to explain and inconvenient to experience. That difficulty in explaining would persist for a very long time. What strikes you most thinking about these earliest divers is how ordinary it was to them. The Henyo did not think of themselves as explorers. The Greek sponge divers were tradespeople, harvesting a product for market the same as a farmer tending a crop. None of them wrote treatises on the wonders of the underwater world. None of them left behind descriptions of what they saw in language that suggests awe or revelation. The seafloor was a place of work. It was cold and dim, and the sponges did not harvest themselves. And yet in the body of every one of these divers something remarkable was happening every single time they submerged. The blood vessels in the extremities constricted, the spleen contracted, releasing a small surge of oxygen-rich red blood cells into circulation. The heart slowed. These are the same physiological responses that allow certain marine mammals, seals and dolphins among them, to stay submerged for far longer than any human. The human body, it turns out, remembers something very old when it meets cold water. It remembers, faintly, a time before lungs were the whole answer. Scientists call this the mammalian diving reflex. It is present in all humans, though far more pronounced in trained divers. When cold water touches the face, the reflex engages automatically, without conscious effort or thought. Your heart rate drops. Your metabolism shifts into a quieter mode. Your body does what it has always known how to do, even if your mind has entirely forgotten. Those ancient divers did not know any of this. They knew only that the sea rewarded patience and punished panic, that the best breath was a slow one, and that the bottom was always farther down than it looked from above. The pearl is one of the oldest luxury items in recorded human history, long before anyone had figured out how to cut a gemstone precisely, or smelt gold into a wearable shape. People were pulling pearls out of the sea and wearing them as evidence of wealth, beauty, and the willingness to go somewhere dangerous in pursuit of something beautiful. This combination has always been persuasive. The ancient Persian Gulf was the centre of the pearl diving world for more than 4,000 years. The waters off the coast of what is now Bahrain were famous throughout the ancient world for the quality and size of the pearls produced there. These were not small seed pearls. These were deep, lustrous, perfectly round specimens that travelled by caravan to Egypt, to Rome, to India, to the courts of emperors who had never seen the sea and would never need to, because the sea was being brought to them. Getting those pearls required a specific kind of courage. The pearl divers of the Gulf worked in teams aboard small wooden boats called sambuk. Each team included divers, rope handlers, and a captain who kept careful account of what came up from the bottom. The diver descended with a woven net bag tied at his neck, a clip of tortoiseshell or bone pressed firmly to his nose to keep water out, and a heavy stone tied to his foot to pull him down faster through water that was often murky with sediment stirred by coastal winds. The dive lasted somewhere between 1 and 2 minutes. The diver walked along the bottom in the limited visibility, allowed by the light filtering down from above, picking oysters by hand and dropping them into the bag. When his lungs began the slow burn of oxygen debt, he tugged on the rope and the men above hauled him up quickly. He broke the surface, expelled his breath in a long controlled rush, and after a short recovery went back down again. He would do this 40 or 50 times a day. The season ran through the hottest months, from May through September, when the Gulf waters were warmest and the diving most productive. This was not a coincidence. Warm water produces more oysters. It also produces more jellyfish, more sharks, and more of the smaller sea creatures that make shallow water life interesting in ways divers found deeply unhelpful. Stonefish, with their venom-laden spines, were a particular hazard. The stonefish is the kind of animal that makes you feel the sea is expressing a considered opinion about your visit. The divers ate lightly during the season, because a full stomach interferes with breath-holding in ways that announce themselves immediately. They worked from before sunrise until the light failed. The boats were small and crowded. The labour was repetitive and exhausting. Most divers, over a long career, suffered progressive damage to their eardrums from the repeated pressure changes of descending and ascending many times each day. Many went partially deaf. A number developed chronic eye problems from constant saltwater exposure. And yet, the pearling industry of the Gulf sustained entire civilizations for millennia. The wealth it generated built towns, supported dynasties, and connected the Gulf to the broader trade networks of the ancient world. The Greek writer Strabo, describing the island of Tylos, which we now call Bahrain, mentioned the pearl fisheries with evident admiration. He noted that the local population was prosperous, and that their pearls were famous as far away as Greece. This kind of reputation does not build itself. The pearls of India were no less celebrated. The Gulf of Mannar, between southern India and what is now Sri Lanka, was equally renowned for pearl production. The divers there worked in a system broadly similar to the Gulf, with boats and rope handlers and the same short, repeated breath-hold dives. Ancient Tamil poetry from the 1st and 2nd centuries describes the pearl fishers of the Mannar coast in language that is, unexpectedly, quite lyrical. The divers are called brave, and the pearls are described as drops of moonlight pulled from the dark sea. This is the kind of poetry that suggests the poet was not the one doing the diving. What neither the Greek writers nor the Tamil poets describe, because it would not be understood for another 1800 years, is what was happening inside the divers' bodies as they worked. Repeated breath-hold diving creates a specific and serious risk called shallow water blackout. This occurs when a diver overbreathes before descending, which lowers the carbon dioxide concentration in the blood. The urge to breathe is triggered not by low oxygen, but by rising carbon dioxide. When that signal is artificially suppressed, a diver can lose consciousness from oxygen deprivation before the usual warning system activates. He simply loses awareness, underwater, without any prior sense that anything is wrong. Gulf pearl divers drowned this way. So did the Haino. So did sponge divers across the Mediterranean. None of them understood the mechanism. They understood only that some divers, seemingly experienced and capable, sometimes did not come up. The sea kept them. The explanation, when it was eventually worked out by physiologists, was that the body had been deceived by its own chemistry, in a manner so counterintuitive that even modern divers with full theoretical knowledge of it still sometimes make the mistake. The pearl divers of the Gulf had a response to this uncertainty that was partly practical and partly spiritual. Before each season began, rituals were performed asking for protection from the sea. Prayers were spoken over the boats. The sacred figures appropriate to the local tradition were invoked. This was not naive superstition so much as a rational acknowledgement that the sea contained forces beyond human understanding or control, and that going into it required more than rope and a net bag. The social structure around the pearling industry was as layered as the seafloor itself. Divers occupied a specific position within a network that included boat owners, merchants who financed the season's voyage in advance, middlemen who brokered the pearls to international buyers, and the distant rulers and traders who ultimately placed those pearls on fingers and necks throughout the ancient and medieval world. The diver who came up from 40 metres of water with a net bag of oysters received the smallest share of the value that eventually emerged from those oysters, which is another arrangement that has an unfortunately long history. The oysters themselves did not always contain a pearl. The ratio of pearl-bearing oysters to empty ones varied enormously by location, season, and the patience of whoever was counting. A diver might open hundreds of oysters in a day's work and find nothing of value. He might, on a fortunate day, find a single pearl large enough to change the economics of the whole voyage. This combination of grinding repetition and occasional extraordinary reward is exactly the formula that keeps a great many difficult industries operating, and the pearling trade was no exception to it. What the divers were also observing, in their daily work without the vocabulary to describe it formally, was the fundamental physics of pressure. They knew that descending too fast caused ear pain that could be severe enough to stop a dive. They knew that ascending quickly from a long dive sometimes brought on a dizziness and deep joint pain that could persist for days. This condition, which the 19th century would eventually call the bends, was not rare among long-career pearl divers. It was an occupational hazard, accepted alongside poor eyesight and damaged hearing as the ordinary cost of the profession. No one in the ancient or medieval world understood why. The answer would not arrive until the 1800s, when the study of what pressure does to the human body became a formal discipline with its own careful experiments and its own terrible consequences. For now, the divers continued their work. The oysters continued to hold their pearls. The sea continued to keep its deeper secrets entirely to itself. There was also, alongside all of this difficult and dangerous labour, something that the divers themselves never quite had the language to describe, but that appears, in enough fragments of recorded testimony and poetry across different cultures and centuries, to have been real. A moment, somewhere in the middle of a good dive, when the body stopped fighting the water and the water stopped resisting the body, and the two simply coexisted for a few seconds in a state that had no equivalent above the surface. The pressure was constant, the light was reduced to something more suggestion than illumination, and the world of boats and commerce and the smell of the season and the argument from the day before yesterday all ceased to have any particular relevance. There was only the body moving through cool water, the task directly ahead, and the slow count in the back of the mind measuring the air that remained. The Henya had a specific breathing sound they made when surfacing, but they also apparently had a silence they maintained below that was different from the silence of holding a secret, or the silence of not knowing what to say. It was a working silence, purposeful and temporary, and the women who dove for 50 years knew it as intimately as they knew any other part of their daily life. The world above the water was, of course, meanwhile asking a different kind of question. If humans could descend on a single breath to 30 metres and work there for 2 minutes, some determined person was eventually going to ask what might happen if you brought additional air down with you somehow. This question led, over several centuries of trial and invention, to the diving bell. The idea is almost embarrassingly simple in retrospect. If you trap air inside a container and lower it into the water, the air stays at the top, and the water cannot fully enter. This is because air and water observe a consistent territorial rule. The one already in place does not yield without force, and water, while persistent, cannot compress the air out of a sealed space by pressure alone. The air remains, a pocket of breathable atmosphere in a world that has no other use for it. The ancient Greeks were aware of this principle in a practical sense. Aristotle, writing in the 4th century before the Common Era, mentioned a device that divers used to breathe underwater. He described something lowered to the sea floor that retained a pocket of air inside it, allowing a diver to put his head inside and take a breath before continuing work. It was not an enclosed suit or a pressurized vessel. It was closer to a large upside-down bowl, and it worked the same way that an upside-down drinking glass held underwater works, trapping air because the water cannot push past it. Whether Aristotle had personally seen such a device or was recording something described to him is not entirely clear from his text. He was the kind of writer who occasionally described things with considerable authority, based on evidence that his readers were not always permitted to examine. But the principle was real, and the technology it described, rough as it was, would eventually grow into one of the most important tools in the history of underwater work. The most famous early diving bell story involves someone considerably more celebrated than a Greek sponge diver. The legend holds that Alexander the Great, during his siege of the city of Tyre in 332 before the Common Era, was lowered into the sea in a sealed glass vessel to observe the underwater harbour defences from below. This story does not appear in the earliest historical accounts of Alexander's campaigns. It emerges in medieval European manuscripts written many centuries after the events described, illustrated with charming images of a king in a glass globe surrounded by large and apparently curious fish. The story is almost certainly not literally true in the way the illustrations present it, but the fact that medieval monks and artists found it plausible enough to illustrate and to attach to the greatest military strategist of the ancient world tells you something useful. By the time those manuscripts were being copied, around the 12th and 13th centuries, the idea of descending into the sea inside a glass container seemed credible enough to serve as the setting for a legend. The technology was imaginable, even if it had not yet been fully realised. The first diving bell for which we have reliable historical documentation was built in 1535. A man named Guglielmo de Lorena designed and used it near Rome, reportedly descending into Lake Nemi to investigate the wrecked remains of two enormous pleasure barges that the Emperor Caligula had constructed there more than 15 centuries earlier. De Lorena's bell was a large barrel-shaped structure, open at the bottom, lowered by ropes from the surface. He sat inside it with his head in the air pocket and his lower body in the water below, using this arrangement to breathe while he observed the lake floor and directed the work below him. The pleasure barges at the bottom of Lake Nemi were, it is worth noting, exactly the kind of project that only someone with essentially unlimited resources and a flexible relationship with practicality would ever undertake. Caligula had them built as floating palaces, complete with marble floors, elaborate heating systems and mechanical devices whose precise purpose historians still debate with considerable enthusiasm. The barges sat on the lake floor for 15 centuries before de Lorena arrived to investigate, which suggests that even the Romans occasionally recognised when a project had exceeded all reasonable scope. De Lorena's bell was limited, cold and confined, but it worked on the basic principle that would drive diving bell design for the next 2 centuries. The air stayed in, the diver breathed. The English scientist Robert Boyle published his law describing the mathematical relationship between gas pressure and volume in 1662. Boyle's law established that as pressure doubles, volume halves, and as pressure halves, volume doubles. It is a clean, elegant relationship with enormous consequences for anyone planning to descend below the surface of a body of water. As pressure increases with depth, air compresses. The air pocket inside a diving bell, lowered into deeper water, shrank as it descended. The deeper the bell went, the smaller the air pocket became, and the shorter the supply of breathable air. A bell at 20 metres had roughly 1/3 less air in its pocket than the same bell at the surface. This was not a problem that could be wished away by good intentions or improved workmanship. The physics was the physics. The diving bells of the 17th century were used primarily for salvage operations. Sunken ships carrying valuable cargo sat on the floors of busy harbours, and anyone who could recover that cargo could charge handsomely for the service. The bell allowed divers to work longer at depth than any breath-hold dive permitted, because they could return to the air pocket inside the bell to breathe and then go back to the exterior to continue working. This was a substantial improvement, though limited because the air in the bell became stale and depleted over time, and because the bell could only work at depths where enough ambient light reached to allow the divers to see. The work was cold and dark and physically demanding in ways that dry land engineering does not prepare a person for. The waters of northern Europe, where much of the 17th century salvage work took place, were not the warm, clear shallows of the Persian Gulf. They were cold enough to numb exposed skin within minutes, murky with stirred sediment, and prone to currents that made working with heavy tools attached to ropes an exercise in patience and frustration. Divers working from early bells also had no protection from the effects of changing pressure beyond their own body's tolerance and experience. They went down, they worked, they came up. Sometimes they felt fine, sometimes they did not. The pattern of recovery and illness after deep or long dives was observed and noted and passed between experienced divers as practical knowledge, but it was not yet explained. There were also the peculiar acoustic effects of being inside a diving bell that none of the early engineers had anticipated, but all of them mentioned once they had experienced it. Sound inside the bell was amplified and distorted by the hard interior surfaces and the compressed air. Voices sounded wrong. The noise of the pumps above, transmitted down the rope and through the bell's structure, became a rhythmic clanging that had no equivalent in any land-based work. The creak of the rope under load was a constant presence. Divers who spent long shifts in bells reported a gradual dissociation from normal sound that lifted only when they surfaced and heard ordinary air again. The physical isolation was also unlike anything the industrial age had previously produced. A diver inside a bell, 60 feet below the surface, was further from direct human contact than almost any worker of the period, short of a sailor at the masthead in a gale. He could communicate only by rope signal, a code of tugs that transmitted basic information but nothing resembling a conversation. If something went wrong inside the bell, his options were limited to the signals he could send and whatever solutions were available within arm's reach. This produced in the reliable workers a kind of concentrated self-sufficiency that their employers found valuable, and that the workers themselves rarely talked about at any length. The most sophisticated diving bell of the late 17th century was designed and operated by a man whose name you almost certainly know from an entirely different context. Edmund Halley is most famous for the comet. In 1705 he published his calculation that the bright objects observed crossing the sky in 1531, 1607 and 1682 were all the same body moving in a regular elliptical orbit around the Sun. He predicted that it would return in 1758. He was correct, though he died in 1742 and did not live to see his prediction confirmed. The comet has carried his name ever since, which is a form of fame that most scientists would find deeply satisfying. What is less commonly mentioned is that Halley was also a practical engineer with a sustained interest in underwater technology, and that in 1691 he designed and tested an improved diving bell that represented the most significant advance in underwater work between ancient Greece and the industrial 19th century. Halley's bell was large enough to contain 5 workers at once. It was constructed from lead-weighted wood, which gave it enough stability to sit on the seafloor without spinning or tilting. The open bottom allowed water to enter partway while trapping a substantial volume of air in the upper portion. This much was familiar from earlier bells. What Halley added was a reliable method for replenishing the air supply inside the bell while it was submerged and working. He solved the problem with weighted barrels sealed at the surface and filled with fresh air. These barrels were sent down by rope, pulled into the bell through the open bottom by the workers inside, and the fresh air was allowed to flow into the bell while the stale, spent air vented out through a small valve fitted at the top of the structure. It was a primitive ventilation system for an underwater workspace, and it worked. Halley himself descended in the bell on multiple occasions. In a paper he presented to the Royal Society in 1716, he described staying at a depth of approximately 10 fathoms, which is close to 18 metres, for over 90 minutes. He reported that the air inside the bell grew warm and somewhat humid from the workers' breathing, and that visibility outside the bell's open bottom varied considerably with the turbidity of the water. He also noted that writing materials performed poorly in the humid, pressurised interior of the bell, which is exactly the kind of observation that a scientist records with complete seriousness, because he knows someone will eventually ask. What Halley described next, however, was something that none of the earlier practical documents about diving bells had mentioned. He wrote about the light. Even through the turbid water of the Thames estuary, where some of his tests were conducted, enough diffuse light filtered down at 10 fathoms to allow work without supplemental illumination during daylight hours. He described looking through the open bottom of the bell at the seafloor below, a dim terrain of sediment and rock and slow-moving creatures, and finding it unexpectedly worth looking at. This is one of the earliest written records we have of a European person describing the underwater world with something approaching aesthetic interest, rather than purely commercial intent. Halley was not there for sponges or salvage. He was an astronomer and mathematician who had lowered himself into the sea because the problem interested him, and he wanted to see what the solution looked like from the inside. His bell was subsequently used for commercial salvage work, including a series of dives on a wreck sitting in around 20 metres of water off the English coast. The bell allowed salvage workers to remain on the wreck long enough to do genuinely productive work, an impossibility for breath-hold divers at that depth. Workers could lean out through the open bottom, attach ropes to cargo, pry apart decking that had warped in the salt water and retrieve objects that could be brought inside the bell before being hauled to the surface. The work was slow. It was cold in the water that came up through the open bottom of the bell and uncomfortably warm in the trapped air above. The workers had to coordinate their breathing carefully, because 5 people consuming a limited air supply was a different calculation from one person doing the same, and the smell of 5 people sharing a sealed space for 90 minutes is an experience that none of Halley's papers dwell on at length, out of what one imagines was editorial restraint. Halley continued publishing improvements to his design in subsequent years, but it was the workers who used his bell day after day who made the practical refinements. They learned by experience how to distribute themselves inside the bell for best stability. They learned how quickly the air supply depleted when different numbers of men were working, and how to judge by the quality of the air alone when it was time to signal for fresh barrels. They developed a working vocabulary of rope signals sophisticated enough to communicate the basic decisions of an underwater salvage operation without a single spoken word. The workers who operated Halley's bell during the commercial salvage seasons were not, for the most part, named in any of the surviving records. They were craftsmen and labourers hired for the season, chosen for their composure in confined spaces and their willingness to do work that most people would have declined for any wage. The better ones became specialists, moving from one salvage project to the next as the seasons turned, carrying a body of practical knowledge about underwater work that existed entirely in their hands and their judgment, and was never written down in any form that has survived. The physical limitations remained clear, however, regardless of improvements. Workers inside the bell could not leave it and walk freely. They could not reach anything that lay more than an arm's length from the open bottom. The bell's position was determined entirely by the ropes holding it from above, manipulated by workers on the surface who could see nothing of what lay below them, directing a salvage operation from a surface ship by rope signals, in murky water, over a wreck that lay in a position no one above had ever seen directly, required a combination of communication skill and patience that most people who have tried to assemble furniture using unclear instructions will find familiar. The following century brought incremental improvements to bell design. Better air supply systems extended working time, better ballasting improved stability. Lighting solutions were attempted using candles sealed inside small glass containers, which performed adequately until the oxygen inside the container ran out, at which point the candle went out and the workers in the bell began to feel drowsy at roughly the same moment. This coincidence served as a warning system of sorts. By the late 18th century, diving bells were being used not only in salvage but in civil engineering. Harbour foundations, bridge piers, and underwater tunnel work required sustained labour over weeks and months. Workers were descending regularly, spending hours at depth, and returning to the surface repeatedly across long working seasons. The cumulative effects on their bodies were becoming impossible to ignore, though the mechanism behind those effects remained entirely unexplained. The workers reported joint pain that came on hours after ascending, sometimes in the night, in joints that had not been injured during the work. They reported dizziness and a sensation of deep pressure in the limbs. Some reported difficulty breathing. Some did not recover fully. The pattern was consistent enough to be recognised as work-related, but mysterious enough that nobody could explain it or prevent it with any reliability. The answers to those questions belong to the next century, and to a pair of scientists working independently on either side of the problem, one underwater and one in a laboratory, both surrounded by the evidence of what happens to a human body when pressure changes faster than the body can accommodate. If you had walked along the harbour at Portsmouth, England in the 1830s, and glanced toward the water at the right moment, you might have seen something that looked, from a distance, like a large copper-headed figure being lowered slowly into the sea. Up close, it resolved into a man wearing an extraordinary outfit. A copper helmet bolted onto a jacket of rubberized canvas, weighted boots on his feet, a long air hose connecting the top of his helmet to a hand-operated pump on the surface above, and an expression on his face that the helmet made it impossible to read. He was a diver. The technology surrounding him was the invention of Augustus Sieber, and it changed the practical limits of underwater work entirely. Sieb was a German-born engineer who had settled in England and built a reputation for solving problems that others had declared insolvable. His first diving helmet design, produced around 1819, was what is now called an open suit. The helmet rested on the diver's shoulders without a sealed connection to the suit below. Air was pumped down from above while exhaled air bubbled out around the bottom edge of the helmet, which worked adequately provided the diver stayed upright. If he leaned forward to pick something up, water entered the helmet immediately, which was the kind of design flaw that revealed itself most forcefully at exactly the worst possible moment. In 1837, Sea produced a significantly improved version. The new design sealed completely. The helmet bolted to a rubberized canvas suit that enclosed the diver from neck to ankle, keeping water out regardless of how the diver positioned himself. Valves on the helmet allowed exhaled air to escape without permitting water to enter. Air was pumped continuously from the surface by teams of dedicated pump operators, whose primary qualification was the ability to turn a handle steadily and without pause for the full duration of the dive. The Sea improved diving apparatus, as it was formally designated, became the standard equipment for serious underwater work throughout the 19th century and remained in widespread use well into the 20th. Divers wearing versions of this suit built the stone foundations of harbour walls, inspected sunken ships, laid sections of telegraph cable along the seafloor, and performed the slow, careful work that kept the maritime infrastructure of the industrialising world functioning below the waterline. The suit was heavy and hot on land, and cold in ways that accumulated slowly once the diver was in the water. The weighted boots alone were heavier than most travelling luggage. Walking in them along the seafloor had a quality that divers described consistently as dreamlike in the wrong direction, a slow and effortful plodding through a world that resisted every step, where turning around required a degree of planning that walking on land never demands. The view from inside the copper helmet was a narrow window onto the world below. The glass viewport was small, and what it revealed was filtered through the quality of the water, which varied enormously by location, season, and weather. In clear tropical waters, a helmet diver could see 30 metres in good conditions. In the harbours of northern England, he might see 1.5 feet, which made detailed work less a matter of observation than of touch, and the memory of diagrams studied on the surface. Experienced helmet divers working in poor visibility described the work as something like trying to assemble a complicated object while wearing thick gloves in the dark, except that the object was bolted to the sea floor and the gloves were rubber and it was also cold. But the diver could now move. He could carry tools. He could work across a broad area and reach things in positions that no fixed bell could ever access. He was tethered to the surface by his air hose, and his range was limited by the hose's length, but within those limits he could go where the job required. This was the liberation that no previous technology had offered. The Henya could move freely underwater but had only the air her lungs held. The diving bell had air but could not move. Seeb's suit gave the diver both, and the combination made everything that followed possible. The records of Victorian-era commercial diving are filled with accounts of men performing extraordinary work under conditions that no modern workplace framework would permit. Divers worked for hours at depths of 30 or 40 metres in near-zero visibility, locating and tightening bolts on harbour foundations by touch, recovering cargo from wrecks by feel alone. The work paid well by the standards of the time, which was the primary reason men accepted the hazards, and which also explains why the increasingly consistent pattern of illness that followed certain dives was not taken as seriously as it deserved to be. The illness had several names depending on who was describing it. Caisson disease referred to the pressurized construction chambers called caissons used in bridge building, where workers breathed compressed air the same as deep divers did. Divers' palsy described the particular loss of movement that the worst cases produced. Most commonly it was simply called the bends, because those who suffered it bent forward in pain, clutching joints that felt as though they were being destroyed from the inside without any visible wound to show for it. What was actually happening was this. At depth, under the increased pressure of water above, nitrogen dissolved into the blood remained in solution because the pressure held it there, the same way that a sealed bottle keeps carbonation dissolved in liquid. When a diver ascended quickly, the pressure dropped suddenly, and the nitrogen came out of solution the same way that bubbles appear in a soda bottle, the moment the seal is broken. These nitrogen bubbles formed in the blood and tissues. They blocked small blood vessels. They lodged in joints and caused pain intense enough to make a grown man collapse. In severe cases, they caused strokes, paralysis, or death. The first person to understand this mechanism completely and document it with scientific precision was a French physiologist named Paul Bert. His 1878 book on barometric pressure contained the first full scientific account of decompression illness, explaining both the cause and the logical solution. Ascend slowly. Allow the nitrogen to come out of solution gradually, over time, so that it could be expelled through the lungs in the normal way, rather than forming bubbles in the blood. Bert's work was immediately important and, as tends to happen, not immediately applied. The commercial diving industry continued using fast ascent protocols for years after his findings were published, because slow ascent took time and time was money, and the divers who developed the bends were generally the divers, rather than the people making the scheduling decisions. The systematic application of decompression science to actual diving practice came in the early 20th century. The Scottish physiologist John Scott Haldane published precise decompression tables in 1908, specifying safe ascent rates and required stop depths for different combinations of working depth and bottom time. These tables were adopted by the British Royal Navy and gradually spread into commercial diving practice worldwide. Haldane's approach, ascending in stages with pauses at specific depths to allow nitrogen to degas safely, remains the foundation of modern decompression practice. The adoption of decompression stops transformed the commercial diving profession in ways that were both practical and deeply personal to the divers themselves. Men who had learned to expect a certain number of their colleagues to suffer severe episodes after deep dives found that the new protocols reduced that number considerably. Recovery times shortened. The particularly severe cases, the ones that left a man unable to walk or permanently weakened in a limb, became rarer. This was not a dramatic, visible revolution of the kind that historians prefer to write about. It was a quiet, grinding improvement in what it cost a human body to do this kind of work, and the people who benefited from it were not the people writing the papers about it. The knowledge was hard won. It was paid for in damaged joints, permanent disabilities, and shortened lives. The history of pressure science is partly a history of what happens when the need to do a job exceeds the understanding of what that job does to the people performing it. The Victorian era produced many such histories, but this one had a particular character, because the damage was invisible. You could not see nitrogen bubbles forming in blood. You could only feel what they did when they formed, and the feeling came from a world that most people on the surface had never entered and could not imagine. That world was about to become considerably more accessible and considerably more strange than anyone yet knew. By the end of the 19th century, humans could walk the seafloor in a sealed suit, could breathe for hours inside a pressurized chamber, and had begun to understand, slowly and at genuine cost, what depth did to the body's internal chemistry. What they had not yet done was go deep, very deep, down into the places where the light failed entirely and the pressure became something beyond the range of any industrial calculation. The ocean had been approached from the edges. Its shallows had been mapped, its harbours plumbed, its manageable fringes made familiar. But the deep, the true deep, the water below 200 metres where sunlight ceases entirely and the temperatures approach freezing and the pressure begins to compound into something that no mammal was designed to experience, remained entirely unvisited. It was not just unexplored in the way that a forest is unexplored before the first path is cut through it. It was unexplored in the way that the interior of a star is unexplored, a place that the imagination could reach more easily than the body, and that the body had not yet been given the tools to follow. The men who made the first serious attempt on that darkness were an unlikely combination. William Beebe was an American naturalist who had built his scientific reputation studying birds in remote tropical locations. He was charismatic, a gifted writer, and possessed of an enthusiasm for discovery that his scientific colleagues found either inspiring or exhausting depending on their temperament. By the late 1920s, he had become deeply interested in the deep ocean, specifically in the creatures that inhabited water too deep for any diver or bell to reach. Otis Barton was a wealthy engineer with a particular idea, and the personal funds to build it. He had designed a sphere, a hollow steel ball 60 inches in diameter with walls an inch and a half thick, 2 small fused quartz viewing ports set into its surface, and a hatch that sealed from the inside. He called it the bathysphere, from the Greek word for deep. He brought his proposal and his engineering drawings to Beebe, who recognised a workable idea when one arrived already funded, and the partnership formed quickly. On June 6, 1930, off the coast of Bermuda, the bathysphere was lowered by steel cable from the surface ship, and Beebe and Barton descended together into the Atlantic. They had no engine, no ability to steer, no way to navigate or choose their position. They were a steel ball on the end of a cable going straight down. At 200 metres, the colour of the water outside the small viewing ports shifted into a range Beebe struggled to name. He tried deep blue, then blackish blue, then luminous blue, and finally decided that the colour simply did not exist in the vocabulary, built for a world that had air in it. The light was present, but barely. It came from no particular direction. It was a brightness that had travelled downward through so much water that it had lost almost everything except its memory of having been light. At 435 metres, a depth no human had ever reached before him, Beebe pressed his face to the fused quartz port and looked into the abyss below. He saw bioluminescent creatures drifting past, small constellations of cold blue-white light moving in the dark at their own unhurried pace. He saw the ghostly outline of a large eel-like creature that he could not identify from any species he knew. He saw things he later described in his journal, and was subsequently unable to match to any organism in the known catalogues of marine life, which generated a debate among marine biologists that was never fully resolved, partly because no camera of that period could function at that depth, and the creatures themselves had no reason to surface and clarify matters. Beebe wrote about the dives in a book titled Half Mile Down, published in 1934. The writing is remarkable by any standard of popular science. He described looking out at the darkness from inside the sphere as the closest sensation he could imagine to existing in the interior of a distant nebula, surrounded by light-producing organisms in a darkness so complete that it had physical weight. He was a scientist who wrote the way a reader hopes scientists will write. That combination is rare. The bathysphere's limitations were real, but did not diminish what it accomplished. It could only descend where the cable allowed. It could not maneuver. In choppy weather, the cable swayed, and the sphere moved in ways that the two men inside found educational in their unpleasantness. The maximum depth Beebe and Barton reached in a 1934 dive was 923 metres, well below a full half mile, a record that stood for 15 years. But the knowledge that it was possible to sit inside a steel sphere and look out a window at a depth where the pressure was 92 times what it is at the surface, and to come back up and write clearly about what you had seen, shifted something in how the human world understood the ocean. Meanwhile, completely independently and a world away, a different revolution was being assembled. In 1943, a French naval officer named Jacques Cousteau and an engineer named Émile Gagnon completed the working prototype of a device they called the aqualung. The design was, in its essentials, elegant. A compressed air cylinder worn on the diver's back fed air through a demand regulator to a simple rubber mouthpiece. The regulator delivered air only when the diver inhaled, and it matched the pressure of the delivered air to the surrounding water pressure, automatically and continuously. The diver could breathe in and out at any depth without manual adjustment, without thinking about pressure, without doing anything except what breathing already requires. Cousteau tested the device in the Marne River near Paris on a summer morning. He later described the experience of that first dive with the aqualung as unlike anything he had felt before or expected to feel. He had been a breath-hold diver for years, passionate about the underwater world but constrained by the same fundamental limitation that had constrained every diver since the Hainaut. With the aqualung and full cylinders, that limitation simply disappeared. He rolled through the water. He exhaled slowly, watching his bubbles spiral upward through the green river light. He stayed. The aqualung became commercially available in 1946 and transformed diving from an industrial and military profession into something that curious, trained, ordinary people could access. For the first time, the underwater world that had been inhabited only by pearl divers, commercial helmet divers, and the occasional scientist in a steel ball was open to human curiosity for its own sake. Cousteau spent the next 4 decades making it famous. His films and television programs brought underwater footage into living rooms around the world, in colour, with music, narrated in a French accent that somehow made even the most mundane reef fish seem like it had been waiting for its close-up. His research vessel Calypso became one of the most recognised ships in history. He was not always a rigorous scientist in the way that peer-reviewed journals require, but he understood that a world people had never seen needed an introduction, and he provided one that lasted a generation. What he showed was a world of extraordinary complexity and layered beauty, coral reefs that rivaled any terrestrial landscape for visual density, and sheer improbability of design. Schools of fish moving in synchronized patterns that no individual fish appeared to be directing. Sharks passing through blue water with an unhurried posture that communicated quite efficiently a complete indifference to whatever the camera crew thought about the situation. The divers who followed Cousteau into the water with aqualung equipment on their backs reported something that no diver in any previous era had been able to describe, because no previous diver had been free enough to notice it. Submerged and neutrally buoyant, freed from the heavy weight of a helmet suit and the tether of an air hose, a diver could hover in the water column without touching the bottom. The sensation was not quite like floating, and not quite like falling, and not quite like anything else. The diver's own breath controlled position. Inhaling raised the body slightly, exhaling lowered it. The entire experience was governed by respiration, in a way that no other form of movement is, and people who experienced it for the first time consistently reported that the word they reached for first was not adventure or excitement, but quiet. The aqualung also returned something of the freedom of the ancient breath-hold diver to the modern diver, while replacing lung capacity with pressurized tanks. Within the depth limits of recreational compressed air diving, a trained diver could now move freely, weightlessly, quietly, in a world where sound travelled differently and light played by rules you had to learn fresh, because none of it behaved the way it did above the surface, and below those recreational limits the dark was still waiting. Deeper, colder, stranger than anything the aqualung could reach, waiting with the patience of something that has always been there and sees no particular reason to rush. The deepest point in the ocean sits within the Mariana Trench in the western Pacific Ocean. It is called Challenger Deep. It reaches approximately 10,935 metres below the surface, a number that requires a moment to absorb. At that depth, the pressure is around 1,000 times the pressure of the atmosphere at sea level. An unprotected human body placed there would not survive long enough to experience the cold. In January of 1960, a Swiss-designed vessel called the Trieste was lowered toward Challenger Deep carrying 2 occupants. One was Jacques Piccard, the son of the physicist Auguste Piccard, who had designed the vessel. The other was United States Navy Lieutenant Don Walsh. The descent took nearly 5 hours. The Trieste was not like the bathysphere. It was a true submersible, with a pressurized steel sphere for the crew suspended beneath a massive cylindrical float, filled with aviation gasoline. Gasoline was chosen because it is less dense than water and provides buoyancy, and because it compresses negligibly under pressure, unlike a gas-filled float, which would have shrunk as the vessel descended. Iron ballast was held in place by electromagnets. To ascend, the pilots released the ballast, and the gasoline float carried them upward. It was a beautiful piece of engineering in the way that extreme solutions sometimes are, direct and sufficient, with no decorative features whatsoever. Piccard and Walsh reached the bottom of Challenger Deep at roughly 1 in the afternoon, local ship time. The descent had been so long, and the arrival, when it came, was so without drama, that it was almost understated. The sediment rose gently against the viewport. They were on the bottom. They had reached the lowest point on the surface of the planet. They looked out through the viewport, and they saw a flatfish. A small, pale creature lying on the sediment at the deepest point in the known ocean, apparently unconcerned by the 1,000 atmospheres of pressure, the near-freezing temperature, or the large foreign object that had just settled down beside it. The scientific community later engaged in a sustained debate about whether the creature Piccard and Walsh saw was actually a flatfish, or a sea cucumber, viewed from an unusual angle. Both men maintained for the rest of their long lives that it was a fish, and that it appeared entirely comfortable, which, if true, is one of the more philosophically disorienting facts in all of biology. The significance of that small pale creature cannot be overstated. It meant that the deepest ocean was not a sterile void. It meant that life had not been excluded from even the most extreme conditions the planet offered. It meant that the rules governing where life could exist were not the rules that anyone had been working with. The decades after 1960 brought a growing fleet of research submersibles and remotely operated vehicles capable of exploring the deep ocean with increasing precision. Alvin, built for the United States Navy and operated by the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution in Massachusetts, became the most scientifically productive research submarine in history after its commissioning in 1964. Alvin was the vehicle that located a lost hydrogen bomb on the sea floor off the coast of Spain in 1966. It was Alvin that explored the wreck of the RMS Titanic in 1986, providing the first detailed visual record of the ship's condition on the ocean floor. And it was Alvin that, in February of 1977, made the dive that changed what biology understood about life on Earth. The target was a volcanic spreading zone called the Galapagos Rift, a region of the Pacific floor where tectonic plates pull apart and fresh magma wells up through the gap. Geologists aboard Alvin were investigating thermal anomalies, places where the water above the rift was measurably warmer than the surrounding deep ocean. When the submersible descended to the rift and its lights fell on the source of the warmth, nobody aboard was prepared for what those lights revealed. Water was venting from the sea floor at temperatures that later measurements showed exceeded 400 degrees Celsius, held in liquid form only by the extreme pressure of the deep ocean. Around each vent cluster, ecosystems of a density and strangeness that matched anything found in the richest tropical shallows pressed close to the hot water. Tube worms more than 2 meters in length anchored themselves to the basalt rock in dense formations, their crimson plumes waving in the current of superheated water. White crabs picked through the base of the vents. Clams the size of serving platters lay open on the rock. Colourless shrimp moved in slow columns through the chemical-rich water. None of these creatures depended on sunlight. None of them drew their energy, directly or indirectly, from photosynthesis. They depended on chemosynthesis, a process in which certain bacteria harvested energy from the hydrogen sulfide pouring from the vents and used that energy to build organic matter. The bacteria formed the base of an entire food web, the same role that plants and algae play in every ecosystem accessible to sunlight. This was not a footnote to the existing understanding of life on Earth. It was a revision of one of its foundational premises. Until 1977, the working assumption of biology was that all complex life, ultimately, traced its energy supply back to the sun. The hydrothermal vent communities demonstrated that this was not true. Life could sustain itself entirely on chemistry, in total darkness, under crushing pressure, in water hot enough to melt certain metals, without a single photon of sunlight ever reaching it. The implications extended far beyond the Pacific floor. If life could thrive in those conditions on our own ocean floor, then the liquid water oceans believed to exist beneath the frozen surfaces of Jupiter's moon. Europa, or Saturn's moon, Enceladus, could not be dismissed as uninhabitable simply because they received no meaningful sunlight. The definition of where life might be possible, not just on Earth but anywhere in the solar system, expanded in the weeks after the Alvin team surfaced with their photographs and footage. The discoveries continued to accumulate. Cold seeps, where methane and hydrogen sulfide leaked from the sea floor at ambient deep ocean temperatures, supported ecosystems structured similarly to hydrothermal vents. The deep sediment of the abyssal plain, seemingly featureless and uniform in appearance, turned out to contain microbial communities of staggering diversity and density, entire invisible civilizations living in the ooze. The bodies of large whales sinking to the deep floor after death created temporary islands of nutrient richness, whaleful communities that supported specialized organisms for decades before the resource was exhausted. Creatures found in the deep ocean regularly confounded the categories biologists had assembled to describe living things. Fish with transparent heads, the better to detect the faint bioluminescence of prey above them. Shrimp that had evolved eyes sensitive to heat rather than light, allowing them to navigate around the scalding vent water without visual guidance. Octopuses and squid adapted to pressure that would implode the body of any animal whose biology had not solved that problem over millions of years of patient modification. Microbes living inside basalt rock at temperatures and pressures that had previously been considered incompatible with any chemistry that biology required. The deep ocean, it turned out, was not a simplified version of the shallow water world. It was a different world entirely, running on different rules, lit by different light, organised around different sources of energy and different timescales of life and death. Modern research submersibles and remotely operated vehicles have now provided detailed imagery of large sections of the deep sea floor. Vessels like Japan's Shinkai 6500 can carry scientists to nearly any depth in the ocean. Remotely operated vehicles stream live footage from the abyss to research ships on the surface, allowing real-time observation without placing human life at risk. And yet, the ocean remains less comprehensively explored than the surface of Mars. The area of the sea floor that has been mapped with high resolution is a fraction of its total extent. thousands of deep ocean species have never been observed. The number of microbial species living within deep-sea sediments is not known even within a rough order of magnitude. The deep currents that circulate through the ocean on timescales of centuries and influence the planet's climate in ways we're only beginning to trace are still being charted. Every expedition into the deep returns with footage of something that was not expected. A new species of fish holding perfectly still in the lights of the submersible as though waiting to be discovered. A geological feature that does not fit the existing models. A microbial community doing something with chemistry that no one had predicted and that requires months of laboratory work to explain. The deep ocean is, in this sense, unlike most places on Earth that humans now visit regularly. It does not become more ordinary with repeated observation. Each visit produces something that has to be thought about from the beginning. This is not the usual experience of a world that has been largely catalogued. The land surface of Earth has been mapped to a resolution of meters. The human genome has been sequenced. The physics governing most of what we can observe has been formally described, and yet 2/3 of the planet's surface remains, in practical terms, unexplored to the depth that the word explored is usually taken to mean. What makes this remarkable, when you consider the full arc of this long story, is how compressed the timeline actually is. The Haina were diving 1500 years ago. Pearl divers harvested the Gulf of Manna in the era of Roman emperors. Halley went down in his bell more than 300 years ago. And yet the majority of what we now know about the actual deep ocean, the roughly 3/4 of Earth's surface lying below 200 meters, has been discovered within the last 50 years. The ocean gave up its surface to human curiosity first, then its shallow zones, then the continental shelves, then the dim twilight layer where photosynthesis fades to nothing, then the midnight zone, then the deepest trenches. Each descent revealed a world more complex, more alive, and more genuinely surprising than the layer above it. The assumptions brought down from the surface dissolved one by one as the lights of submersibles swept across what was actually there. At every depth, without exception, what the divers and scientists and pilots found was life. Adapted, specific, persistent, extraordinary life, distributed through the dark water in forms that no one had thought to predict, because there was no frame of reference for imagining them. The ancient pearl diver pulling his net bag of oysters up from the bottom of the Persian Gulf in the 1st century was working at the very top of this layered world. He could not have known what lay below him. No one could. The depth was a space of pure conjecture, populated by human imagination with monsters and lost ships, and the accumulated fears of every sailor who had ever looked at the horizon and understood how much of the world he could not see. What was actually there was stranger, and, in its way, more extraordinary than any of that. A flatfish on the floor of Challenger Deep. Tube worms waving their red plumes around a superheated vent in the Pacific dark. Small lights drifting through 900 meters of black water at their own quiet rhythm, making the only light that had ever been in that place. The ocean had been full the whole time, full of exactly the kind of life that no one had thought to predict, living by rules no one had written down because no one knew they existed. It waited in the dark as it always had. It simply needed someone patient enough, and curious enough, and sometimes brave enough, to come down and finally look. If the ocean kept its deepest secrets this long, my tired deep-sea dreamers, then sleep is more than allowed to keep yours for one night. There is always more history waiting whenever you are ready to drift back in. Imagine you're living in England in the autumn of 1703, and your life moves at the pace of a horse-drawn cart. There are no weather apps on your phone because there are no phones. No meteorologists are tracking pressure systems because the barometer has only recently been invented, and most people think it's some kind of scientific curiosity rather than a practical tool. Queen Anne sits on the throne, having recently succeeded her brother-in-law William III. The country is embroiled in the War of Spanish Succession, which is one of those complicated European conflicts where everyone seems to be fighting everyone else over inheritances and territory. But for ordinary people, war is something that happens far away, while the real concerns are much closer to home, bringing in the harvest, fixing the thatch on the roof before winter, and making sure there's enough firewood stacked for the cold months ahead. November in England means the farming season is winding down. The fields have been harvested, The animals are being prepared for winter, and people are settling into that cosy rhythm of shorter days and longer nights. It's the time of year when you're grateful for a solid roof, a warm hearth, and walls that keep out the wind. The houses of 1703 would seem almost impossibly fragile to you now. Most buildings outside major cities are timber frame with walls made of wattle and daub, basically sticks and mud with some hope mixed in. Roofs are thatched with straw or reeds, held down by wooden pegs and prayer. Even in London, which is rebuilding after the Great Fire of 1666, many structures are still partially wooden. Glass windows are expensive luxuries. So many homes make do with oiled paper or wooden shutters. The English countryside is dotted with windmills that grind grain into flour. These tall wooden structures turn their sails to catch the wind, like patient sentinels watching over the fields. There are hundreds of them, essential to feeding the population, standing on hilltops and in valleys where the wind blows strongest. They're marvels of engineering for their time, though they have one significant vulnerability that nobody has quite solved. They're extremely susceptible to strong winds. Churches rise above most villages, their stone towers and wooden steeples pointing toward heaven like fingers in prayer. These spires can be seen for miles around, helping travellers navigate and reminding everyone of the central place religion holds in daily life. The church bells mark the hours, call people to worship and warn of danger. They're the communication system of the age, ringing out messages across the landscape. Along the coasts, maritime life pulses with constant activity. The Royal Navy maintains dozens of warships in various ports, while merchant vessels crowd the harbours, loading and unloading goods from around the world. Portsmouth, Plymouth and the Thames estuary are forests of masts and rigging. Sailors live lives that alternate between the tedium of port maintenance and the danger of sea voyages, where storms are an accepted occupational hazard. The weather in late 1703 has been odd. Not dramatically so, but enough that people notice. There have been unusually strong winds throughout November, the kind that make you lean into your walk and hold onto your hat. Trees have been shedding their leaves earlier than usual, as if they know something the humans don't. Old-timers, the kind who claim to feel storms in their bones, have been muttering about the signs. Red skies at odd hours, birds behaving strangely, and an unsettled feeling in the air itself. But England has weathered storms before. This is an island nation after all, surrounded by temperamental seas and subject to whatever weather the Atlantic decides to send its way. People have learned to bend with the wind, to secure their belongings and to wait out whatever nature throws at them. They've survived Norse raiders, the Black Death, Civil War and the Great Fire. How bad could a little wind be? This sense of resilient confidence, this very British attitude of muddling through, is about to be tested in ways no one can imagine. Because the storm that's gathering out in the Atlantic isn't a normal autumn gale, is not even an exceptional storm by the usual standards. It's something else entirely. A meteorological monster that will make weather history and haunt European consciousness for generations. The last week of November 1703 feels like nature is taking a deep breath before screaming. You step outside on November 24th, and the air has that peculiar quality that makes the hair on your arms stand up. It's not just cold, it's charged, electric, as if the atmosphere itself is holding tension like a drawn bowstring. The sky takes on colours that don't appear in normal weather. There are brassy yellows near the horizon, deep purples in the clouds, and that particular shade of green that experienced sailors know means trouble. The clouds themselves seem to be moving in several directions at once, low scud racing across the sky, while higher formations lumber along at different angles. It's like watching a badly choreographed dance, where none of the performers can agree on the music. Birds are acting strangely, and if you were the noticing type, this would concern you. Seagulls, those perpetual optimists of the avian world, have moved inland en masse. Crows gather in unusual numbers, making a racket that sounds almost like warnings. Even the farm animals seem unsettled. Horses stamp and whinny in their stables, cows refuse to go into their barns, and dogs pace nervously, whining at their owners. The barometer, in the few places where such newfangled instruments exist, is doing something unprecedented. It's falling, but not in the gradual way that suggests an approaching storm. It's plummeting like a stone dropped in water, faster than anyone has seen before. Daniel Defoe, who will later document this storm in extraordinary detail, owns one of these instruments. He watches it drop and wonders if perhaps the device is broken. Surely the air pressure can't actually be falling this rapidly. November 26th dawns with an eerie calm. The wind that has been bothering people for weeks has died down to almost nothing. The air feels heavy, thick, like trying to breathe through a damp wool blanket. This is the kind of stillness that precedes something significant, though most people interpret it as a relief. Finally, they think, the winds have stopped. Perhaps they can get some repairs done, secure their properties properly, and maybe even sleep without the constant whistling and rattling. But seasoned sailors and shepherds, people whose lives depend on reading weather, know better. This isn't peaceful calm. This is nature pausing for effect, like a storyteller taking a breath before the climax. The old maritime saying comes to mind, calm before the storm, though in this case, storm is going to prove a grossly inadequate word for what's approaching. By the evening of November 26th, the wind returns, but it's different now. It's no longer the blustery autumn breeze people have grown accustomed to. It's purposeful, building with an almost conscious intent, like something that has decided to stop playing around and get serious. The sound changes too, from the familiar whistle and moan to a deeper, more ominous roar that seems to come from everywhere at once. People begin their evening preparations with growing uneasiness. You secure your shutters, bring in anything from the yard that might blow away, and double-check that the animals are safely housed. In coastal towns, sailors look at their moored vessels with worried expressions, wondering if the ropes and chains will hold. Ship captains who can put out additional anchors and say prayers to whatever saints specialise in maritime protection. As darkness falls on November 26th, the wind continues to build. It's no longer just moving air, it's becoming a physical presence, something you can lean against, something that pushes back. The sound grows from a roar to something that resembles continuous thunder, a bass note that you feel in your chest as much as hear with your ears. Inside homes across southern England, families gather close to their fires, trying to ignore the increasingly alarming noises from outside. Shutters begin to rattle despite being latched. The wind finds every gap in the walls, every crack around doors and windows, creating whistling harmonics that would sound almost musical if they weren't so unsettling. Thatch roofs start to lift and settle, like the building itself is breathing heavily. Around midnight, the storm stops building and simply arrives in its full fury. It's as if someone has flipped a switch from very bad weather to apocalyptic nightmare. The wind doesn't just blow anymore, it hammers, it screams, it attacks. The sound becomes so overwhelming that it's almost impossible to think clearly. Imagine standing next to a jet engine and you're getting close to the volume and intensity of what people are experiencing. And here's the thing that makes this storm so strange, so different from normal tempests. It's not coming from a single direction. The wind seems to swirl and eddy, attacking from multiple angles simultaneously. This isn't a weather pattern people understand. Storms have directions, they have fronts, and they move in predictable ways. This storm seems to be everywhere at once, a circular fury that defies normal meteorological behaviour. What nobody realises yet, because the science doesn't exist to understand it, is that they're experiencing something exceptionally rare. A bomb cyclone, what modern meteorologists call explosive cyclogenesis. The atmospheric pressure is dropping so rapidly that the storm is intensifying at a rate that occurs perhaps once or twice a century. The rotating winds are reaching speeds that won't be scientifically measured for another 150 years, when someone invents proper instruments for such things. As the night of November 26th deepens into the early hours of November 27th, everyone in southern England is about to experience the longest, most terrifying night of their lives. And the truly horrifying part, the storm is still intensifying. Picture yourself huddled in a stone cottage somewhere in Kent as the clock approaches 2 a.m. on November 27th. The fire in your hearth is being sucked up the chimney by the incredible draught, sending sparks and smoke into the room. Every few seconds, the entire building shudders as if being struck by a giant's fist. The noise is beyond description. Imagine a freight train, a waterfall, and continuous thunder all happening at once, and you're still not quite there. The thatch roof above your head is now lifting in sections. You can actually see it moving and feel the sudden drafts of freezing air as gaps appear, and then close again. Bits of straw are falling into the room like strange snow. You're making calculations about whether it's safer to stay inside a building that might collapse, or venture outside into wind that could literally knock you off your feet and blow you across the countryside. Across southern England, roofs are now leaving buildings entirely. Not being damaged, leaving. Whole thatched roofs lift off like birds taking flight, sailing through the air in one piece before disintegrating into golden clouds of straw that scatter across the landscape. Tiles and slates become projectiles, flying through the air with enough force to embed themselves in walls or, tragically, in anything living that happens to be in their path. The windmills that have stood sentinel over the countryside are experiencing catastrophic failures. Their sails, designed to catch the wind efficiently, are now catching far too much of it. Unable to be shut down or furled fast enough, the mills begin spinning at impossible speeds. The wooden gears inside, never meant for such rotation rates, start smoking from friction. Some mills simply explode from the centrifugal force, sending massive wooden beams flying through the air like enormous javelins. Others catch fire from the friction of their overspinning machinery, becoming bizarre torches in the storm-racked night. Church steeples, those proud fingers pointing to heaven, are toppling. The spire of St Mary's in Somerset goes first, crashing through the roof of the church itself. Then dozens more across the south follow suit, their lead-covered wooden frames no match for winds that are essentially trying to tear England apart. Each falling steeple makes a sound like a forest tree being felled, a groaning crack followed by an enormous crash. For deeply religious people, seeing churches destroyed feels especially ominous. If God's houses aren't safe, what hope do ordinary buildings have? In London, the scene is apocalyptic. The city, still recovering from the Great Fire of 1666, is being battered by winds that are methodically undoing decades of reconstruction. Roof tiles fly through the streets like deadly frisbees. Chimneys topple, sending bricks raining down onto cobblestones below. Anyone foolish or desperate enough to be outside quickly realises their mistake, as the wind shoves them against walls, or literally lifts them off their feet. The Thames is behaving in ways nobody has seen before. The wind is so powerful that it's actually pushing water upstream, reversing the river's flow. Waves are forming on the river's surface. Waves on a river in central London. Barges and small boats moored at the docks are being tossed like bath toys, breaking their moorings and crashing into each other or smashing against the embankments. Daniel Defoe, future author of Robinson Crusoe but currently a somewhat controversial political writer, is in his London home watching what he describes as tiles flying past his windows like autumn leaves. He's making mental notes for what will become the world's first real investigative journalism piece about a natural disaster. Between flinching at each new crash and bang, he's already planning how to document this night for posterity. But the truly catastrophic scenes are playing out along the coast and at sea. At the Eddystone Lighthouse, perched on rocks 14 miles off the coast of Plymouth, the situation is beyond desperate. This is the first lighthouse ever built on these treacherous rocks, completed just 5 years earlier. It's a wooden structure, which seems insane now, but was considered reasonable engineering at the time. The lighthouse keeper, Henry Winstanley, is actually at the lighthouse, having gone out to perform repairs just days before. The lighthouse is flexing and swaying in ways that wooden structures should never flex and sway. Around 2 a.m, a wave larger than any in recorded memory hits the lighthouse. When dawn eventually comes, the lighthouse is simply gone, vanished as completely as if it never existed. Henry Winstanley, his crew, and the entire structure have been erased from the ocean. Not a single piece of wreckage will ever be found. In Portsmouth Harbour, the Royal Navy is experiencing its worst peacetime disaster in history. Dozens of warships are moored here, and as the storm intensifies, their anchors begin to drag. These aren't small boats. Some are 3-decked ships of the line, massive wooden castles that carry hundreds of men and dozens of cannon. But in this wind, they're as helpless as children's toys. Ships begin colliding with each other in the darkness. The sound of wooden hulls grinding together is audible even over the storm. Masts snap with cracks like cannon fire. Rigging tangles between ships, creating a chaos of rope and canvas that makes it impossible to separate vessels even if anyone could work on deck, which they can't. The wind is strong enough to blow men off their feet and over the railings into the churning water below. Some ships are being driven onto the shore despite their anchors. The HMS Association, a 90-gun ship of the line, drags her anchors and grounds near the Isle of Wight. The HMS Restoration snaps her anchor cables and is driven onto the mudflats where she'll eventually sink. All across the southern coast from Bristol to Kent, ships are meeting similar fates. Merchant vessels, fishing boats, and naval ships are all equally helpless before the storm's fury. The human cost at sea is staggering. Sailors who have survived battles, storms, and years of hard service are drowning within sight of their home ports. Some are trapped below decks and ships that are flooding. Others are washed overboard into water so violent that rescue is impossible, even if anyone could mount an attempt, which they can't. The Navy alone will lose over 1,000 men this night, more than most naval battles of the era. Inland, trees that have stood for centuries are falling by the thousands. Ancient oaks that were already old when Shakespeare was born topple like dominoes. Entire forests are being flattened, creating lunar landscapes of fallen timber that will take decades to clear. The new forest loses an estimated 4,000 ancient trees in a single night. Deer, foxes, badgers, and birds that depend on these trees are being crushed or left homeless. Agricultural damage is catastrophic. Barns and storage buildings collapse, crushing livestock and destroying the winter food supplies that farming families depend on. Haystacks that represent months of labour scatter across the countryside. Sheep and cattle, terrified by the noise and unable to find shelter, huddle in fields where some are actually blown over and killed by the force of the wind. A detail so bizarre that people will initially refuse to believe the reports. As the storm rages through the early hours of November 27th, people huddle in whatever shelter they can find, listening to their world being torn apart. Every crash, every splintering sound, every moment when the wind seems to increase impossibly beyond what it already was, it all contributes to a growing certainty that this isn't a normal storm. This is something unprecedented, something that's revealing just how fragile human civilization really is when nature decides to stop being cooperative. And still, remarkably, the storm continues to intensify. Let's focus on individual moments within this catastrophic night, because statistics and general descriptions can't quite capture what it means to live through something like this. These are the human stories, the small dramas playing out across southern England while the great drama of the storm rages on. In a small village in Sussex, a family of 7 huddles in their cottage as the walls begin to crack. The father, a farmer named Thomas, has moved everyone into the oldest part of the house, the stone section that his grandfather built 60 years ago. The newer timber-framed rooms are already showing alarming signs of stress, with beams visibly shifting and walls leaning. Around 3 a.m. the decision makes itself. With a sound like 1,000 trees breaking at once, the timber section of their home simply disintegrates. One moment it's there, the next it's gone, scattered across the countryside in 1,000,000 pieces. The family packed into the stone room survives because of a building decision made 2 generations earlier by a careful craftsman who mixed his mortar properly and chose good stone. In the morning they'll walk out to find that everything they owned except what's in this one room is gone, spread across 3 counties. Meanwhile, in Bristol, a midwife named Eleanor is facing an impossible decision. A woman has gone into labour and complications mean Eleanor needs to reach her quickly. But going outside in this storm is madness. The streets are rivers of flying debris and the wind is strong enough to make walking nearly impossible. Eleanor looks at the storm, looks at her bag of instruments and herbs, thinks about the woman and unborn child and makes the choice. She wraps herself in every piece of heavy clothing she owns and sets out into the tempest. Her journey of less than half a mile takes over an hour. She crawls part of the way, holding onto walls and fences, moving between buildings when the wind briefly lessens. A roof tile strikes her shoulder, leaving a bruise but fortunately not breaking a bone. At one point, a gust simply lifts her off her feet and deposits her 10 feet away. But Eleanor keeps going, driven by professional duty and sheer stubbornness, until she reaches her patient. The baby will be born healthy just after dawn, and Eleanor will later say that bringing life into the world during history's deadliest storm gave her a perspective on resilience that she never lost. Out at sea, the situation is a pure nightmare. On the HMS Mary, a 4th-rate ship with 50 guns, the crew has done everything right. Anchors are down, sails are furled, and hatches are battened. But the wind is so strong that the ship is dragging her anchors anyway, moving slowly but inexorably toward the rocky shore of the Isle of Wight. The captain knows what's coming. He can feel it through the ship's timbers, that subtle change in motion that tells an experienced seaman that his vessel is doomed. He can't save the ship, but perhaps he can save the crew. He orders everyone into the rigging, counterintuitive, but it gets them high above the deck before the ship grounds. When the Mary finally strikes the rocks around 4 a.m, the impact is so violent that it tears the bottom out of the hull. The ship floods in minutes, but most of the crew, clinging to the masts and yards, survive until dawn, when rescuers can reach them. Not everyone is so fortunate. The HMS Northumberland, a large merchant vessel pressed into Navy service, breaks free of her moorings in Portsmouth and is driven directly into the path of the HMS Mary. The 2 ships collide in the darkness with a grinding, splintering crash that can be heard on shore over the wind. The Northumberland's masts fall like trees, crushing men who have no time to escape. The ship begins taking on water immediately, and in the chaos and darkness, rescue is impossible. Of her crew of 200, fewer than 20 will see the dawn. In Kent, a shepherd named William has been caught away from home when the storm truly hit. He's taken shelter in a small stone hut used for storing tools, basically 4 walls and a solid roof, no windows and 1 door. It's cramped and cold, but it's stone and it's holding. William settles in to wait out the storm, listening to the unbelievable fury outside and probably thinking about every poor decision that led to him being here instead of home in his own bed. Around midnight, William hears something over the storm, an odd bleating sound. Opening the door slightly, he finds a ewe from his flock terrified and pressed against the wall. He pulls her inside. Within an hour, 3 more sheep have found his shelter. Then a fox appears, and William's first instinct is to drive it away. But something about the absolute terror in the animal's eyes makes him hesitate. The fox slinks into a corner as far from the sheep as possible and lies there shaking. They'll all survive the night together in that tiny stone hut. Predator and prey united by fear of something worse than each other. Back in London, Westminster Abbey is suffering devastating damage. This isn't some wooden structure, but a massive stone building that has stood for centuries. Yet the wind is finding weaknesses that nobody knew existed. Lead sheets on the roof are peeling back like paper. Flying debris has broken several ancient stained glass windows. Most dramatically, the Abbey's roof, which weighs several tons, actually lifts and shifts, dropping back down at a slight angle. The architectural damage will take years to properly repair. The Tower of London, that ancient fortress that has withstood sieges, fires and political upheavals, is experiencing something new. The wind is so strong that it's actually pushing in the leaded windows. The famous ravens that live in the tower, who according to legend protect England by their presence, have all taken shelter in the deepest, most protected corners of the fortress. Even birds that are essentially carrion eaters, built to handle harsh conditions, know when to admit defeat. In Portsmouth, a naval officer named Samuel Pepys, not the diarist but a distant relative, is trapped aboard his ship making impossible decisions. His vessel has dragged anchor and is heading toward the rocks, but the storm is so violent that he can't order men on deck without essentially sending them to their deaths. He watches 3 ships collide nearby, sees masts fall, and hears the screams of men going into the water. There's nothing he can do. Command in this storm is meaningless. Nature is in charge now, and all human authority is temporarily suspended. Around 4 a.m, something shifts in the storm's character. It doesn't weaken, if anything this is the peak of its fury, but the wind begins to change direction, swinging around from the southwest to the west and then northwest. This rotation means that places that had been somewhat protected by geography now get hit with full force, while areas that had borne the brunt for hours get brief, relative respites. This wind shift causes a new wave of destruction. Buildings that had survived by facing away from the wind now have it hitting them from unexpected angles. Ships that had positioned themselves carefully for southwest winds find themselves broadside to northwest gales. The wind shift feels almost malicious, as if the storm is making sure nothing escapes its attention. On the coast of Hampshire, a small fishing village experiences what locals will later describe as the most terrifying hour of the night. The wind had been bad but survivable. Then the shift happens, and suddenly the wind is coming straight off the ocean with nothing to block it. The entire village's fishing fleet, 20 small boats drawn up on the beach, is picked up and thrown against the seawall. Houses nearest the water are struck by waves that have no business being that large. 3 cottages simply collapse into the sea, which is now reaching places it has never reached before. The village church, which sits on a slight rise and has been a landmark for 200 years, loses its entire roof in one piece. The roof simply lifts off, sails several hundred yards inland, and lands in a field where it will remain largely intact. The church bell falls from the tower and rolls down into the village square, where it will stay for weeks because it's too heavy to move easily, and there are far more pressing concerns. As the first hints of grey light begin to appear in the eastern sky, though light is a generous term for the murky dimness that passes for dawn on November 27th, people begin to realise that they might actually survive this. The storm is still raging, but there's a subtle lessening of intensity, a sense that perhaps the worst has passed. Of course, nobody can be sure. The storm has already defied every expectation and broken every rule. Who's to say it won't suddenly intensify again? But slowly, gradually, the wind does begin to decrease. Not quickly, this isn't like a switch being flipped off, but measurably. By 6 a.m, it's possible to stand outside without being knocked down, though you still need to lean into the wind and watch for flying debris. By 7 a.m, the wind has dropped to what would normally be called gale force, which after the horrors of the night feels almost calm by comparison. The storm isn't over, it will continue to batter parts of England and move on to ravage sections of Europe for another day, but the absolute peak, that nightmare period between midnight and dawn, is finally ending. People begin to emerge from whatever shelter they found, stepping out into a world that has been fundamentally transformed. Imagine stepping out of your shelter as the grey light of November 27th grows strong enough to actually see by. The wind is still blowing hard, but compared to the night's fury, it feels almost gentle. The first thing that strikes you is the smell. Fresh wood from thousands of broken trees, salt spray carried miles inland from the sea, disturbed earth from buildings that have collapsed, and smoke from fires that have broken out in the chaos. The second thing you notice is the sound. After hours of continuous roaring wind, the relative quiet is almost disorienting. Your ears are ringing from the sustained volume. But there are new sounds now. The crash of delayed structural collapses as buildings that were weakened during the night finally give up. The calls of people searching for family members and neighbours, and the creaking of damaged structures that are still partially standing. Then you look around and your mind struggles to process what you're seeing. The landscape has been transformed so completely that it takes a moment to orient yourself. Trees that were landmarks, that you've used your entire life to navigate, are gone. Buildings that define the skyline have vanished or are now unrecognisable ruins. The village or town you've lived in your whole life has become a foreign country overnight. In the countryside, the devastation is staggering, but at least it's spread out. Entire forests are flattened, yes, but forests were going to be cut down eventually anyway for timber. It's shocking, but it's not as immediately heartbreaking as what's happening in population centres. In towns and cities, the destruction is intimate and immediate. This pile of rubble was the Baker family's house, where Mrs. Baker made the best bread in the village. That scattered timber was the smithy where horses were shod and tools were mended. The church where you were baptised, where your parents were married, and where your grandparents are buried. It's now missing half its roof and its entire steeple. The community's physical memory has been partially erased overnight. People are emerging slowly and cautiously, many of them in shock. You see a woman standing in front of where a house used to be. Just standing there staring at the rubble, not moving, not speaking. A man is walking in circles in his yard, picking up random objects, a cooking pot, a child's shoe, a book, holding each one for a moment before setting it down and picking up something else, as if he's lost the ability to decide what's important. Children are crying, some from fear, some from exhaustion, and some from that peculiar distress that comes from having their entire world revealed as less safe and stable than they believed. Dogs are barking frantically, trying to find their owners or protect property that no longer exists. Cats are nowhere to be seen. They've all hidden in whatever deep, dark places they could find and won't emerge for days. The death toll becomes apparent gradually. Someone finds a body under rubble here. Another is discovered in a collapsed building there. A family didn't make it out when their house collapsed. An elderly person, too frail to evacuate to stronger shelter, was crushed when a beam fell. The numbers start to accumulate, and with each discovery the community's shock deepens. In London, the scene is apocalyptic. Streets are impassable, blocked by fallen chimneys, collapsed walls, and debris. The lead merchant's warehouse near the Thames has collapsed, spilling thousands of sheets of lead roofing material into the streets. Tiles and bricks lie everywhere, mixed with broken glass, splintered wood, and scattered belongings from homes that no longer have roofs to protect their contents. Westminster Abbey looks like it's been hit by artillery. The roof damage is extensive, exposing the interior to the elements. Several pinnacles and decorative elements have fallen, smashing into the streets below. The clock tower has stopped working, its mechanism jammed by the building's structural shifts. The Queen will later be told that the damage to the Abbey alone will cost thousands of pounds to repair, a fortune in 1703 money. Daniel Defoe, having survived the night with his family, begins what will become the world's first systematic disaster investigation. He places advertisements in London newspapers, asking people to send him their observations and experiences. He's going to collect data, compile statistics, and create a comprehensive account of the storm. It's revolutionary journalism, using systematic investigation and eyewitness testimony to document a natural disaster. His eventual publication, The Storm, will become a historical document of immense value. Along the coast, the maritime disaster is beyond anything the Royal Navy has experienced in peacetime. Portsmouth Harbour looks like a battlefield. Ships are piled on top of each other, masts are broken and trailing in the water, and hulls are stove in and sinking. Bodies are washing up on shore, sailors who went into the water during the night and never made it out. The Eddystone Light, which stood as a symbol of human engineering triumphing over nature, has vanished completely. Search ships will eventually find the rocks where it stood. but not a single piece of the structure remains. Henry Winstanley, who designed and built the lighthouse, and who famously said he wanted to be inside it during the greatest storm to prove its strength, got his wish in the cruelest way possible. His confidence in his engineering has cost him everything. Merchant ships from around the world have been destroyed. A vessel from the East Indies carrying spices and silk worth a small fortune has sunk in the harbour. A ship from the Americas, loaded with tobacco and sugar, has been driven onto the rocks and broken apart. Insurance companies in London will face bankruptcy from the claims. The financial impact of the storm will ripple through the economy for years. The total ship losses are difficult to calculate initially because ships keep being found wrecked in unexpected places. The wind was strong enough to blow vessels miles from where they should have been. One merchant ship is found several miles inland, blown up a tidal creek and deposited in a farmer's field, like some bizarre sea monster that lost its way. It will stay there for years because moving it is impractical. Eventually, it will just rot in place, becoming a landmark and a reminder. Bishop's Palace in Wells, Somerset has lost most of its roof. Tiles that have protected this building for centuries are gone, scattered across the countryside. Rain is now falling into rooms that haven't been wet since they were built. Ancient manuscripts and documents are being hastily moved to try to save them from water damage. It will take months to make the palace weatherproof again. Canterbury Cathedral, one of the most important religious sites in England, has suffered damage to its Bell Harry Tower. Stonework that has stood since the 1400s has been weakened or destroyed. Lead sheets have been torn from the roof. The Archbishop will later calculate that the storm has done more damage to the cathedral than was inflicted during the entire Reformation. As people begin to assess the damage and start the overwhelming task of recovery, stories emerge that strain credibility. A woman in Kent claims that her chickens were blown 2 miles from her farm and landed, alive but extremely confused, in a neighbour's yard. A farmer insists that the wind was so strong it blew the fleece off several of his sheep. A claim that seems impossible until you see the sheep in question, partially sheared by wind and flying debris. Someone finds a haystack from Sussex sitting intact in a field in Kent, blown 20 miles from its original location. A weather vane from a church steeple in Hampshire is discovered embedded in a tree in Dorset, 40 miles away. These objects aren't just blown around, they're becoming projectiles that travel distances that seem to violate the laws of physics. The task of clearing the debris and beginning repairs is overwhelming. In every village, in every town, people are looking at months or years of work. Roofs need to be rebuilt, walls need to be repaired, and trees need to be cleared. And winter is coming. Damaged buildings need to be made weatherproof before the real cold arrives. There's a desperate urgency to the work, driven by the knowledge that another storm, even a normal one, could be catastrophic for buildings that are barely standing. Help begins to arrive from areas that were less affected. The northern counties, which experience strong winds but nothing like the destruction in the south, send workers and materials. The Queen opens the royal purse to help with repairs to churches and public buildings. Wealthy landowners organise relief efforts for their tenants. It's not enough. It can't be enough. But it's something, and in the aftermath of disaster, something is infinitely better than nothing. As the day progresses and the wind continues to die down, people start trying to understand what happened. This is the beginning of a collective attempt to make sense of something that defies comprehension. In an age before modern meteorology, before weather science as we know it, people are reaching for explanations that make sense within their worldview. In the days and weeks following the Great Storm, people across England are asking the same question: what just happened? You have to remember that in 1703, the scientific understanding of weather was primitive at best. The barometer exists, yes, but it's a novelty. The concept of air pressure is understood in abstract terms by a few scientists, but the connection between pressure systems and weather is still being debated in academic circles. Most people's understanding of weather comes from centuries of folk wisdom and religious interpretation. Storms are sent by God, either as punishment for sin or as tests of faith. Weather patterns are influenced by the moon, by the stars, and by various signs and omens that experienced people learn to read. It's not scientific, but it's the framework people have for understanding their world. So when a storm of unprecedented violence strikes without warning and causes unimaginable destruction, the search for meaning becomes urgent. Religious leaders, who serve as the primary interpreters of major events, immediately frame the storm in theological terms. Sermons across the country describe it as divine judgment, though what exactly England is being judged for varies depending on the preacher's particular theological emphasis. Some ministers point to the ongoing war with France, suggesting that God is displeased with the bloodshed. Others focus on moral decay in London, claiming that the storm is punishment for the theatre, gambling, and other vices flourishing in the capital. Still others take a more political angle, suggesting that religious divisions between Anglicans and dissenters have angered the Almighty. These explanations provide comfort in their way. If the storm is divine judgment, then it's not random, it has meaning, purpose and cause. And if it has a cause, then perhaps it can be prevented next time by improving moral behaviour, reforming religious practices. It's a way of restoring a sense of control in a situation that revealed how little control anyone actually has. Queen Anne, who is deeply religious, orders a national day of fasting and prayer to be held in January. It's both a religious observance and a political statement, acknowledging the disaster while demonstrating royal concern for the nation's welfare. Churches across England will hold special services, and people will pray for the souls of the dead and for protection from future disasters. But not everyone is satisfied with purely religious explanations. A small but growing number of natural philosophers, the term scientist won't be coined for another century, are approaching the storm from a more analytical perspective. They want to understand the physical mechanisms that could produce such extraordinary winds. Daniel Defoe's investigation represents this new way of thinking. He's collecting data systematically, comparing accounts from different locations, and trying to map the storm's path and intensity. He's asking questions like, how fast were the winds? Nobody knows, because instruments to measure wind speed won't be invented until the 1800s. What was the air pressure? The few people with barometers report unprecedented lows, but there's no standard measurement system. Did the storm follow a predictable path? The accounts suggest something strange, a rotating storm system that moved across southern England, but the concept of cyclonic rotation won't be understood for over a century. Robert Hooke, the brilliant but often overlooked scientist who serves as curator of experiments for the Royal Society, has been keeping detailed weather records for years. He reviews his observations from late November and notes the unusual barometric pressure readings. He suspects there's a connection between the rapid pressure drop and the storm's intensity, but he lacks the theoretical framework to explain it properly. The Royal Society, England's premier scientific institution, holds several meetings dedicated to discussing the storm. Members present observations, theories, and speculations. Some of their ideas are surprisingly close to modern understanding. They correctly identify that the storm involved rotating winds and moved from west to east. Other ideas are completely wrong, including suggestions that earthquakes under the Atlantic somehow caused the storm or that unusual planetary alignments influenced atmospheric conditions. What makes the discussion interesting is that they're trying to apply empirical observation and logical reasoning to a natural phenomenon, rather than simply accepting supernatural explanations. This represents an important moment in the development of meteorological science, even if the actual understanding is still primitive. One observation that particularly puzzles natural philosophers is the storm's extraordinary wind speed. Several people report seeing objects blown at velocities that seem impossible. Tiles flying like birds, pieces of roof travelling for miles, people actually being lifted off their feet. These accounts suggest wind speeds far beyond what anyone has measured or documented before. Modern meteorological analysis, conducted centuries later using Defoe's collected accounts and other historical records, suggests that wind speeds during the storm's peak may have reached 120 to 130 miles per hour, possibly higher in gusts. That's Category 3 hurricane strength, but occurring in a latitude where such storms essentially never happen. It's the equivalent of a major Caribbean hurricane somehow appearing in the English Channel, meteorologically bizarre and historically unprecedented. The storm's path is also unusual. Most Atlantic storms that reach England come from the southwest and weaken as they approach land. This storm seems to have intensified as it approached, which violates normal storm behaviour. It also maintained its strength far longer than normal, battering southern England for over 12 hours at peak intensity. Everything about it is exceptional, anomalous, and wrong according to the typical patterns that experienced observers recognise. Agricultural communities are particularly concerned with understanding what happened, because they need to know if it could happen again. If this was a one-time divine judgment, that's one thing, but if it's a weather pattern that might recur, then building practices need to change, farming strategies need to adapt, and communities need to prepare differently for winter storms. The answer, frustratingly, is that nobody knows. This could be a once-in-a-millennium event that won't recur for centuries, or it could be the first of a new pattern. Maybe the climate is changing. Maybe some fundamental shift in atmospheric conditions has occurred. Without historical records going back more than a generation or two, and without scientific instruments to measure conditions properly, it's impossible to put the storm in proper context. What people do know is that their understanding of what weather can do has been fundamentally revised. Before the storm, people thought they knew the limits of wind strength, the maximum height of waves, and the worst that nature could throw at England. The storm has demonstrated that those limits were imaginary, that nature is capable of violence far beyond what anyone considered possible. This realization is both terrifying and, in an odd way, liberating. If the old certainties about weather are wrong, then perhaps other certainties are also questionable. Maybe the world is more dynamic, more changeable, and more surprising than traditional wisdom suggests. It's an uncomfortable thought, but it's also the kind of thinking that drives scientific progress. Insurance companies are also trying to understand the storm, but for purely practical reasons. They need to calculate risks and set premiums, which requires some ability to predict the likelihood of future disasters. The losses from this storm are bankrupting several insurance firms, and the survivors need to figure out how to price policies in a world where apparently impossible disasters can actually occur. This leads to some of the first attempts at actuarial science applied to weather, trying to use historical records and mathematical probability to estimate storm frequency and intensity. It's crude by modern standards, but it represents the beginning of treating weather disasters as calculable risks rather than simply unpredictable acts of God. As weeks turn to months and England slowly recovers from the Great Storm, the ways it has changed the country begin to emerge. Some changes are obvious and immediate. Thousands of buildings have been rebuilt with stronger construction methods, for instance. Other changes are more subtle, working their way through culture and consciousness in ways that will influence British society for generations. The most immediate legacy is architectural. The storm has provided a brutal lesson in what works and what doesn't when it comes to withstanding extreme winds. Thatched roofs, while traditional and relatively inexpensive, have proven catastrophically vulnerable. In the reconstruction that follows, you can see a shift toward tiles and slates, toward heavier roofing materials that won't simply blow away. Building techniques change too. Timber framing gets reinforced, buildings are anchored more securely to their foundations, and walls are built thicker. There's a new appreciation for stone construction, even though it's more expensive. The storm has essentially provided free but extremely harsh testing of construction methods, and builders are learning from the results. The windmill industry undergoes a complete redesign. The catastrophic failures during the storm, mills spinning themselves to destruction, catching fire or simply exploding, have made it clear that current designs are inadequate. Engineers develop better brake systems, stronger gearing and emergency shutdown mechanisms. Future windmills will be built lower and sturdier, trading some efficiency for much better storm survival. Lighthouse construction sees even more dramatic changes. The complete obliteration of the Eddystone light makes it clear that wooden structures, no matter how cleverly designed, simply cannot withstand the worst the ocean can throw at them. When the lighthouse is rebuilt, it will be stone, and when that proves insufficient and is replaced again 50 years later, it will be even heavier stone with innovative engineering. The storm effectively ends the era of wooden offshore lighthouses. The Royal Navy learns hard lessons about harbour management and ship security. New mooring systems are developed, harbour configurations are redesigned, and procedures for securing ships during extreme weather are completely overhauled. The loss of so many ships in harbour, where they should have been safe, is an embarrassment that the Navy is determined not to repeat. But beyond these practical changes, the storm leaves deeper marks on British culture and psychology. It becomes a reference point, a benchmark against which all future storms are measured. For generations afterward, people will say things like, "the worst storm since 2003, or "not as bad as the Great Storm." It enters the national memory as a shared trauma that defined an era. The storm also contributes to a slowly growing sense that the world is more knowable and less mysterious than previous generations believed. The fact that someone like Defoe could systematically investigate a natural disaster, collect data, and produce a comprehensive account. This represents a new way of understanding the world, not through divine revelation or ancient authority, but through observation, documentation, and analysis. Defoe's The Storm, published in 1704, becomes a bestseller and remains in print for decades. It's part disaster account, part investigation, and part meditation on human vulnerability in the face of nature. But more importantly, it's proof that complex natural phenomena can be studied systematically and understood rationally. This approach will influence everything from how future disasters are documented to how scientific investigation is conducted. The insurance industry, forced to reinvent itself after the storm's financial devastation, becomes more sophisticated and more mathematical in its approach. The disaster accelerates the development of actuarial science and risk assessment. In a very real way, the modern insurance industry, with its complex calculations of risk and probability, has roots in the attempts to understand and price the risk of another great storm. Weather observation becomes more systematic in the storm's aftermath. More people invest in barometers, detailed weather logs are kept, and patterns are noted. The Royal Society encourages this systematic observation, collecting data that will eventually contribute to the development of meteorology as a proper science. It will take another century and a half before weather forecasting becomes reliable, but the Great Storm marks an important step in that direction. The religious response to the storm also has lasting effects, though perhaps not the ones the clergy intended. While sermons frame the disaster as divine judgment, the fact that the godly and ungodly suffered equally raises uncomfortable questions. Why would God destroy churches while sparing taverns? Why kill pious sailors while sparing sinful merchants? These questions don't shake religious faith. England remains deeply Christian, but they contribute to a gradually developing sense that maybe natural events have natural causes rather than being direct expressions of divine will. This is part of a larger intellectual shift happening across Europe, the Enlightenment, with its emphasis on reason, observation, and natural law. The Great Storm doesn't cause this shift, but it provides dramatic evidence that supports the new way of thinking. If even the weather follows natural laws rather than being directly controlled by divine intervention, then perhaps the entire universe operates according to predictable principles that humans can discover and understand. In literature and culture, the storm becomes a symbol of nature's power and human vulnerability. It appears in poems, plays, and novels. Artists depict the devastation in engravings and paintings, the image of ships being torn apart in harbour, of ancient trees toppling, of churches losing their steeples. These become powerful metaphors for the fragility of human achievements in the face of natural forces. The storm also influences British maritime culture and the national self-image. Britain sees itself as a naval power, as a nation connected to the sea. The fact that the sea could strike so devastating a blow right in the heart of British naval strength is sobering. It reinforces the respect for the ocean that is central to British maritime tradition. The understanding that the sea is never fully tamed, never completely safe, and always demands respect. For the families who lost loved ones in the storm, the legacy is more personal and more painful. Approximately 8,000 people died, most of them sailors who drowned when their ships went down. That's a staggering number for a country with England's population in 1703. Nearly every coastal community lost someone. Every port town has widows and orphans. The human cost ripples through society for a generation. There's also an economic legacy. The destruction of property, the loss of ships and cargo, and the cost of reconstruction, all of this represents an enormous financial burden. England in 1703 is already fighting an expensive war with France. Adding a massive natural disaster on top of that strains the national economy. Taxes are raised to fund reconstruction of government buildings and churches. Insurance premiums skyrocket. Some businesses never recover. But there's also resilience in the response. Communities come together to rebuild. Neighbours help neighbours clear debris and repair homes. The nation as a whole demonstrates a capacity to absorb a devastating blow and keep functioning. This resilience becomes part of Britain's national character, part of the story the country tells about itself, that British people endure, persist and carry on regardless of circumstances. The Great Storm becomes part of the cultural mythology that helps define what it means to be British. It's invoked during World War II when the Blitz is compared to natural disasters of the past. It's referenced during subsequent hurricanes and floods. It becomes one of those foundational stories that help a nation understand itself. A reminder that Britain has faced catastrophe before and survived. From a modern perspective, knowing what we now know about climate and weather systems, the Great Storm of 1703 remains meteorologically fascinating. Computer models attempting to recreate the storm based on historical accounts suggest it was essentially a bomb cyclone, an extratropical storm that underwent explosive intensification, with pressure dropping at unprecedented rates. These storms are rare but not impossible, and when they occur in the North Atlantic, they can produce conditions similar to major hurricanes. What makes the 1703 storm exceptional is that it struck at peak intensity, maintained that intensity for many hours, and hit the most populated and developed part of England directly. It was a perfect storm in the literal sense, the perfect combination of meteorological conditions, timing and geography to produce maximum devastation. Modern climate science can't say with certainty whether the storm was a pure anomaly or whether it reflected broader climate patterns. The early 1700s fall within what's called the Little Ice Age, a period of cooler than average temperatures in Europe. Some climate historians speculate that the unusual temperature patterns of this period might have contributed to unusual storm patterns, but the evidence is inconclusive. What we can say is that storms of similar intensity are possible today. The technology and infrastructure of modern Britain are better equipped to handle extreme weather than the wooden buildings and sailing ships of 1703. But a storm of truly equivalent intensity, sustained winds of 120 plus miles per hour striking southern England, would still cause catastrophic damage despite all our modern advantages. As you settle deeper into your blanket and the story winds toward its end, it's worth reflecting on what the Great Storm of 1703 can teach us more than 3 centuries later. Because while the specifics are historical, the themes are eternal. Nature's power, human vulnerability, resilience in the face of disaster, and the ongoing challenge of understanding forces beyond our control. The people of 1703 lived in a world that was in many ways utterly different from ours. They travelled by horse and sailing ship, lit their homes with candles, and had no electricity, no engines, and no synthetic materials of any kind. Their entire technological civilization was based on wood, stone, metal, and muscle power. human and animal. Yet their emotional responses to the storm would be immediately recognisable to anyone who has lived through a natural disaster. The fear as the winds intensified, the uncertainty about whether shelter would hold, the shock of seeing familiar landscapes transformed into unrecognisable devastation, the grief of loss, the overwhelm of recovery, and the gradual emergence of resilience and determination to rebuild. These human experiences transcend technology and time. The storm also reminds us that nature operates on scales, and with forces that dwarf human power. For all our modern technology, our reinforced buildings, our weather satellites, our computer models, we remain fundamentally vulnerable to natural forces. We've gotten better at predicting disasters and surviving them, but we haven't eliminated the vulnerability. A storm strong enough can still overwhelm our preparations. This isn't a depressing thought, or at least it doesn't have to be. There's something almost comforting about the reminder that humans aren't in complete control, that there are forces in the world larger than our politics, our economies, and our personal concerns. The wind that blew through England in 1703 didn't care about national boundaries, religious differences, social class, or individual achievement. It treated everyone equally, which in its way was a form of justice. The Great Storm also demonstrates the importance of systematic observation and record-keeping. Without Daniel Defoe's investigation, without the detailed accounts he collected, our understanding of the storm would be much more limited. We'd have scattered references in letters and diaries, but not the comprehensive picture that Defoe's work provides. This has relevance for how we approach modern challenges. Climate change, for instance, requires exactly this kind of systematic, long-term observation and documentation. We need people willing to do the patient, unglamorous work of collecting data, comparing accounts, and building comprehensive records. Defoe's work in 1703 was pioneering in this regard. He essentially invented disaster journalism and established a model for investigating natural catastrophes that we still use today. The storm also illustrates how disasters can accelerate change. The architectural improvements, the advances in maritime safety, the development of insurance practices, and the progress in weather observation. All of these might have happened eventually, but the storm compressed years or decades of gradual development into a few months of urgent necessity. Sometimes it takes a crisis to overcome inertia and implement improvements that people had been discussing but not acting on. This pattern repeats throughout history. The Great Fire of London in 1666 led to improved building codes and the first organised firefighting services. The Titanic sinking in 1912 revolutionised maritime safety regulations. Hurricane Katrina in 2005 transformed emergency management planning. Disasters, for all their tragedy, can be powerful catalysts for positive change, assuming we're willing to learn from them. The religious responses to the storm are also instructive, not because they were correct in their attribution of divine judgment, but because they show how people seek meaning in natural disasters. Humans seem psychologically wired to find patterns and purposes, even in random or probabilistic events. When something terrible happens, saying, "It's just bad luck," or "It's a statistical inevitability," doesn't provide the same psychological comfort as finding meaning in the event. Modern secular society has largely replaced religious interpretations with scientific ones, but the underlying need to understand and contextualize disaster remains. We explain hurricanes in terms of sea surface temperatures and atmospheric pressure gradients, which is more accurate than explaining them as divine judgment. But the psychological function is similar, to make the incomprehensible comprehensible, and to restore a sense of order and understanding to chaotic events. The storm also reminds us about the power of community in recovery. The immediate aftermath saw people helping each other, sharing resources, and working together to clear debris and repair damage. This spontaneous cooperation wasn't organised by government or mandated by authority. It emerged naturally from people recognising their mutual vulnerability and mutual dependence. This pattern appears in virtually every disaster, ancient or modern. When catastrophe strips away the normal social structures and economic systems, people tend to cooperate rather than compete. The popular image of disaster survivors descending into chaos and violence is largely myth. The reality is usually mutual aid and solidarity. The Great Storm of 1703 demonstrated this, and every disaster since has confirmed it. There's something deeply optimistic in this pattern. It suggests that beneath all our divisions and differences, humans retain a fundamental capacity for empathy and cooperation. When things are really bad, when survival is uncertain and the normal rules don't apply, people tend to help each other. This capacity for mutual aid might be one of humanity's most important survival traits. The storm's legacy also includes all the stories that have been passed down through generations. The grandmother who survived by hiding in a stone cellar, the sailor who was washed overboard but managed to grab floating debris and was rescued at dawn, the village that lost its church but rebuilt it stronger. These stories become part of family histories, local traditions, and the narrative fabric of communities. These oral histories serve important functions. They preserve memory, they transmit lessons, and they connect generations. They remind people that their ancestors faced catastrophes and survived, which provides perspective during current difficulties. When your own world feels like it's falling apart, knowing that your great-great-great-grandparents survived the Great Storm of 1703 can be genuinely comforting. As weather patterns become more extreme due to climate change, the Great Storm takes on new relevance as a historical benchmark. It reminds us that even without human-caused climate change, nature is capable of producing extreme events. It provides a calibration point. If storms like this were possible in the Little Ice Age, what might be possible in a warming world? This isn't to minimise climate change or suggest that extreme weather is nothing new. Rather, it's to acknowledge that we're not starting from a baseline of calm, predictable weather. Earth's climate has always produced extremes, and human civilization has always had to contend with nature's capacity for violence. Climate change is making this worse, potentially much worse, but the underlying vulnerability was always there. The Great Storm of 1703 stands as a testament to both human vulnerability and human resilience. It showed how quickly the comfortable, familiar world can be torn apart by natural forces, but it also showed how people respond, with courage, with mutual aid, and with determination to understand what happened and to rebuild better than before. As you drift towards sleep, imagine the wind that blew through England on that November night in 1703. It started as disturbances in the atmosphere over the Atlantic, subtle differences in temperature and pressure that gradually amplified into something monstrous. It travelled thousands of miles across the ocean, gathering strength until it struck a small island with unprecedented fury. The wind itself was just air in motion, molecules responding to physical laws with no consciousness or intent. Yet the people who experienced it described it in almost personal terms, as if the wind had will, had purpose, had rage. This is how humans make sense of forces beyond our control, by anthropomorphizing them, by creating narratives that turn natural processes into stories we can understand. That wind is gone now, its energy long since dissipated, its molecules scattered across the atmosphere and cycled through countless other weather systems over the past 3 centuries. But its effects ripple forward through time. The buildings that were redesigned because of it still stand, incorporating lessons learned on that terrible night. The maritime safety procedures it inspired still protect sailors. The systematic approach to disaster investigation that Defoe pioneered still guides how we respond to catastrophes. The people who experienced the storm are gone too, of course. The last survivor died sometime in the late 1700s, and with them died the immediate memory of that night. But they left records, stories, and descriptions that allow us to reconstruct their experience. Daniel Defoe's investigation preserved hundreds of accounts that would otherwise have been lost. Parish records documented the deaths. Insurance claims recorded the property damage. Letters and diaries captured personal reactions. These records allow us to touch, across 3 centuries, the experience of people who face something overwhelming and terrifying. We can read their words, follow their logic, and share their fear and grief and eventual determination. History isn't just dates and facts, it's the accumulated experience of countless individuals, preserved in fragments that we can piece together into something like understanding. If you visited southern England today, you could still find traces of the Great Storm if you knew where to look. There are ancient trees whose trunks show damage from 1703 and limbs that were torn away and never quite grew back properly. There are buildings that incorporate salvaged timbers from structures destroyed in the storm. There are graveyards where unusual clusters of burials from November and December 1703 tell silent stories of loss. The storm has become part of the landscape's deep history, part of the accumulated memory that makes a place what it is. Every location has these layers, events that shaped the land and the people, that influenced how communities developed, that left marks both physical and cultural that persist long after the events themselves have faded from living memory. And somewhere in the Atlantic right now, air is moving, pressure systems are forming, and weather is being made. The same physical processes that created the Great Storm of 1703 are still operating. The same equations govern how storms form and intensify. The same ocean that bred that ancient tempest still breeds modern ones, and still occasionally produces conditions that create extraordinary violence. We're better prepared now than people were in 1703. We have warning systems, sturdy buildings, and weather forecasts that can predict storms days in advance. But we're not invulnerable. Nature still has the capacity to surprise us, to produce events at the edge of probability that exceed our preparations and assumptions. This is both sobering and, in a strange way, exciting. It means the world retains its capacity to astonish us, to remind us that for all our knowledge and technology, we remain part of natural systems that operate on scales beyond our control. We're passengers on a planet spinning through space, protected by a thin layer of atmosphere that sometimes moves in ways that can tear our civilization apart. But we're passengers with memory, with records, with the accumulated wisdom of generations who faced disasters and learned from them. The Great Storm of 1703 is part of that accumulated wisdom, a reminder of what's possible, a lesson in vulnerability and resilience, and a story that connects us to people long dead who faced their darkest night with whatever courage they could muster. As you sleep tonight, safe in a building that incorporates 3 centuries of improved understanding of wind resistance and structural engineering, you're benefiting from lessons that were purchased with great suffering in 1703. Every secure roof beam, every well-anchored foundation, every building code and safety regulation, they all rest on the accumulated experience of people who faced disasters and said, "Never again, or at least not like this." Sleep well, knowing that you're part of this ongoing human story of learning from catastrophe, of building better after disaster, of facing an indifferent universe with determination and ingenuity. The wind that blew in 1703 is gone, but the lessons it taught remain, woven into the fabric of how we build, how we prepare, and how we understand our place in the natural world. And tomorrow, when you check the weather forecast, a routine action that would have seemed like magic to someone in 1703, remember that you're benefiting from centuries of careful observation that began in part with people trying to understand the incomprehensible storm that struck on a November night 300 years ago. The Great Storm of 1703 is over, but its legacy continues. It lives in our buildings, our institutions. You're stepping back into the late 1700s, when Kentucky was still a raw frontier carved from wilderness, and the people who settled there brought with them the knowledge of grain and fire passed down through generations. This is the story of how bourbon came to be, not through grand invention, but through patient hands, copper stills glowing in the darkness, and the kind of accidental discovery that only time and charred oak could reveal. Now picture this. You're standing on a porch that groans beneath your boots, watching the sun sink behind a ridge of trees so dense they look like a single dark wave frozen against the copper sky. The air here in Kentucky carries a thickness you can almost chew, humidity that clings to your shirt and makes every breath feel like drinking something substantial. This is 1792, and the land around you is young in the way that only recently tamed wilderness can be, still holding the memory of what it was before axes and ploughs arrived to reshape it. The distillery sits in a clearing hacked from the forest, surrounded by stumps that will take another decade to rot away completely. Your hands smell of corn and wood smoke, a combination that's become so familiar you barely notice it anymore except in moments like this, when the work has paused and you have time to simply stand and notice things. Behind you, through the open door of the still house, you can hear the gentle tick and drip of cooling metal, the building settling into evening like an old dog finding its spot by the fire. The nearest neighbour lives 3 miles through woods where panthers still scream at night, their cries so human-sounding that newcomers sometimes go running with rifles, thinking someone's being murdered in the dark. You've learned to ignore those sounds, the way you've learned to ignore the wolves that howl from the ridges when the moon is full. What matters is the work. The corn you've grown, the water from the limestone spring that bubbles up cold and pure 100 yards from here, and the still that waits inside the building behind you like a patient bronze animal. Your father taught you distilling back in Pennsylvania, where the family had a small operation making rye whiskey that was decent enough but nothing special. He'd learned it from his father, who'd brought the knowledge from Scotland, where apparently everyone knew how to turn grain into something that burned going down and warmed you from the inside out. The process seemed almost magical when you were young. Putting in corn and water and yeast, applying heat and time, and getting out a clear liquid that could preserve meat, clean wounds, trade for goods, and make a hard day feel slightly less hard when you took a careful sip before bed. But Kentucky isn't Pennsylvania. The corn grows differently here, taller and sweeter in the thick river-bottom soil. The water tastes different, filtered through limestone that makes it soft in a way that's hard to describe but easy to notice once you've tried making whiskey with it. Even the air feels different in the still house, heavy and full in summer, crisp and crackling in winter. You found yourself adjusting the old recipes, changing proportions almost without thinking about it, and responding to what this new place seems to want from you. The evening sounds are building around you now, cicadas starting their electric chorus, a wood thrush singing its spiralling song from somewhere in the darkening trees, and the distant sound of your neighbour's cow lowing to be milked. Your wife is inside the cabin preparing supper, and you can smell onions frying in bear grease, a smell that would have seemed strange 2 years ago, but now just smells like home. In a few minutes you'll go inside, eat whatever she's cooked, maybe read a few verses from the Bible by candlelight if your eyes aren't too tired, and then sleep the heavy sleep of someone who's been on his feet since dawn. But first you want to check the barrels. It's become a habit, this evening walk through the aging shed, though you're not entirely sure what you're checking for. The whiskey's in there, sealed up tight in the charred oak containers you made last month when the cooper from Lexington came through and showed you his technique. He'd said the charring would filter out impurities and make the whiskey clearer and cleaner. You'd believed him because you had no reason not to, and because trying new things is what you do out here on the frontier, where the old ways don't always fit the new circumstances. The aging shed is nothing fancy, just 4 walls and a roof to keep the rain off, with gaps between the boards wide enough that you can see slivers of sky through them when you're inside. The barrels sit on wooden racks you built yourself, each one holding about 50 gallons of the clear whiskey you distilled 2 months ago, right after the corn harvest. In Pennsylvania you would have bottled it immediately, maybe letting it sit a few weeks at most before selling or drinking it. But here, with no immediate buyers and no urgent need for the revenue, you decided to just let it rest a while and see what happened. You push open the shed door and step into the dimness. The smell hits you immediately, a rich, sweet, woody scent that's nothing like the sharp alcohol smell of fresh whiskey. You freeze, inhaling deeply, trying to place what's different. It's like walking into a bakery or a cabinet maker's shop, or maybe a combination of both with something else underneath that you can't quite name. Vanilla, possibly. Caramel. The charred wood is doing something to the whiskey that you didn't expect and can't quite understand. Moving closer to the nearest barrel, you tap it gently with your knuckles, listening to the hollow thunk that tells you it's still full, nothing's leaked. The wood feels warm to your touch, holding the day's heat even as the evening cools around it. You know you shouldn't open it yet. The whole point of aging is to let it sit undisturbed, but curiosity is gnawing at you with small, persistent teeth. What's causing that smell? Has the whiskey gone bad somehow? Or has something else happened? Something you didn't plan for and can't predict? Tomorrow you decide. Tomorrow you'll tap one of the barrels and see what's actually happening inside that charred oak. Tonight, you'll just stand here a moment longer, breathing in this unexpected sweetness, feeling the day's exhaustion settle into your bones like sediment drifting to the bottom of a still pond. The work will be there in the morning. It always is. You wake to darkness so complete it feels like a physical presence pressing against your eyes. The rooster hasn't crowed yet, which means it's probably around 4 in the morning, that dead hour when even the insects seem to be sleeping. Your wife is a warm presence beside you, her breathing deep and steady, and for a moment you consider just lying here until proper dawn arrives. But your bladder has other ideas, and besides, once you're awake, you're awake. There's no point in fighting it. The cabin floor is cold against your bare feet as you fumble for your boots, pulling them on without bothering to lace them properly. Outside, the privy waits in the darkness, and you navigate to it more by memory than sight, your eyes gradually adjusting until you can make out the shapes of trees against the slightly lighter sky. A whippoorwill calls from somewhere close by, its 3-note song clear and insistent. When you were a child, your grandmother told you that hearing a whippoorwill meant someone was going to die, but you've heard them almost every night since moving to Kentucky, and everyone you know is still alive, so you've stopped believing that particular superstition. By the time you've finished your business and returned to the cabin, the eastern sky has begun its slow brightening. That gradual shift from black to deep blue that happens so subtly you can never catch the exact moment of change. You don't go back to bed. Instead, you light a candle from the embers still glowing in the fireplace, put coffee on to boil, and begin the process of waking up properly. Your wife will sleep another hour, rising when the real light comes, but you've always been someone who needs this quiet time before the day begins, these minutes when the world belongs only to you and whatever thoughts you want to think. The coffee is bitter and strong, made from beans you've roasted perhaps a bit too dark, but it does its job, sending warmth and alertness spreading through your chest. You drink it standing at the window, watching the world emerge from darkness. The distillery building takes shape first, then the aging shed, then the corn crib and the small barn where you keep the mule and the milk cow. Everything is painted in shades of grey at first, colourless and flat, but gradually the dimension returns, the red of the barn door, the green of the grass, and the brown of the beaten earth path connecting the buildings. You'll check that barrel today. The decision feels solid and right, something you've actually been putting off too long already. But first, the morning routine. Feeding the animals, milking the cow, and checking the mash that's been fermenting in the large wooden vats behind the still house. Distilling whiskey isn't just about the dramatic moments of fire and copper and steam. It's about these daily tasks, the maintenance and monitoring that makes the dramatic moments possible. The mash vats are your first stop after finishing your coffee. They sit under a lean-to shelter, protected from direct sun and rain, each one containing a mixture of ground corn, water and yeast that's been bubbling and working for the past 3 days. You lift the wooden lid off the first vat and lean in, inhaling the sour, yeasty smell of fermentation. The surface is covered with foam, a good sign that the yeast is doing its job, eating the sugars from the corn and producing alcohol as waste. It's a process that seems almost too simple to work. You're essentially making a kind of beer from corn, then concentrating that beer through heat and distillation, until what remains is strong enough to preserve and potent enough to trade. You taste it, dipping a finger into the foam and touching it to your tongue. It's sour and sweet at the same time, with an alcohol content that's probably around 8 or 9%, nowhere near strong enough to be whiskey, but definitely on its way. Another day, maybe 2, and it'll be ready to run through the still. You replace the lid carefully, then move to the next vat, then the next, checking each one with the same careful attention. This part of the work is boring in the best possible way. Repetitive, predictable, requiring focus but not much thought, letting your mind wander while your hands do what they know how to do. The still itself waits inside the distillery building, a copper construction that cost you more money than you've ever spent on anything except land. It's beautiful in its way, all curves and joints soldered smooth, with a long tapered neck that rises toward the ceiling before curving away into the condensing coil. When you first set it up, you spent hours just looking at it, trying to understand how something made by human hands could be so elegant. The copper gleams even in low light, catching and throwing back any available brightness, and when it's working, when fire is roaring beneath it and steam is rising through its neck and liquid is dripping from its spout, it seems almost alive. But today isn't a distilling day. You've learned through experience that you can't rush this process. You can't force it to happen on your schedule. The mash has to be ready, properly fermented but not gone sour. You have to have enough firewood split and stacked and enough clean containers waiting to catch the distillate. You have to be rested and alert because distilling requires attention, watching temperatures, adjusting the fire, and tasting the output to know when you're getting the good middle run versus the harsh heads or the weak tails that you'll either throw away or redistill later. Today is for maintenance instead. You check the still for any signs of damage or wear, running your hands along the copper seams, looking for the green stains that would indicate a leak. Everything seems solid. You check the firebox beneath the still, scraping out old ash, making sure the draft holes aren't clogged. You check the condensing coil, which sits in a barrel of cold water that has to be refreshed regularly to keep the steam condensing properly. All of this is familiar work, the kind that lets your thoughts drift while your hands stay busy. And your thoughts keep drifting back to that smell from last night. That unexpected sweetness is coming from the barrels. You've been making whiskey for almost 20 years now, first helping your father and then on your own, and you've never encountered anything quite like it. Whiskey is supposed to be harsh, clear and functional. It's medicine and currency and social lubricant, not something you'd describe as sweet or smooth or pleasant. But that smell suggested something different, something you don't have words for yet. By mid-morning you finish the maintenance work and run out of excuses. The barrel is waiting. You walk to the aging shed with a hammer and a wooden spigot, tools for tapping a barrel without having to remove the whole bung and risk exposing the entire contents to air. Your hands are steadier than you expected as you position the spigot against the barrel head, finding the right spot between the staves. One sharp tap with the hammer and the spigot is in, sealed tight by the pressure of the wood around it. Nothing comes out at first. You have to open the small valve on the spigot, and even then there's a moment of resistance before the whiskey begins to flow. You've positioned a clay cup beneath the spigot, and you watch as it fills with liquid that's nothing like what you put into this barrel 2 months ago. Instead of clear, it's the colour of honey, or maybe amber, or maybe sunlight filtering through old church windows. It flows thick and slow, and the smell that rises from the cup is that same complex sweetness you noticed last night, but stronger now, more defined. You lift the cup to your lips and take the smallest possible sip, barely wetting your tongue. The taste explodes across your mouth, sweet and spicy and oaky and complex in ways that make your eyes widen involuntarily. This isn't whiskey, or rather, it is whiskey, but whiskey that's become something else, something more. The harshness is gone, replaced by layers of flavour that you can't quite separate into individual components. Vanilla is there, definitely. Caramel too. Something that might be cinnamon or might just be the char from the barrel. And underneath it all, still present but transformed, the corn sweetness that was there in the original distillate. You take another sip, larger this time, letting it roll around your mouth before swallowing. The warmth spreads through your chest like the coffee did this morning, but gentler, smoother, without any of the sharp edges that raw whiskey has. You feel your shoulders relax and feel some tension you didn't know you were carrying drain away. This is something special. You don't know the exact mechanisms that created it, and you don't understand the chemistry of what happened inside that charred oak barrel, but you understand enough to know that you've stumbled onto something valuable. You're sitting on a stump outside the aging shed, the clay cup still in your hands, trying to understand what you've just tasted. The sun has climbed high enough that you're sweating, despite the relative cool of the September morning, and somewhere nearby a crow is calling with that harsh, insistent voice that makes you think it's complaining about something. Your mind is working in circles, trying to puzzle out cause and effect, trying to figure out what you did differently that resulted in this unexpected transformation. The charring is obviously important. You've stored whiskey in regular barrels before, back in Pennsylvania, and while it picked up some colour and maybe a bit of wood taste, it never developed this kind of complexity. The cooper from Lexington had made charring the barrels seem like a simple practical matter. Burn the inside to sterilise it and help filter the whiskey. But clearly something more is happening. The char is interacting with the whiskey somehow, pulling out harsh elements and adding in new flavours, though you couldn't explain the chemistry of it to save your life. Time matters too, obviously. You'd planned to age the whiskey maybe a month, 6 weeks at most, just long enough to let it settle and clear. But this barrel has been sitting for almost 8 weeks now, and the extra time has clearly made a difference. You wonder how much longer you could let it sit. 3 months? 6 months? A year? At what point would it stop improving and start going bad? These are questions that would require systematic testing to answer, and you're just one man with a small operation and bills to pay. The temperature might be playing a role as well. Kentucky summers are brutal, the kind of heat that makes work feel like punishment, and turns the still house into an oven even when the fire isn't lit. The barrels have been sitting in that shed through some of the hottest weather you've ever experienced. The wood expanding and contracting with the daily temperature swings, the whiskey moving in and out of the charred oak like breath. In Pennsylvania, you stored barrels in a cool cellar where the temperature barely changed. Here there is no cellar, just this shed with its gaps between the boards, and maybe that constant heating and cooling is part of what's creating these new flavours. You take another sip from the cup, trying to taste it analytically now, to break down what you're experiencing into components you can understand and potentially replicate. There's definitely sweetness, but it's not simple sugar sweetness. It's more complex, almost burnt but not quite. Like the sugar that crystallises on the edge of a pie when it's been baked just a little too long. The oak is present but not overwhelming, adding structure and depth rather than making the whole thing taste like chewing on wood. And there's something spicy happening. A tingle on your tongue that might be from the corn, or might be from the barrel, or might be from the interaction between the two. Your wife appears at the cabin door, shading her eyes with one hand. Are you planning to do any actual work today? Or are you just going to sit there drinking in the morning? You laugh, standing up and stretching muscles that have gotten stiff from sitting too long in one position. Come taste this, you call to her, holding up the cup. Tell me if I'm imagining things. She crosses the yard with that efficient walk she has, not hurrying but not wasting time either, and takes the cup from your hands. You watch her face as she sips, seeing the exact same expression of surprise that you must have had. Eyes widening, eyebrows going up, and mouth opening slightly in an involuntary response to unexpected pleasure. What did you do to it? She asks, taking another sip before you can answer. I don't know, you admit. I put regular whiskey in a charred barrel and left it there for 2 months. This is what came out. She hands the cup back to you, though you can tell she's reluctant to let it go. Well, she says, practical as always. I suppose you'd better figure out how to do it again then. Because if you can make whiskey that tastes like that, people will pay good money for it. She's right, of course. You've been treating this as an interesting accident, something to puzzle over and marvel at. But there's a commercial dimension here that you haven't fully considered. The whiskey you've been making and selling is adequate. It does what whiskey is supposed to do, which is burn and warm and preserve. But it's not special. Nobody seeks it out specifically. They buy it because it's available and the price is fair, not because it's notably better than anyone else's product. But this is different. This is the kind of thing people might actually prefer, might request by name, and might even travel to obtain. The question is whether you can replicate it. You have a dozen other barrels in the shed, all filled at roughly the same time, all made by the same cooper using the same charring technique. If the transformation you've discovered is real and reliable, those other barrels should contain whiskey that's undergone the same change. But if what happened was a fluke, some quirk of this particular barrel, or this particular batch of whiskey, or some variable you haven't identified, then the other barrels might still contain the same harsh, clear liquid you put into them. There's only one way to find out. You take the hammer and another spigot and move to the second barrel, tapping it with the same careful precision you used on the first. The whiskey that flows out is the same beautiful amber colour, and when you taste it, the flavours are similar enough to confirm your hope. This is replicable. Whatever you've done it to all the barrels. The transformation isn't a quirk of one container, but a predictable result of the process you've accidentally created. By the time you've sampled from all 12 barrels, you're feeling pleasantly warm and slightly muzzy-headed, and your wife is giving you amused looks from across the yard where she's hanging laundry to dry. The whiskey is definitely affecting you, but not in the harsh, aggressive way that raw distillate does. This is gentler, more of a glow than a burn, and you realise that part of what makes this aged whiskey special is that you could actually sip it slowly and enjoy it for the taste, rather than just throwing it back quickly to get the medicine down. You cap all the barrels carefully, making sure the spigots are sealed tight and won't leak. These containers represent hundreds of hours of work, growing the corn, harvesting it, grinding it, fermenting it, distilling it. And now they represent something more, a potential future where you're known for quality rather than just quantity, where people seek out your whiskey specifically rather than just buying whatever's available. The rest of the day passes in a pleasant blur of normal farm work. You repair a section of fence that the cow has been leaning against. You split firewood for next week's distilling run. You weed the kitchen garden and help your wife carry water from the spring. But your mind keeps returning to those barrels, to the question of what to do next. Do you sell this batch as it is, aged 2 months, or do you wait longer to see if more aging improves it further? Do you tell people what you've discovered, or do you keep it quiet and let them think you've just gotten better at making whiskey? Do you try to understand the science of what's happening, or do you just accept the gift and move forward? You're lying in bed that night, listening to your wife's breathing settle into the rhythm of sleep, but your own mind won't quiet down. The darkness is complete except for the faint red glow of embers in the fireplace, and you can hear mice scrabbling in the walls, busy with their own mysterious mouse business. Outside, a fox barks once, sharp and sudden, then falls silent. These are the usual night sounds of Kentucky, but tonight they feel different somehow, like the world has shifted slightly and everything needs to be relearned. The question nagging at you is time. 2 months has produced something remarkable, but is it finished? Wine gets better with age. You know that much. The French are famous for their ancient cellars where bottles sit for years or even decades, accumulating value and complexity. Does whiskey work the same way? Or is there a point where the oak becomes too much, where the barrel overwhelms the spirit and turns everything woody and bitter? You make a decision in the darkness. You'll sell half the barrels now at 2 months and leave the other half to age longer. 6 months total maybe, or even a year. It's a compromise between the practical need for income and the experimental desire to see what's possible. Your wife will approve of the practicality, and the part of you that's always curious will be satisfied by the ongoing experiment. Sleep finally comes, and when you wake, it's to full daylight and the smell of corn cakes cooking. Your wife is already up and working as usual, and you feel slightly guilty for oversleeping, though the sun's position suggests it's only just past dawn. The coffee is hot and waiting, and you drink it standing at the door looking out at your small kingdom of distillery and fields and forest. The work of the day begins with checking the mash vats again. Another day of fermentation has done its job. The foam has subsided slightly and the liquid beneath has that cloudy, yeasty look that means it's ready to distill. You'll start tomorrow, you decide. Today is for preparation, gathering firewood, cleaning the still, setting up collection vessels and making sure everything's ready for the long, hot, careful work of turning fermented mash into clear spirit. But first you need to deal with those barrels. The 6 you've decided to sell need to be loaded onto your wagon and taken to Lexington, where you have a standing arrangement with a merchant who sells goods to the river traders heading down to New Orleans. It's a full day's trip there and back, but it's worth it for the access to a market bigger than the handful of neighbours within walking distance of your farm. Loading the barrels is harder than you'd like to admit. Each one weighs close to 400 pounds when full, and while you have a system of ramps and rollers that makes it possible to move them alone, it's still brutal work that leaves you sweating and cursing despite the relatively cool morning air. The mule watches you with its usual expression of patient disdain, as if wondering why humans make everything so complicated. By the time all 6 barrels are secured in the wagon, you're ready for a rest. But there's no time. You need to get to Lexington and back before full dark, and that means leaving soon. Your wife packs you food for the journey: cornbread, dried venison, a jar of pickles, and a clay jug of water. She kisses you goodbye with the same matter-of-fact affection she brings to everything, and you climb up onto the wagon seat, taking the reins and clicking your tongue at the mule to get it moving. The wagon creaks and sways as it hits the ruts in the road, and you settle into the familiar discomfort of a long trip on bad roads. The journey to Lexington takes you through forest and farmland in roughly equal measure. Kentucky is filling up fast with new settlers, families from Virginia and Pennsylvania, and the Carolinas all flooding in to claim land and build lives in this fertile valley. You pass cabins that weren't there 6 months ago, and see fields that have been cleared from forest. So recently the stumps are still white and raw looking. Everyone waves as you pass. That automatic frontier friendliness that assumes anyone you meet is probably a decent person, until proven otherwise. Lexington is growing too, spreading out from the original fort into something that's starting to resemble an actual town. There are stores now, and taverns, and a church, and streets that have names rather than just being the road that goes to the spring, or the path by Johnson's cabin. You guide the mule through the traffic, mostly other wagons, but also people on horseback and on foot, until you reach the merchant's establishment, a sturdy log building with a covered porch where men sit and smoke and discuss politics and weather and crop prices. The merchant himself, a man named Harrison who came from Virginia and still dresses like he's living in a city rather than on the frontier, comes out to inspect your delivery. He's bought your whiskey before, always paying fair prices and never complaining about quality, but you've never brought him anything like what's in these barrels. Same as usual, he asks, making notes on a piece of paper with a pencil that he keeps tucked behind his ear when he's not using it. Better than usual, you say, hopping down from the wagon. Here, try it. You tap one of the barrels right there on the street, filling a cup with the amber liquid. Harrison takes it skeptically. He's tasted hundreds of whiskies in his career as a merchant, and most of them range from barely drinkable to actively unpleasant. But his expression changes as soon as the liquid touches his tongue. What in the name of... He trails off, taking another sip. How long have you been holding out on me? You explain about the barrels, the charring, and the accidental aging. Harrison listens with the focused attention of a man who recognises an opportunity when he tastes one. By the time you finish talking, he's made his decision. I'll take it all, he says. Every barrel you've got, and I'll pay you double the usual rate. Triple, even if you can guarantee me a regular supply of whiskey of this quality. You negotiate for another few minutes, but your heart isn't in it. The price he's offering is more than fair, probably more than you should accept on the first sale. But Harrison isn't stupid. He knows that whiskey this good will sell for even more when he moves it downriver to New Orleans, where people have money, and refined tastes and a taste for luxury goods. It's better to lock you in now with a generous price than risk you finding another buyer who might appreciate the quality. The transaction concluded, you help Harrison's workers roll the barrels into his storage building, a substantial structure with a cellar dug deep enough that the temperature stays relatively constant year-round. He pays you in silver coins that clink pleasantly in the leather pouch you carry for such purposes, more money than you've seen in one place since you bought the land for your farm. You're on the road back from Lexington, the empty wagon rattling along much faster than it did when loaded, your pocket heavy with coins and your mind heavy with thoughts. The sun is past its peak now, slanting in from the west, and you're making good time. You should be home well before dark, which means you can actually help with evening chores instead of arriving exhausted and useless. The question occupying your thoughts is what to call this new whiskey. Harrison had asked, quite reasonably, if it had a name, and you'd had to admit that you'd just been thinking of it as the whiskey from the charred barrels, or the aged whiskey, neither of which exactly rolls off the tongue or sounds particularly marketable. He'd suggested you think about it and come up with something distinctive that people could ask for by name. The problem is that naming things has never been your strength. Your mule is named Mule. Your cow is named Cow. Your dog, back when you had one, was named Dog until he died of old age. and you never got around to replacing him. You're practical about most things, but creativity in naming isn't something that comes naturally. Bourbon County whiskey, maybe? You live in what's technically Bourbon County, named after the French royal family in gratitude for France's help during the Revolution. Most of the whiskey being made in Kentucky comes from this general area, so it would make sense to associate it with the place. But that feels almost too obvious, too simple. Surely someone else will think of that eventually, and then where will you be? You let your mind wander, watching the forest slide past on both sides of the road. The trees here are magnificent. Massive oaks and hickories and maples that must be hundreds of years old, their trunks wider than you are tall. They've stood here since long before European settlers arrived, witnesses to everything that's happened in this valley, and they'll probably still be standing long after you're dead and forgotten. There's something humbling about that. Something that puts your small concerns about whiskey names into perspective. A creek crosses the road ahead, running clear and cold over smooth stones. You let the mule stop and drink, sitting in the afternoon shade and listening to the water chuckle over its rocky bed. This is the kind of moment that makes all the hard work worthwhile. These minutes of peace and natural beauty, when you're not actively struggling against something or rushing to finish some task. You drink from your own water jug, eating a piece of the cornbread your wife packed, letting the quietness sink into you. The name question follows you home and stays with you through the evening chores and supper, and the quiet hour before bed when you and your wife sit by the fire and talk about the day. She suggests calling it creek water whiskey, after the limestone spring that provides your water, but that doesn't feel quite right either. Too literal somehow, and it doesn't capture what makes the whiskey special. Days pass, then weeks, and still the name question remains unsolved. You make another batch of whiskey, filling more charred barrels, committed now to the aging process even though you still don't fully understand all the variables involved. Harrison sends word that the first shipment sold out almost immediately in New Orleans, and he wants more as soon as possible. Other distillers in the area are starting to notice what you're doing and asking questions about your techniques. And you answer honestly because it's not in your nature to hoard knowledge. Besides, competition will be good for everyone. It'll push you all to improve, to experiment, and to discover new variations on what you've accidentally created. The barrel you're aging for a full year sits in the shed like a patient promise. Every week or so you tap it, just a small taste to see how it's developing, and the changes are subtle but real. The flavours are deepening, becoming more integrated, and the sharp edges are smoothing away until what remains is almost impossibly smooth. You're not sure it's actually better than the 2-month aged whiskey. It's different certainly, more refined in some ways, but perhaps less vibrant. But the experiment is valuable regardless of the outcome. One evening in late October, a rider comes up the road just as you're finishing the evening chores. He's a young man, probably not yet 20, dressed in the rough clothes of someone who works for a living rather than for show. He introduces himself as a representative from a tavern keeper in Louisville who's heard about your whiskey and wants to buy it directly rather than going through Harrison's operation in Lexington. You invite him inside, pour him a cup of the 2-month aged whiskey, and watch his face light up with the same expression everyone has when they taste it for the first time. He's prepared to make an offer on the spot, he says, and the price he mentions is even higher than what Harrison is paying. You negotiate in a friendly way, neither of you trying to take advantage, and eventually settle on terms that seem fair to both parties. "What do you call it?" the young man asks as he's preparing to leave. "The tavern keeper will want to know what to put on the sign." And suddenly, without planning it, the answer is there. "Bourbon," you say. "Call it Bourbon." It's not your decision exactly. The name has been hovering around the edges of your consciousness for weeks now, inevitable as weather. But saying it out loud makes it real. Bourbon, simple, direct, and tied to the place without being awkwardly long. The young man nods, repeating it to himself, clearly liking the sound of it. Bourbon. After he leaves, your wife looks at you with raised eyebrows. Bourbon? That's what we're going with. Unless you have a better idea, you say. But you can tell from her expression that she approves, or at least doesn't disapprove strongly enough to argue about it. And that's how it happens, with less ceremony than you might expect for something that will eventually become famous. No official declaration, no legal registration, just a practical answer to a practical question. The whiskey you make, aged in charred oak barrels until it turns amber and smooth, will be called bourbon. Other people are probably calling their whiskey the same thing, or will be soon, and over time the name will become standardised, associated with Kentucky and with the specific techniques that you and others are developing. But here, now, on this October evening with the first frost of the season glittering on the grass outside, bourbon is just a word you've chosen because it fits. You're in the still house on a December morning, cold enough that your breath makes clouds in the air, feeding wood into the firebox beneath the copper still. The fire is just catching, flames licking up around the logs, and you can already feel the heat beginning to radiate outward. This is good work for a winter day. The still house will be warm soon, almost too warm, and the contrast with the freezing air outside makes the heat feel like a gift rather than a burden. There's been talk lately, in the taverns and at the church meetings and wherever men gather to discuss business, about a Baptist preacher over in Fayette County named Elijah Craig who's also making whiskey using the charred barrel technique. Some people are saying he invented it, that he was the first to discover how aging in charred oak transforms the spirit. You've heard these stories with mixed feelings, partly amused, partly irritated, and partly just philosophical about the way history gets written. The truth, as you understand it, is that several people probably discovered the technique around the same time, all working independently, all responding to the same circumstances. Craig is a preacher, and therefore more memorable and more likely to be remembered and talked about. You're just a farmer who happens to also make whiskey, not particularly noteworthy except for the quality of what you produce. If Craig wants to be known as the father of bourbon, you're not going to fight him for the title. There's enough market for everyone, and honestly, the less attention you attract, the better. But it does make you think about how stories become established, how one version of events becomes the official version while others fade away. Craig is charismatic and educated and good at promoting himself. He gives sermons that people remember, makes connections with influential men, and understands how to shape narratives. You just make whiskey. In 100 years, assuming bourbon is still being made, people will probably credit Craig with inventing it, and that's fine. The invention matters more than the inventor, really. And besides, who's to say that Craig didn't come up with it independently, maybe even before you did? The still is heating now, the temperature rising steadily, and you check the thermometer you've installed in the side of the pot. 150 degrees, still well below the boiling point of water but getting warmer. You've learned through experience that distillation is all about temperature control. Too cool and nothing happens, too hot and you boil off everything, including the compounds you don't want. The sweet spot is narrow, requiring constant attention and adjustment, which is why you can't leave the still unattended for more than a few minutes at a time during a run. Your wife brings you dinner around noon, a bowl of bean soup and some fresh bread, and sits with you while you eat. She's been to church recently, where Craig gave a guest sermon, and she reports that he spoke eloquently about the virtue of hard work and the importance of using God's gifts wisely. He mentioned whiskey making specifically, she says, as an example of taking the raw materials of creation and transforming them into something of greater value. Did he mention the charred barrels, you ask, more curious than anything. He did, she says. He talked about how the fire purifies, how the char filters out impurities and improves the spirit. He made it sound almost religious, like the whiskey is being baptized or something. You laugh at that because it's absurd and also kind of brilliant. Leave it to a preacher to find religious significance in bourbon making. But there's something to it too. Something about transformation and patience and the way time and specific conditions can turn something ordinary into something exceptional. If Craig wants to frame it in religious terms, that's his prerogative. And honestly, it might help bourbon gain acceptance among people who would otherwise be suspicious of alcohol. The afternoon passes in the familiar rhythm of distilling, feeding the fire, watching the temperature, collecting the output, and judging whether it's heads or hearts or tails. The heads come first, containing the volatile compounds that will make you go blind if you drink them. These you discard, pouring them into a bucket that you'll eventually use for cleaning metal or starting fires. The hearts come next, the good middle run where the alcohol is clean and strong and suitable for aging. The tails come last, weaker and containing compounds that taste bad or might make you sick. These you'll save to redistill with the next batch, extracting whatever useful alcohol they contain. By evening you've collected about 10 gallons of good hearts, clear liquid that smells sharp and clean and is ready to be transformed by charred oak and thyme. You'll let it rest overnight, and then tomorrow you'll fill another barrel and add it to the aging shed. The cycle continues, batch after batch, each one representing a week or two of work and then months or years of waiting. Over the following weeks, the story about Elijah Craig inventing bourbon becomes more widespread. You hear it at the general store, at the mill and at church, always told with slight variations, but the basic narrative is consistent. Craig, the brilliant preacher, discovering through divine inspiration or careful experimentation, or possibly just accident that charred barrels improve whiskey. Your own role, to the extent it's mentioned at all, is as one of the early adopters who recognised Craig's genius and copied his technique. This bothers you less than you thought it would. You've never been someone who needs recognition or fame, and honestly, being associated with Craig's name might help your whiskey sell better. People trust preachers, or at least they trust them more than they trust random farmers. If Craig's endorsement, even an indirect endorsement through association, helps convince people that bourbon is a quality product, rather than just another harsh frontier spirit, then you're happy to fade into the background. What matters more is the work itself. The daily practice of making whiskey as well as you know how, constantly learning and adjusting and trying to improve. You've started keeping notes in a leather-bound journal where you record details about each batch. The corn variety, the fermentation temperature, the still temperature during different parts of the run, the barrel characteristics, the aging time, and the weather conditions. It's not systematic scientific research, just one man trying to understand his craft better, but it's something. You're sitting on your porch on a warm spring evening, the kind where the temperature is perfect and the air smells like growing things, and you can hear frogs singing from the creek down the hill. Your nearest neighbour, a man named Thompson, who farms about 3 miles to the east, has stopped by on his way home from Lexington, and you've poured him a cup of bourbon, not the aged stuff, just regular 2-month whiskey that you're comfortable sharing. Thompson sips it slowly, making appreciative noises. He's a taciturn man normally, not given to elaborate compliments, but he's on his second cup and getting more talkative. "This is smooth," he says, which from Thompson is high praise. "Smoothest whiskey I've had in Kentucky, and I've had most of them." You accept the compliment with a nod, not making a big deal of it. Thompson isn't here just to drink. He's got something on his mind. You can tell from the way he keeps starting to speak and then stopping himself. You wait, patient, letting the evening sounds fill the silence between you. Finally he comes out with it. "I'm thinking of starting my own operation," he says. "Distilling, I mean. There's money in it, clearly, and I've got corn I could use instead of selling. I was wondering if you'd be willing to share some of what you know." This is a question you've been getting more often lately, as word spreads about bourbon, and more farmers realise there's value in the process. Your instinct is to help. Knowledge shared is knowledge preserved, and besides, you don't see Thompson as competition so much as a potential ally. The more good bourbon being made in Kentucky, the better for everyone. So you talk him through it, starting with the basics of fermentation, and working up through distillation techniques and barrel aging. Thompson listens carefully, asking good questions and taking mental notes. You can tell he's serious about this, not just looking for a quick profit, but genuinely interested in learning the craft. By the time he leaves, well after dark, you've agreed to let him observe your next distilling run, and to help him source barrels from the same cooper who makes yours. Word gets around. Within a month, you've had visits from a half-dozen other farmers, all interested in bourbon making, all asking for advice. You help where you can, sharing what you've learned, though you're careful not to present yourself as an expert. You're just a few years ahead of them on the learning curve, that's all, and everything you know has come from trial and error rather than formal education. Some of your visitors bring their own whiskey to share, and you taste it critically, offering suggestions where you see room for improvement. This one is too harsh, probably distilled too hot. Try lowering the temperature and being more selective about what you collect. That one is too weak, likely diluted too much. Trust the strength, let it be potent. The aging will smooth it out. This other one has off flavours, possibly from dirty equipment or contaminated yeast. Clean everything more thoroughly between batches. You're building a community without really meaning to. A network of bourbon makers who share information and help each other improve. It's not organised or formal, just neighbours helping neighbours in the traditional frontier way. But it's effective. The average quality of Kentucky bourbon is improving, and the market is responding. Merchants in Louisville and Lexington are starting to actively seek out Kentucky whiskey, preferring it over spirits from other states. The year barrel, which you've been monitoring all this time, finally reaches its first anniversary in the shed. You tap it on a morning in late spring, with your wife standing beside you to witness the result of this long experiment. The whiskey that flows out is darker than the 2-month age version, almost the colour of strong tea, and the smell is intensely complex. Oak and vanilla and caramel and something else. Some subtle note that you can't quite identify but that makes your mouth water in anticipation. You taste it carefully and it's magnificent. Smoother than anything you've made before, with flavours that seem to evolve and change as you hold the liquid in your mouth. It's almost too smooth, you think. There's such a thing as too much refinement where the drink loses its character. But it's undeniably impressive. You could probably charge even more for this year-age bourbon, and find buyers who appreciate the extra complexity and are willing to pay for it. But there's a practical problem. The longer you age whiskey, the more you lose to evaporation and absorption into the barrel wood. What you put into the barrel 12 months ago as 50 gallons has probably become 45 gallons or less, meaning you're losing 10% or more of your product at time. At 2 months, the loss is minimal, maybe 2 or 3%. At a year, it becomes significant. The question is whether the improved quality justifies the reduced quantity, and that's a calculation that involves both math and philosophy. You decide to split the difference. Most barrels will age for 3 to 4 months, a sweet spot where the whiskey has developed complexity, but the evaporation losses are still manageable. A few special barrels will age longer, maybe 6 months to a year, to produce premium bourbon for buyers willing to pay extra. It's a compromise, but distilling has taught you that most of life is compromise. Balancing competing priorities, making decisions with imperfect information, and doing the best you can with what you've got. You're 73 years old, sitting in the same chair where you've sat for the past 40 years, watching the sun set over the same ridge of trees. Your hands are twisted with arthritis now, knuckles swollen and fingers bent in ways they weren't meant to bend, but they still work well enough for light tasks. The heavy work of distilling has been taken over by your son and grandson, who run the operation with the same careful attention you taught them, though they've added innovations of their own. Better temperature controls, more systematic, record keeping, and relationships with buyers across multiple states. The bourbon business has grown beyond anything you imagined during those early experimental years. What you discovered by accident has become an industry, with dozens of distilleries operating across Kentucky and even spreading to other states. The name bourbon is now standard, associated specifically with whiskey made from corn and aged in charred oak barrels, though the exact requirements are still being debated and refined. Some people insist it must be made in Bourbon County specifically, while others argue that the technique is what matters, not the location. Elijah Craig died years ago, and his story has indeed become the dominant narrative about bourbon's invention. You've long since stopped caring about credit or recognition. What matters is that the tradition continues, that the knowledge you and others discovered is being preserved and passed down. Your grandson knows things about fermentation chemistry that you never learned, and understands the science behind what you only knew through observation and experience. That's progress, and you're grateful for it. The barrels in the aging shed, a much larger shed now, more like a warehouse, contain whiskey at various stages of aging, from fresh distillate to spirits that have been resting for 2 or 3 years. The long aging is becoming more popular among buyers who appreciate the extra smoothness and complexity, though there's still a market for the younger bourbon too. Different styles for different tastes, your son likes to say, and you agree with the wisdom of that. Your wife died 2 years ago, peacefully in her sleep, and her absence is a hollow place in your daily routine that never quite fills in. She'd lived to see the bourbon business become successful, had enjoyed the relative prosperity it brought, and had even developed her own opinions about which batches were best. She preferred the 3-month age bourbon, you remember, saying it had liveliness that the older stuff sometimes lacked. You keep a bottle of 3-month bourbon on the shelf in her memory, occasionally pouring a small glass and toasting her absence. The Coop who taught you about charring barrels is long dead too, though his sons have taken over the business and expanded it considerably. They're supplying barrels to distilleries all over Kentucky now, and they've refined the charring process to include different levels: light char, medium char and heavy char, each producing slightly different flavours in the finished whiskey. It's become an art form, this marriage of wood and fire and time, and you're pleased to have played even a small role in its development. Thompson, your old neighbour who asked for advice all those years ago, became a successful bourbon maker in his own right. He died last winter at the age of 81, and his funeral drew distillers from across the state, all of them gathering to honour a man who'd contributed to the craft. You went, despite the difficulty of travel at your age, and you listened to stories about Thompson's innovations and generosity and stubborn insistence on quality. It felt right, honouring him that way, recognising that bourbon is bigger than any individual, and that everyone who makes it well deserves respect. The taste of bourbon has become familiar to you to the point where you barely notice it anymore, though you still take a small glass most evenings, more out of habit than desire. Your grandson teases you about this, saying you're pickled in bourbon, preserved like fruit in alcohol, and you laugh because it's probably true. The whiskey has been part of your life for so long that you can't imagine existence without it. The smell of fermenting mash, the heat of the still house, the quiet patience of the aging shed, all of it woven into the fabric of who you are. On summer evenings, when the weather is good, you sometimes have visitors, younger distillers who want to hear stories about the early days, historians interested in documenting how bourbon developed, and even the occasional journalist writing articles for newspapers in Louisville or Lexington. You tell them what you remember, though your memory isn't as sharp as it used to be, and you sometimes mix up the sequence of events or forget important details. They write down your words anyway, treating them as valuable even when you're not sure they are. The question they always ask is whether you realised, back in those early days, that you were creating something that would last. And the honest answer is no, you didn't. You were just trying to make a living, trying to find some value in the corn you grew and the skills you'd inherited from your father. The discovery of aging in charred barrels was pure accident, motivated by nothing more profound than convenience and curiosity. That it turned into a tradition, into an industry, into something that people associate with Kentucky and American craftsmanship, that was never planned, never foreseen. But maybe that's how all traditions start, you think. Not through grand design, but through small decisions, practical solutions to immediate problems, and accidents that turn out to be improvements. Someone tries something different, it works, they do it again, other people notice and copy it, and gradually it becomes the standard way of doing things. Nobody sits down and declares, I shall now create a tradition. Traditions emerge, evolve, and accumulate meaning through repetition and time. The sun is set fully now, the sky fading from orange to purple to deep blue. Your grandson calls from inside the house, asking if you want supper, and you push yourself up from the chair with the deliberate effort that all movement requires at your age. The walk to the house is short, but you take it slowly, aware of your body's limitations, grateful for what strength remains. Inside, the table is set and the food is ready. Beans and cornbread and bacon. Simple food that tastes better than elaborate meals ever did. Your grandson pours you a small glass of 3-month age bourbon from a barrel that you helped fill last spring without asking, and you sip it while the family eats and talks about tomorrow's work. The whiskey is warm and smooth and familiar, tasting of oak and corn and thyme, tasting like home. After supper you sit by the fire a while longer, watching the flames dance and feeling the bourbon's gentle warmth spreading through your chest. In the morning there will be work to do. There's always work to do. But tonight there's just this quiet contentment, this satisfaction of having lived long enough to see something you helped create outlive you. The bourbon will continue after you're gone, made by people who never knew you, drunk by people who've never heard your name, and that's exactly as it should be. You close your eyes, listening to your grandson and his wife talking in low voices in the next room, hearing the crackle of the fire and the distant sound of a whippoorwill calling from the dark woods. Somewhere in the aging shed, the barrels are doing their patient work. Time and oak transforming raw spirit into something smoother, richer, and more complex. You don't need to be there watching it happen. The process continues whether you're present or not. Reliable as sunrise, steady as seasons. This is the thing they don't tell you about traditions. They're not frozen in time, preserved like specimens in jars. They're alive, changing, and adapting to new circumstances while maintaining their essential character. The bourbon your grandson makes isn't identical to what you made 50 years ago. It's better in some ways, different in others, but it's recognizably the same thing, connected by an unbroken thread of practice and knowledge and care. You're nearly asleep in your chair when your grandson gently shakes your shoulder, helping you up and guiding you to your bedroom. The bed feels good, the blankets heavy and warm, and you sink into them with a sigh of relief. Tomorrow you'll wake and the cycle will continue. Another day of bourbon making, another small contribution to the tradition you accidentally helped start. But tonight sleep comes easy, and your dreams are quiet, untroubled, and peaceful as aged bourbon on a warm evening. You're standing at the edge of something vast. Before you stretches an ocean of grass, rolling toward mountains that seem painted against the sky in shades of blue and purple. The year is 1843, and you've just arrived in Oregon territory after 6 months of wagon travel. Your hands are calloused from gripping rope and leather. Your boots are held together with wire and determination. And now, for the first time in your life, you're looking at land that doesn't have a fence line anywhere in sight. The stillness out here isn't like the quiet back home in Pennsylvania or Ohio. This silence has weight to it. When the wind stops moving through the tall grass, you can hear your own heartbeat. You can hear the creak of your wagon settling. You can hear absolutely nothing for miles in every direction, and it's both terrifying and strangely beautiful. Back east, silence meant something was wrong. The mill had stopped. The church bell hadn't rung. Out here, silence is just Tuesday. Your nearest neighbour will be 3 miles away, assuming anyone else settles nearby. The closest town with an actual store is a 2-day ride. You've got the supplies that fit in your wagon, the knowledge you carried in your head, and whatever you can figure out before winter arrives. No pressure. The first thing you learn is that the frontier has a particular way of teaching. It doesn't hand you a manual. It doesn't offer second chances. You either notice the lesson while you still have time to apply it, or you become a cautionary tale that travellers mention when they pass your empty claim years later. That's where the Hendersons tried to settle, they'll say, without elaborating on what went wrong. You'd very much prefer not to be a Henderson, so you start paying attention to everything. The land out here speaks a language you've never heard before, and you're learning vocabulary at an urgent pace. That depression in the meadow where water pools after rain, that's not just a low spot. That's where you'll dig your well come spring, because if water shows up there naturally, it's close to the surface. Those aspens growing in a line across the hillside, they're marking an underground stream, their roots reaching toward moisture you can't see but can definitely use. The deer trails that converge near that stand of willows, animals aren't stupid. They've been finding water here for generations, and you're the newcomer who should probably take notes. You walk your land every morning for the first month, not because you're bored, but because each morning reveals something new. The way frost settles heavier in certain hollows tells you where cold air pools at night. The sections where grass grows taller and greener indicate better soil. The rocks scattered across one area suggest this field used to be underwater a very long time ago, which means the dirt here might be richer than it looks. Reading the land becomes your favourite morning activity, even though favourite is a relative term when every morning also involves hauling water, splitting wood, and preventing your only milk cow from wandering into the next territory. You start noticing patterns. The elk move uphill in late afternoon. The ravens circle above something dead or dying. which is useful information if you're tracking game. The particular way the grass bends tells you which direction the prevailing wind comes from, which tells you which side of your cabin will take the worst beating during storms. There's a kind of satisfaction in learning to read the land that you weren't expecting. Back east, you knew whether it would rain by checking if Mrs. Peterson's joints were aching. Out here, you watch the ants. If they're building their hills higher than usual, sealing entrances and moving their eggs up from the lower chambers, rain is coming. The ants have never lied to you. Mrs. Peterson was only right about 60% of the time, but you'd never tell her that. The soil itself tells stories if you know how to listen. You dig test holes in different areas of your claim, examining what comes up. Dark, crumbly soil that smells rich and earthy. That's good land, full of organic matter broken down over centuries. Clay-heavy soil that clumps and holds water. That's challenging for most crops, but perfect for building. Sandy soil that drains too quickly. You'll need to amend that with whatever organic matter you can find. Rocky soil that's more stone than dirt. Well, that's where you'll graze livestock instead of planting vegetables. You learn to identify plants you've never seen before, starting with the ones that might kill you because that seems like practical prioritization. Poison hemlock grows near water, and it looks disturbingly similar to wild carrot until you notice the purple spots on the stem and the musty smell when you crush the leaves. Water hemlock is even worse, and you give any plant growing in wet areas a very suspicious inspection before deciding whether it's edible or deadly. But there are also plants that become staples. Biscuit root has a taproot that's starchy and filling when roasted. Karma's bulbs, if you dig them at the right time, taste sweet and can be baked or dried for winter storage. Wild roses produce hips that are rich in whatever prevents scurvy. You're not sure of the exact science, but you know sailors used to die from not eating them, so you collect them in autumn and dry them for tea. The trees on your land aren't just scenery. They're resources waiting to be understood. You learn to identify them by bark, by leaf shape, and by the way they grow. Douglas fir provides strong, straight timber for building. Cedar resists rot and makes excellent shingles. Pine is abundant but soft, better for interior walls than structural support. Alder grows near water and provides wood that burns hot and clean with minimal smoke. Each tree species has particular uses beyond building material. You collect pitch from pine trees, heating it to make a waterproof sealant for cracks in your cabin walls. You harvest inner bark from certain trees in spring when the sap is running. It's edible, though calling it delicious would be generous. You learn which trees provide the best firewood, which ones harbour edible mushrooms at their base, and which ones attract deer during certain seasons. The rhythm of the land becomes your clock. You stop thinking in terms of specific dates, and start thinking in terms of what's happening. When the service berries bloom, it's time to plant crops that can handle cool soil. When the balsam root flowers carpet the hillsides in yellow, the last frost is probably past. When the choke cherries ripen, summer is half over, and you'd better start thinking about harvest. When the tamarack needles turn gold, winter is 6 weeks away, and you're either ready or you're not. Water becomes your obsession, which makes sense considering you're made of approximately 60% of the stuff and would prefer to maintain that ratio. The creek runs about a quarter mile from your cabin, which is close enough to be convenient but far enough to be annoying when you're hauling buckets twice a day. In summer, it's a cheerful little stream, clear and cold and reliable. In winter, it's a frozen challenge that requires you to hack through ice with an axe, which is exactly as fun as it sounds. You learn to collect rainwater in barrels, positioning them under the eaves of your cabin to catch runoff. You dig a root cellar that stays cool and damp, perfect for storing vegetables and keeping milk from spoiling. You fashion a simple filter using sand and charcoal, because the creek runs clear most of the time, but occasionally gets murky after a hard rain upstream, and drinking mud is bad for morale. The frontier teaches you to be creative about water in ways you never imagined. You save your washing water to pour on the garden. You learn to judge exactly how much you need for cooking, for cleaning, and for drinking, and you waste nothing. Spilling a bucket of water becomes genuinely upsetting. Not because you're precious about it, but because that's another trip to the creek, and you've already made 4 today, and your shoulder is starting to file a formal complaint. Finding the best place to dig a well becomes a spring project that occupies weeks of planning and days of labour. You watch where morning dew lingers longest on the grass. You observe which areas stay green during dry spells. You talk to a trapper who passes through, and he mentions that willows and cottonwoods always grow near water, which you already knew. But he also mentions that certain types of moss prefer damp ground, which you didn't know. You finally choose a spot near that line of aspens and start digging. The first 3 feet are easy, relatively speaking, just topsoil and rocks that you can move with a shovel. The next 5 feet are harder, the soil becoming dense and heavy. At 8 feet down, you hit clay, which is encouraging because clay usually means you're getting close to the water table. At 12 feet, your shovel blade breaks through into wet sand, and water begins seeping into the bottom of the hole. You've never felt prouder of a hole in the ground. You reinforce the walls with stones, stacking them carefully to prevent collapse. You fashion a wooden frame for the top, and a simple windlass with a rope and bucket. Drawing water from your own well instead of hauling it from the creek saves you hours each week, and provides water that's consistently clean and cold. The well becomes one of your most valuable assets, right up there with your axe and your rifle and your ability to make fire. Snow becomes a resource rather than an inconvenience. You pack it into barrels to melt near the fire, which is easier than breaking creek ice and hauling frozen water uphill. You learn that fresh snow melts into more water than old, compressed snow. You learn to taste the difference between snow that's clean and snow that's been sitting around collecting dust and pine needles. You become, against all odds, a snow connoisseur. If someone had told you back in Philadelphia that you'd develop opinions about snow quality, you'd have assumed they'd been drinking medicinal whiskey without the medicinal part. Finding food on the frontier is less about hunting big game and more about paying attention to what's already around you. Yes, you hunt deer and elk when you can, and you're getting better with the rifle, though your aim still suffers from what you privately call enthusiasm over accuracy. But most of your food comes from sources that don't require you to shoot anything, which is good because ammunition is expensive and your success rate is hovering around occasionally adequate. The land provides if you know where to look. Wild onions grow in the damp areas near the creek, and they're stronger than anything you grew in a garden back home. You learn to harvest them in spring before they flower, digging up the bulbs and using both the greens and the roots. They make everything taste better, which is important when everything is often just beans and potatoes. Cattails are everywhere along the creek and every part is useful. The roots can be roasted or pounded into flour that's starchy and filling. The new shoots that emerge in spring taste like cucumber and provide fresh vegetables when you're desperate for anything green. The immature flower heads can be boiled and eaten like corn on the cob. The mature seed heads produce fluff that works as insulation or fire-starting tinder. You feel slightly smug about the cattails until you mention this to a Nez Perce woman at the trading post, and she politely informs you of 6 additional uses you hadn't considered, including weaving the leaves into mats and using the pollen as a flower extender. You take notes. Berries ripen in waves throughout summer, and you learn to follow the progression like a calendar. First come the wild strawberries, small and intensely sweet, hiding under the leaves in the meadow. They're tedious to pick because you need about 1,000 of them to fill a basket, but the flavour is worth the effort. Then raspberries appear along the forest edge, their canes protected by thorns that leave your hands scratched and bleeding. Thimbleberries grow in shaded areas, producing fruit that's delicate and doesn't travel well but tastes wonderful when eaten fresh. Huckleberries ripen in the high country during late summer, and picking them requires hiking up the mountain to where they grow thick on bushes in clearings and burned over areas. You make the trip with empty buckets, spending entire days picking berries in the thin mountain air, swatting away mosquitoes and watching for bears who also appreciate huckleberries, and arrived at these bushes several million years before you did. You learn to spot berry patches from a distance by watching where birds congregate. You learn to check for bears before you start picking, making noise, and scanning the area for fresh scat or overturned logs. You learn that the best berries are always on the branch that's just slightly out of reach, which seems like deliberate mockery from the universe, but is probably just confirmation bias. Service berries, choke cherries, and Oregon grapes each have their season, and you harvest them all, processing berries until your hands are stained purple, and you're having dreams about jars and sugar and preservation. You dry berries in the sun, spreading them on canvas and covering them with cheesecloth to keep flies away. You make jam when you have enough sugar, which isn't often. You pack dried berries into containers for winter, knowing they'll provide vitamins and variety when the snow is deep and fresh food is a memory. Your garden grows vegetables you recognise alongside plants you're still figuring out. The seeds you brought from home do reasonably well, though the short growing season means you're in a constant race against the first frost. You plant potatoes in every available space because potatoes store well, fill you up, and don't complain about being ignored for days while you handle emergencies. The potatoes do better than expected, which is fortunate because almost everything else does worse than expected. Your corn grows tall but doesn't produce much because the nights are too cold. Your tomatoes provide exactly 7 fruits before frost kills the plants, and you eat those tomatoes slowly, savouring every bite. Your beans do well enough, and you let some mature fully on the vine so you can save seeds for next year. Squash becomes a surprising success. The plants sprawl across half the garden, producing pumpkins and winter squash that store for months in the root cellar. You learn to appreciate squash in ways you never did back east. Roasted squash, boiled squash, squash soup, squash mixed into bread dough. You develop a dozen recipes and you're still tired of squash by February, but it keeps you fed when other options are limited. The turnips thrive, which is unfortunate because you don't particularly like turnips, but you plant them anyway because they're hardy and productive and store well. You eat them roasted, mashed, added to stews, and occasionally raw when you're too hungry to care about preference. You develop several recipes that make turnips almost tolerable. Almost. You supplement your diet with whatever you can catch or trap. Rabbits are common, and you get better at setting snares along their runs. You use thin wire or strong cord, positioning the snares at head height, where rabbits naturally pass under brush. The first dozen snares catch nothing but air and one unfortunate branch. The next dozen catch 2 rabbits, which you consider progress. Eventually you develop an instinct for placement, and your success rate improves to maybe 1 in 3 snares producing results. Fish from the creek provide protein when you have time to sit with a line. You fashion hooks from thorns or carved bone when your metal hooks run out. You use grasshoppers or grubs for bait. You learn which holes in the creek hold larger fish, which times of day are most productive, and which techniques work in different water conditions. Fishing becomes more meditation than food acquisition, though the food part certainly helps. Grouse and wild turkey require patience and stealth, both of which you're developing out of necessity. Grouse have a tendency to freeze when startled, which makes them easier to approach than you'd expect. You learn to walk slowly through areas where they feed, scanning for their mottled brown plumage against fallen leaves. A successful grouse hunt provides enough meat for several meals and feels like a genuine accomplishment. Turkeys are more challenging, with keen eyesight and a tendency to flee at the first sign of danger. You learn to use turkey calls, making sounds that supposedly mimic their communication, though you suspect you sound more like a dying cat than an actual turkey. Occasionally it works anyway, and you manage to harvest a bird that provides meat for a week. The real trick to frontier food isn't finding it, it's preserving it. You smoke meat over green alder wood until it's dry enough to keep without spoiling. The process takes days, maintaining a steady smoke without enough heat to cook the meat. You build a small smokehouse from scraps of lumber and canvas, positioning it far enough from the cabin that smoke doesn't fill your living space. The smell of smoking meat becomes one of the defining scents of late summer. You pickle vegetables in brine, packing them in barrels and hoping you made the solution strong enough to prevent fermentation, but weak enough to remain edible. Pickling is part science, part guesswork, and part prayer. You lose an entire barrel of cucumbers to spoilage the first year, which teaches you to be more careful about brine concentration and barrel cleanliness. The second year goes better. You dry berries in the sun, spreading them on canvas racks that you can move under cover if rain threatens. The berries shrivel into dark, sweet nuggets that store indefinitely and taste like concentrated summer. You pack them in cloth bags, hanging the bags from the ceiling to keep them away from mice who also appreciate dried berries and have strong opinions about sharing. You render fat into tallow for cooking and candles. The process is messy and smelly, involving heating fat scraps until they liquefy, straining out the solid bits, and pouring the clean tallow into moulds or containers. The smell of a rendering fat is not pleasant, and it lingers in your clothing for days afterward. But tallow is too valuable to waste. It provides light, cooking fat, waterproofing for leather, and material for soap making. Speaking of soap, you learn to make that too, using wood ash lye and rendered fat in proportions that take several attempts to get right. Your first batch of soap is too caustic and nearly takes the skin off your hands. Your second batch doesn't harden properly and remains a gooey mess. Your third batch actually works, producing rough bars that clean adequately if not elegantly. You waste nothing, use everything, and still sometimes lie awake at night wondering if you've stored enough to make it through winter. You count jars of preserved food, mentally calculating how many meals each represents. You check the smoked meat supply, the dried beans and the root vegetables in the cellar. You do math that never quite adds up to definitely enough, but hopefully reaches probably adequate. Sheltercraft becomes less about building something pretty and more about building something that won't kill you. Your first cabin is small, rough, and profoundly ugly. The logs don't fit together as tightly as you'd like, leaving gaps that require chinking with mud and moss. The roof leaks in 3 places, which you discover during the first rain, and then 4 places during the second rain because apparently roofs get worse with practice. The door hangs crooked, scraping the floor when you open it, and you've learned to warn visitors about the threshold because tripping is surprisingly common. The windows are small, precious glass being expensive and fragile, letting in light but not much of it. The floor is packed earth covered with split logs that you've smoothed as much as possible, though smooth is relative when working with hand tools and limited patience. But the cabin stands. It keeps out most of the wind, most of the rain, and all of the larger predators. The fireplace draws properly after you extended the chimney, though it took 3 tries and some creative profanity to get the draft right. You've wedged wool fabric into the worst gaps between logs, which helps with warmth even if it makes the walls look like they're growing fuzzy patches. The process of building the cabin took 6 weeks of hard labour. You felled trees, stripped bark, and notched ends so they'd fit together in layers. You discovered that building a structure that actually functions requires more planning than you initially invested. The walls aren't quite vertical, there's a slight lean that you tell yourself aids character. The roof peak isn't quite centred. There's an asymmetry that visitors are too polite to mention. You learn to think about shelter in layers. The cabin is your first defence against weather. Inside the cabin you create smaller zones of warmth. A bed built into a corner where heat from the fireplace collects, curtains made from old blankets that section off sleeping areas from the drafty main room, and rugs woven from grass and scrap fabric that provide insulation between your feet and the frozen floor. Your bed is a wooden frame strung with rope in a grid pattern, supporting a mattress stuffed with dried grass and whatever soft materials you can find. It's not comfortable by civilized standards, but it's better than sleeping on the ground, and the corner location means 2 walls help contain warmth. You hang a blanket as a curtain, creating a small sleeping alcove that stays warmer than the rest of the cabin. The main room serves as kitchen, workshop, dining area and living space all at once. Your furniture is minimal and handmade. A table built from split logs, benches instead of chairs, and shelves hung on the walls for storage. Everything serves multiple purposes because space is limited and materials are precious. The table doubles as a work surface for food preparation and repairs. The benches can be pushed against the wall when you need floor space. The shelves hold food, tools and supplies in careful organisation that sometimes actually works. Your roof is made from split cedar shakes, each one fitted over the next like scales on a fish. In theory, This creates a waterproof barrier. In practice, this creates a mostly waterproof barrier that requires maintenance after every major storm. You become intimately familiar with your roof, climbing up there to replace shakes, reseal seams and clear debris. You develop opinions about cedar quality. You have a least favourite corner of the roof where problems congregate. You name it the Northwest Territory and you hate the Northwest Territory. The root cellar dug into the hillside behind your cabin becomes crucial for storage. You excavate it during summer, digging into the slope and creating a space about 8 feet deep and 6 feet wide. The temperature underground stays cool in summer and doesn't freeze solid in winter, hovering around 40 degrees year-round, which is perfect for food storage. You line the walls with rocks to prevent collapse, fitting stones together without mortar in a technique that's more puzzle-solving than engineering. You build wooden shelves along the walls, creating storage space for vegetables, preserved foods and supplies that need protection from temperature extremes. You install a heavy door made from thick planks, fitting it tightly to keep animals from investigating your supplies. The cellar smells like earth and potatoes and the particular mustiness of underground spaces, but it's a good smell. It's the smell of food that will last until spring, of preservation done right, of security against hunger. You visit the cellar regularly, checking on supplies, rotating stock to use older items first, and generally reassuring yourself that yes, you do have food stored, and yes, you're probably going to survive. You also build a small structure for your milk cow and the few chickens you acquired from a passing family who was downsizing their livestock. The shelter isn't elaborate. 3 walls and a roof open on one side for ventilation. It provides protection from the worst weather without being fancy. The cow seems satisfied with the arrangement, and the chickens have yet to file complaints. Fire and warmth occupy your thoughts more than seems reasonable for someone who isn't actually cold at the moment. But you're learning to think ahead, to imagine winter while standing in summer sunshine, and to prepare for problems that won't arrive for months. The frontier rewards planning and punishes optimism. You spend late summer cutting firewood, felling dead trees that are already dry, and splitting logs until your arms ache and your hands develop blisters on top of calluses. You use a felling axe to drop trees, making angled cuts that control the direction of fall. You trim branches using a hatchet, working your way up each trunk and creating increasingly large piles of brush that you'll burn later. The logs get cut into rounds using a crosscut saw, which is easier with 2 people but possible alone if you're stubborn and determined. You position a log, set the saw blade, and pull in long, steady strokes that gradually work through the wood. Each cut takes several minutes and leaves you breathing hard. You cut hundreds of rounds throughout the summer, creating piles that gradually transform into your winter survival supply. Splitting the rounds requires an axe, a maul, and occasionally steel wedges for stubborn pieces. You position a round on your chopping block, study the grain, and aim for cracks or weak spots. A good swing splits the wood cleanly. A bad swing results in the axe head sticking while the round refuses to separate, requiring you to lift the entire assembly and slam it down until something gives. You learn to read wood, identifying which pieces will split easily and which will fight you. Clear-grained rounds split with satisfying ease. Knotty rounds resist with spiteful determination. Rounds cut from where branches join the trunk are nightmares that sometimes require hours of work and creative wedge placement. You stack wood in cords against the cabin wall, measuring your progress not in hours worked, but in rows completed. Each cord represents roughly a week of heat during the coldest months. You calculate that you need at least 20 cords to survive comfortably. You cut 25 just in case mathematics fails you, or winter decides to be particularly vindictive. The process of cutting, splitting and stacking wood becomes meditative after a while. Swing the axe, split the log and stack the pieces. Repeat 5,000 times. Your mind wanders while your body works and you think about everything and nothing. You compose letters you'll never send to people back home. You plan next year's garden in excessive detail. You wonder if anyone back east thinks about you and whether they'd recognise the person you're becoming out here. Fire management turns into a careful science once winter arrives. You learn which woods burn hottest and longest. Oak and maple, when you can find them, burn hot and leave excellent coals that hold heat overnight. Pine burns fast and hot but doesn't last, making it good for quick heat or cooking but poor for maintaining steady warmth. Fir is somewhere in between, reliable if not exceptional. You learn that green wood smokes but doesn't provide much heat, while seasoned wood that's been drying for at least 6 months burns clean and hot. You discover that the pitch-heavy knots from pine stumps make excellent fire starters, burning hot enough to ignite even damp kindling. You collect these knots whenever you find them, storing them in a dry place near your fireplace. Your fireplace becomes the heart of your home in ways that phrase never meant back east. It's not just decoration or occasional comfort, it's the centre of survival. You cook in it, using a cast iron pot suspended from a crane arm that swings over the flames. The pot hangs at different heights, depending on whether you're boiling, simmering, or just keeping food warm. You heat water in the fireplace for washing, filling a kettle and setting it near the coals until steam rises. You dry wet clothes near it after trudging through snow, draping items over a rack positioned at a safe distance from flames. You sit beside it on winter evenings, reading by firelight or mending clothes or carving wooden implements, or simply watching flames dance in the dark. The fire is companion, tool and lifeline all at once. It's the difference between being alive and being cold meat. You develop a relationship with your fire that would seem strange to explain to anyone who hasn't spent a winter on the frontier. You tend it carefully, feeding it throughout the day, adding logs in the morning, adjusting coals in the evening, and maintaining steady heat without wasting fuel. Banking the fire at night becomes a careful ritual. You rake coals into a pile, position a large log that will burn slowly through the night, and cover everything with ash to slow combustion. Done correctly, you wake to glowing coals that can be encouraged back into flame with kindling and gentle blowing. Done incorrectly, you wake to cold ash, and face the miserable task of starting over. You feel genuine anxiety if you wake to find the fire reduced to cold ash, because starting over with flint and steel in a freezing cabin is miserable. You've done it twice, and both times you swore you'd never let it happen again, and both times you were lying to yourself because it will definitely happen again. The third time you let the fire die completely. You sit there in the dark cold, striking flint against steel, cursing your inattention, and planning elaborate systems to prevent future failures. You still let it happen a fourth time. Tools and craftsmanship become central to survival because the nearest hardware store is approximately 200 miles away and probably doesn't exist yet. You brought basic tools from back east: an axe, a saw, a hammer, chisels, an auger for drilling holes, and a plane for smoothing wood. These tools are precious and irreplaceable until you can reach a trading post and subject to constant use that gradually dulls and damages them. Keeping tools sharp and functional becomes a regular chore right up there with hauling water and feeding livestock. You learn to sharpen your axe using a whetstone and water, maintaining the edge with long, patient strokes that gradually restore the blade. You learn that a sharp axe is safer than a dull one because it cuts where you aim, instead of glancing off and potentially cutting you. You learn this lesson before the axe teaches it to you the hard way, which makes you lucky. Your knife becomes an extension of your hand, used for everything from cutting food to shaving kindling, to minor carpentry, to cleaning game, to countless other tasks you never anticipated. You wear it on your belt always, and you feel genuinely uncomfortable on the rare occasions you don't have it. The knife is a tool, weapon, and security blanket rolled into one piece of steel. You maintain your saw by keeping the blade clean and the teeth properly set. You learn to file the teeth when they become dull, maintaining the alternating angles that allow the saw to cut efficiently. It's tedious work that requires patience and precision, but a sharp saw makes every task easier, so you invest the time. But tools wear out and break, and replacement parts don't materialize out of optimism. So you learn to make things. You carve wooden handles for tools when the original split from repeated impact or weather damage. You shape replacement handles from straight-grained hardwood, fitting them carefully and securing them with wedges. You forge simple items in your fireplace, heating metal in coals that you encourage to extreme temperature using a makeshift bellows, a leather bag attached to a wooden nozzle that you squeeze rhythmically to force air into the fire. You heat metal until it glows orange-red, then shape it on a flat rock that serves as an improvised anvil, using your hammer to bend and form the hot metal. You're not a blacksmith, but you can repair a broken hinge, straighten a bent nail, or fashion a simple hook when needed. You make nails by cutting short lengths of iron rod, heating them, and hammering one end into a point and the other into a flat head. Your nails aren't as uniform as manufactured ones, but they hold boards together, which is the only requirement that matters. Leatherworking becomes necessary for maintaining boots, harnesses, and countless small items that break or wear through. Your boots came from back east, made by an actual cobbler, but they're wearing out from constant use in frontier conditions. You learn to cut patches from scraps of leather, stitch them over worn areas using an awl and wax thread, and treat the leather with tallow to keep it supple. You learn to stitch using techniques learned from a trapper who passed through last spring. He showed you how to punch holes with an awl, how to use 2 needles working from opposite sides for maximum strength, and how to wax thread so it resists rot and slides through holes more easily. Your stitches aren't pretty, but they hold. Your patches aren't elegant, but they work. Function trumps aesthetics when your boots are the only pair you own. You make simple harnesses for your cow, cutting and assembling straps in patterns you copy from the harness you brought. You fashion bags and pouches from leather scraps, stitching them together and adding drawstring closures. You repair tears in your leather gloves, your belts, your knife sheath, and anything else that shows wear. You make rope from various fibres, nettle stems, dogbane, and cedar bark. The process is time-consuming and meditative. You strip fibres from plants, dry them, then twist them into cordage while sitting by the fire in the evening. You start with thin threads, twist 2 together, then twist pairs together to create thicker rope. Each length of rope represents hours of work, your fingers rolling fibres against your thigh, maintaining steady tension and adding new fibres to extend the length. But rope is endlessly useful for everything from securing loads to hanging food away from animals to making snares to replacing broken lines on tools. Buying it at the trading post cost money you'd rather spend on flour and ammunition. Baskets woven from willow shoots store everything from vegetables to kindling to collected nuts to dried herbs. You learn the patterns from a neighbour's wife who takes pity on your initial clumsy attempts. She shows you how to prepare willow shoots by soaking them until they're pliable, how to form the base, how to weave the sides, and how to create a rim that doesn't unravel. Your first basket looks like a bird's nest designed by someone who's never seen a bird. The weaving is loose, the shape is irregular, and it falls apart when you try to put anything heavy in it. Your 10th basket is actually functional, holding items without collapsing. Your 20th basket is something you're quietly proud of, though you'd never say that out loud because pride over basket weaving seems ridiculous until you try to weave a basket. You make wooden implements, spoons, bowls, handles, and simple furniture. You carve them during winter evenings, sitting near the fire with a knife and a piece of wood, gradually shaping useful objects from raw material. The work is slow and requires patience, but it fills empty hours and produces items you'd otherwise need to buy. Weather and seasons govern your life in ways they never did back east. In town, bad weather meant staying inside. Out here, bad weather means planning ahead or suffering consequences. You become obsessed with signs and portents, watching animal behaviour, studying clouds, and feeling shifts in air pressure that signal approaching storms. You learn to read clouds with the attention most people reserve for books. High, wispy cirrus clouds often precede changing weather by a day or 2. Building cumulus clouds in the afternoon might bring evening thunderstorms. Low grey stratus clouds mean steady rain or snow is settling in for a while. Dark, towering cumulonimbus clouds mean you should probably get inside immediately, because something violent is about to happen. The animals provide weather predictions more reliable than any almanac. Squirrels gathering extra food or building thicker nests suggest a harsh winter is coming. Birds flying lower than usual means air pressure is dropping and storms are approaching. Your cow becomes restless before major weather changes, pacing and refusing to settle. The chickens go into their shelter earlier than usual when they sense incoming cold. Even insects provide clues. Crickets chirp faster in warm weather and slower in cold, and you can actually estimate temperature by counting chirps. Bees return to their hives before storms, even when the sky looks clear. Spiders become more active before fair weather and retreat before rain. Autumn arrives with shocking speed. Summer ending almost overnight. One day you're working in shirt sleeves, and the next day you're wearing a coat in the morning and wondering where those 3 weeks went. The aspen leaves turn gold all at once, covering hillsides in colour that seems almost aggressive in its brightness. The tamarack needles turn golden orange, creating splashes of colour among the evergreens before dropping completely. Then the leaves fall, and the world turns brown and grey, and you realise winter is coming whether you're ready or not. The air takes on a particular sharpness. The morning frost lingers longer each day, and the sun sets earlier every evening. You can feel winter approaching like a physical pressure pushing down from the north. You spend autumn in a controlled panic, trying to finish everything that can't be done once snow arrives. You finish cutting firewood, racing to complete your supply before the ground freezes, and felling trees becomes dramatically harder. You insulate the cabin walls with additional chinking, pressing mud and moss into every crack you can find. You repair the roof sections you've been ignoring all summer, climbing up with extra shakes and doing work you should have done months ago. You harvest the garden, pulling up every last potato and carrot and turnip, because once the ground freezes you won't get another chance. You dig until your hands are caked with dirt and your back is screaming protests. You sort vegetables, setting aside damaged ones to eat immediately and storing perfect specimens in the root cellar. You hunt and smoke meat, trying to build up protein stores. You track deer through the forest, moving quietly and hoping for a clear shot. You check your snares daily, hoping for rabbits. You fish the creek aggressively, pulling out trout and whatever else bites. Every pound of meat preserved is one less thing to worry about when snow covers everything. You check your supplies obsessively, counting flour sacks and bean bags and dried fruit, doing math that never quite adds up to definitely enough. You list everything you have, estimate how long it needs to last, and calculate daily rations that are depressingly small. You worry that you've forgotten something critical. You worry that winter will last longer than your supplies. You worry that worrying is wasting time you could spend preparing more. Winter, when it finally arrives, comes with authority. The first real snowstorm dumps 3 feet overnight, transforming the landscape into something alien and beautiful and hostile. You wake to silence that's different from any silence you've known. The deep, muffled quiet of the world buried under snow. You open your door to a wall of white that you have to dig through to get outside. The world shrinks to what you can see from your cabin windows, and what you can see is mostly white. The mountains disappear behind curtains of falling snow. The trees are buried to their lower branches. The creek is invisible under snow and ice. Everything looks the same, and landmarks you relied on to navigate are gone. The creek freezes solid by mid-December, the water going still and silent under inches of ice. You cut holes through the ice to reach water, using an axe to chip through layers that get thicker as winter deepens. Each trip to the creek requires effort, and you start relying more heavily on melting snow near the fire. The air itself seems frozen, so cold that breathing hurts, and exposed skin goes numb in minutes. On the coldest days, temperatures drop far below zero, and simply existing requires constant attention to staying warm. You learn what frostbite feels like, the tingling numbness, the white patches on skin, and the burning sensation when frozen areas warm up. You learn to recognise the signs early and get inside before damage becomes permanent. You settle into winter routines that revolve around staying warm and staying fed. You go outside only when necessary, to gather firewood from the stack, to check on livestock in their shelter, to break ice on the creek for water. Each trip outside requires preparation. A heavy coat, mittens lined with rabbit fur, a scarf wrapped around your face, and a wool hat pulled low over your ears. You move quickly, accomplish your task, and retreat to the cabin's warmth. Outside time is measured in minutes before your fingers start going numb. You develop efficiency born of necessity, planning tasks so you accomplish multiple things in one trip, rather than making repeated ventures into the cold. You combine gathering firewood with checking on the cow with fetching water, creating circuits that minimize exposure. Inside, you stay busy with tasks that don't require going anywhere. You mend clothes by firelight, repairing tiers and replacing buttons and reinforcing seams that are starting to fail. Your clothing takes constant abuse from frontier life, and winter is when you catch up on repairs. You read the same 3 books you own until you've memorized passages. You own a Bible because everyone owns a Bible, a collection of Shakespeare plays that you bought on a whim before leaving Philadelphia, and a farmer's almanac from 1841 that's wildly out of date but still interesting. You read each book multiple times, finding new details on every pass. You carve wooden spoons because you need spoons, but also because your hands need something to do. You sit by the fire with a piece of wood and a knife, gradually shaping implements you'll use for years. You practice rope making, rolling fibres you prepared last summer into cordage. You plan next year's garden in excessive detail, sketching layouts on precious paper and reconsidering every decision. You think a lot, sometimes too much. The isolation and darkness of winter create space for thoughts that might stay buried during busier seasons. You think about the life you left behind, about family you don't see, about choices you've made, and whether they were right. You think about the future, what you're building, whether it matters, and who it's for. The hardest part of winter isn't the cold or the isolation. It's the not knowing how long it will last. Winter could end in March if you're lucky, releasing its grip and allowing early spring planting. It might drag into May if you're not, keeping the ground frozen and making you eat through supplies that should have been adequate but somehow aren't. You ration food conservatively, trying to stretch supplies without knowing exactly how long they need to last. You measure out beans carefully, counting how many meals remain. You slice meat thin, making portions that seem inadequate but multiply the number of times you can eat. You eat less than you'd like, maintaining survival rather than comfort. You burn firewood steadily, watching the stack shrink outside your window and doing calculations that always include a margin for what if winter decides to be terrible. Each log that goes into the fire is one less log protecting you from cold. You become miserly with heat, letting the fire burn lower than comfortable rather than burning through your supply too quickly. February is the worst month. Your supplies are diminished, your firewood stack is noticeably smaller, and winter shows no signs of ending. The days are still short, the cold is still intense, and you're tired of being inside, tired of the same food, and tired of your own company. You understand why some settlers don't make it, not because they starved or froze exactly, but because winter grinds them down until they stop trying. But you keep trying. You maintain your routines, tend your fire, ration your food, and wait for spring with determination that's part stubbornness and part spite. Winter will not win. You will outlast it. You will survive to see grass again. Spring arrives tentatively, as if testing whether winter is really gone. Snow melts in patches, revealing mud and dead grass and the general mess that winter has been hiding. The process is gradual. A warm day followed by a cold night. 2 steps forward and 1 step back. The land slowly waking from months of frozen sleep. The creek thaws, starting as a trickle under the ice that gradually expands until the ice breaks up and flows downstream in chunks. The sound of running water after months of silence is startling and wonderful. You stand by the creek listening to it flow, feeling the noise wash over you like a physical sensation. You step outside without a coat and feel sunshine on your face and realize you survived another winter. The feeling of spring warmth after months of cold is better than any luxury you knew back east. You stand in the sun with your eyes closed, letting it soak into your skin, feeling life return to a body that's been merely surviving. The first green shoots appear in the meadow, small and tentative but undeniably alive. Birds return from wherever they spent the winter, filling the air with songs you haven't heard in months. The chickens emerge from their shelter and actually seem happy for once, scratching in the mud and making satisfied noises. You inventory your remaining supplies, counting what's left and what you used. Your calculations were pessimistic enough that you have a surplus. Not much, but some. You'll have flour until the trading post trip. You'll have enough smoked meat to supplement spring foraging. You didn't starve, didn't freeze, and didn't fail. That's victory enough. Community on the frontier is sparse but crucial. Your nearest neighbours are the Thorpes, 3 miles south. The Andersons are 5 miles west. The Blackwoods are 6 miles east. These distances would be nothing back home. A pleasant walk, maybe 20 minutes on a horse. Out here, they're significant enough that you don't make the trip without purpose. You see these people perhaps once a month during good weather, less often in winter. But when you need help, when something breaks or someone gets hurt or a tree falls on your cabin, these distant neighbours become lifelines. The frontier creates a particular kind of community. Not intimate exactly, but reliable. You help others because you'll need help eventually. Mutual assistance isn't charity, it's investment in your own survival. You help raise the Thorpe's barn in exchange for their help repairing your wagon wheel that cracked on a rock you didn't see. A dozen neighbours gather for a barn raising, working together to lift heavy timbers and secure the frame. The work goes faster with multiple people, and there's something satisfying about collaborative labour toward a shared goal. You assist the Andersons during harvest because they're short-handed after Mr. Anderson broke his arm falling off his roof while doing repairs he should have asked for help with. You spend 3 days working their fields, and they'll remember when you need similar help. You share surplus food when you have it, knowing others will share when you're the one running short. Last spring, the Thorpes gave you 2 chickens when your own flock was reduced to 1 surviving hen. This autumn, you gave them a bag of dried berries and some smoked venison. The accounting is informal, the trade's unequal, but everyone understands the system. Community out here isn't about friendship exactly, though friendships do develop. It's about survival through cooperation. You might not particularly like your neighbours, and might not choose to spend time with them if you had other options, but you respect their competence, trust their reliability, and value their existence in this empty landscape. The trading post 60 miles away becomes your connection to civilization and supplies you can't make yourself. You make the trip twice a year, spring and fall, spending 4 days riding there and back. The journey is long enough to require planning, and short enough to be worthwhile. You travel with a pack horse loaded with items to trade, furs if you've trapped, smoked meat, leather goods, baskets, whatever you've made that might have value. The trail is rough, crossing streams and climbing ridges, following paths that are barely marked and sometimes disappear entirely. The post is run by a man named Fitzgerald who stocks everything from flour to fabric to ammunition to farming tools. His prices are high because he knows you have no alternatives. A bag of flour costs twice what it would back east. Ammunition is expensive enough that you calculate the value of each shot. Tools are precious because breaking one means months without replacement. You pay anyway because you need what he's selling. You restock flour, sugar, salt, coffee, ammunition, and whatever else your supplies lack. You buy needles and thread. You purchase a new file for sharpening your saw. You consider buying a second axe as backup but decide the cost isn't justified yet. Trading post visits become social events despite the commercial nature. You see people from other claims, exchange news and gossip, and hear about who's arrived and who's left. You learn that the Hendersons abandoned their claim after 2 winters, that the Mitchells lost their oldest child to fever, and that a new family is settling near the Blackwoods. You hear about developments in Oregon City, about ships arriving with supplies and immigrants, and about political discussions regarding territorial status. You absorb information like a sponge because news is rare and valuable. Everything from weather predictions to crop recommendations to rumours about Indian tensions gets discussed and debated. You also trade at the post, bartering items you've made for supplies you need. Your woven baskets fetch a decent price. Your smoked meat is popular among trappers preparing for expeditions. The leather items you've learned to craft have value, because quality leatherwork is rare out here. Money is scarce, so trade becomes the primary economy. You calculate value in terms of usefulness rather than currency. A good knife is worth a month of flour. A waterproof tarp is worth more than money because it solves problems money can't fix. You negotiate trades carefully, valuing items based on how much they'll improve your survival prospects. Fitzgerald keeps a ledger, tracking trades and debts with careful notation. You can buy on credit if necessary, though the interest he charges makes that option unappealing. You prefer to trade directly, settling accounts immediately rather than carrying debt through seasons that might prevent repayment. You spend one night at the post, sleeping in a rough shelter that passes for lodging, before starting the 2-day journey home. You travel carefully, protecting your newly acquired supplies from weather and accident. The flour sacks are precious cargo. The ammunition needs to stay dry. The fabric must arrive undamaged. The journey home always feels longer than the journey there. Maybe because you're hauling more weight, or maybe because you're eager to return to your claim. You think about all the work waiting at home, all the projects you left unfinished, and all the tasks that accumulated during your absence. The frontier doesn't make you religious if you weren't before, but it does make you think about larger questions. You spend a lot of time alone with your thoughts, and those thoughts wander into territory they never explored back east. You think about why you came here, what you're building, and whether this life is better or just different. You think about the indigenous peoples who lived here for generations before you arrived, who knew these lands intimately and were forced out to make room for settlers like you. The trading post owner mentions treaties and relocations without much reflection, but you can't help wondering what it cost those communities to lose access to the land you now claim. You've seen artifacts occasionally, stone tools, pictographs on rock faces, and the remains of structures you don't fully understand. Each discovery reminds you that this land has history you're not part of, stories you'll never know. You wonder about the people who made those tools, what their lives were like, and what they thought about these same mountains and creeks. The ethical weight of settlement sits uncomfortably sometimes. You didn't personally force anyone from this land, but you're benefiting from systems that did. You claim ownership of land that nobody owned in the same way before settlers arrived, with concepts of property and boundaries. The frontier offers opportunities you couldn't find back east, but those opportunities came at someone else's cost. You wonder about legacy, what you're building and who it's for. Some settlers have children, raising families in remote cabins, creating the next generation of frontier people. You watch those children grow up knowing no other life, comfortable with isolation and hard work in ways that seem almost alarming. They'll never understand city life the way you do, having been born into this vast, empty, challenging place. Other settlers are building in hope of profit, planning to improve their claims and eventually sell to newcomers willing to pay for established farms. The frontier is investment as much as home for them. They calculate their efforts in terms of future value, working toward the day they can leave with money in their pockets. And some settlers, if you're honest, are simply hiding, running from debts, from family, from past mistakes, from lives that didn't work out. The frontier doesn't ask many questions. It provides distance and anonymity, and the chance to become someone new. You've met men who won't discuss their past and women who've clearly left something painful behind. You don't press for details because you appreciate that the frontier allows reinvention. Your own reasons for being here are complicated. You wanted land, yes. You wanted opportunity and independence. You wanted to build something that was entirely yours, shaped by your own decisions and efforts. But you also wanted distance from the life you left behind, from expectations that didn't fit, from a future that felt predetermined, and from the sense that you were living someone else's plan. Out here, every decision is yours, every success is yours, every failure is definitely, undeniably yours. It's terrifying and liberating in equal measure. You can't blame circumstances or other people or bad luck when things go wrong, but you also can't share credit when things go right. The responsibility is absolute. The skills you've learned over these years have changed you in fundamental ways. You're harder than you were, not emotionally but physically. Your hands are permanently calloused, your muscles adapted to constant labour, and your body accustomed to weather extremes. You can work all day in conditions that would have defeated you years ago. You've developed endurance you didn't know was possible. You're also more patient and more impatient simultaneously. Patient with processes that can't be rushed. Crops growing, wood seasoning, winter passing. Impatient with inefficiency, with wasted effort, with anything that doesn't serve a clear purpose. You've learned to identify what matters and ignore what doesn't. The frontier strips away pretense, leaving only function. You've become comfortable with discomfort, which sounds contradictory but isn't. You're not happy about cold hands or sore muscles or monotonous food, but you accept these as normal rather than problems requiring solutions. Discomfort is just part of the deal. You work through it, live with it, and stop wasting energy complaining about things you can't change. Most surprisingly, you've learned to find satisfaction in small accomplishments. A cabin that doesn't leak, a garden that produces food, a winter survived, a cow that doesn't die. These aren't achievements anyone would celebrate back east, but out here they represent genuine success. You've learned to measure progress in practical terms, to take pride in function over form, and to appreciate competence more than elegance. The frontier doesn't make you a better person necessarily, but it makes you a more capable one. You can do things now that you couldn't do before. Build shelter, find food, create tools, and survive seasons that would have killed you without preparation. These skills won't help you in a city, they won't impress anyone at a dinner party, but they'll keep you alive out here, and sometimes that's the only measure that matters. You think about the generations that will follow, assuming people keep coming west. Will they remember how hard the early years were? Will they appreciate the skills that made survival possible? Or will those skills fade into history, replaced by easier methods, better tools and systems that eliminate the need for self-sufficiency? You like to imagine your great-grandchildren visiting this land someday, standing where your cabin stood, trying to picture what life was like when everything had to be built from nothing. You hope they'll understand the work it took. You hope they'll appreciate the knowledge that was earned through cold winters and hungry springs and mistakes that taught harsh lessons. But mostly, you hope they'll never need these skills. You hope the frontier becomes settled, civilized and easier. You hope they'll have stores and roads and neighbours close enough to talk to without planning a half-day trip. You hope they'll take hot water and warm houses and reliable food for granted, never knowing what it's like to wonder if you've cut enough firewood or stored enough potatoes or prepared adequately for the season ahead. Because that's what you're building out here, really. Not just a cabin or a claim or a farm. You're building a foundation for a future that's less harsh than your present. You're doing the hard work so that someday, maybe generations from now, someone can live on this land without needing to know which trees mark underground streams, or how to weave a basket, or what it feels like to go hungry in March because winter lasted too long. The sun is setting now, dropping behind the mountains in that dramatic way it does out here, painting the sky in colours that still surprise you even after all this time. You stand outside your cabin, looking across the land you've claimed and worked and learned to read. The evening air is cool but not cold. Spring is firmly established, summer is coming, and you've got seeds to plant tomorrow. Inside the cabin, the fire burns steadily, smoke rising from the chimney into the purple sky. Your wood stack is rebuilt after winter's depletion, standing ready for next year's cold. Your garden is ploughed and ready for planting, the soil turned and waiting for seeds. Your tools are sharp and maintained, hanging on their designated hooks. You're prepared, or as prepared as anyone can be for whatever comes next. The frontier is still vast and challenging and occasionally hostile, but it's also home now, in ways you couldn't have predicted when you first arrived. You've learned its language, earned your place in its landscape, and survived its tests. The skills you've developed aren't just techniques for staying alive, they're a way of seeing the world, of finding solutions, of building something meaningful from raw materials and determination. You head inside as darkness settles over the land, secure in the knowledge that you're ready for another cycle of seasons. Tomorrow will bring work, as every day does. But tonight, you're warm and fed and adequately supplied. Your cabin stands solid around you, each log and shake representing work you completed with your own hands. Your fire burns bright in the hearth, casting warm light across floors you've walked 10,000 times. And somewhere in the distance, a coyote calls into the night, its voice carrying across miles of open country that you're slowly, carefully learning to call your own. The quiet frontier has taught you well, and you're finally learning to listen. You know that feeling when you find something in your attic that makes you forget about the cobwebs in your hair? That's exactly what happened to Dr. Sarah Chen on a particularly muggy Tuesday afternoon in Athens. She'd been rummaging through the basement archives of the National Library, hunting for anything related to her research on ancient Greek philosophy, when her fingers brushed against something that definitely didn't belong with the other manuscripts. The leather binding felt different, older, somehow more secretive. It appeared as though it had been concealed for centuries, awaiting discovery by the appropriate individual. The cover bore no title, just a small symbol that looked suspiciously like Aristotle's signature, if philosophers had signatures back then. Although philosophers probably didn't have signatures back then, you get the idea. Sarah pulled the manuscript closer to the single, flickering fluorescent light that made everything in the basement look like a horror movie set. The first page made her eyebrows shoot up so high they nearly disappeared into her hairline. Written in faded Greek letters were the words, "The teachings they didn't want you to know," though in much fancier ancient Greek, of course. Now, Sarah had been studying Aristotle for the better part of 15 years. She knew his work, just like some people know their morning coffee routine. She could recite passages from the Nicomachean Ethics while brushing her teeth, and had actually done so on more than one occasion, much to her roommate's bewilderment. But this was entirely new territory. Aristotle's hand appeared to write the manuscript, or at least it was a convincing forgery. But forgers usually didn't hide their work in dusty basement archives, where nobody would find them for centuries. Typically, they desired for their creations to be discovered, especially by individuals with substantial financial resources and dubious moral standards. As Sarah carefully turned the brittle pages, she realized she was looking at what appeared to be Aristotle's personal journal. His thoughts were raw and unfiltered, unlike the polished treatises that had endured through history. You might jot down notes in the margins of your own books, yet these margins held concepts that could transform our understanding of one of history's most influential intellectuals. The first entry was dated to what would have been 335 BCE, right around the time Aristotle returned to Athens to establish his school, the Lyceum. But instead of the formal, measured tone of his public works, the passage read more like someone venting to their diary after a particularly frustrating day at the office. "Alexander keeps sending me letters asking for advice on conquering the world," the entry began, "as if I have a manual for that sort of thing lying around. I keep telling him that wisdom comes from understanding yourself first, but apparently that's not nearly as exciting as charging across continents with an army." Sarah found herself smiling despite the gravity of her discovery. Here was Aristotle, the great philosopher, sounding remarkably like any modern mentor dealing with an overachieving student who'd rather skip the hard work of self-reflection and jump straight to the glamorous stuff. But as she continued reading, the entries became more intriguing. Aristotle wrote about ideas that seemed to contradict his published works, theories that felt centuries ahead of their time, and observations about human nature that were so brutally honest they would have probably gotten him exiled from Athens faster than you could say, corrupting the youth. The basement suddenly felt smaller, stuffier. Sarah became aware that she'd been suppressing her emotions unknowingly. This wasn't just any old manuscript, this was potentially the philosophical discovery of the century. The kind of find that would make her colleagues turn green with envy, and probably result in at least 3 documentary crews camping outside her apartment. She carefully closed the manuscript and looked around the empty basement, half expecting to see some shadowy figure lurking behind the filing cabinets, ready to snatch away her discovery. But there was only the gentle hum of the ancient air conditioning system and the faint smell of old paper and forgotten stories. You'd think that finding a potentially world-changing manuscript would keep someone awake all night, pacing around their apartment like a caffeinated philosopher. But Sarah had always been the type to process big discoveries slowly, like a fine wine or a particularly complex piece of music. So instead of rushing into anything dramatic, she made herself a cup of chamomile tea, settled into her favourite reading chair, the one with the questionable upholstery that somehow made everything more comfortable, and began to read more carefully. The second section of Aristotle's hidden journal dealt with what he called the art of comfortable rebellion. This chapter was fascinating because the Aristotle everyone knew was hardly a rebel. He was more like the philosophical equivalent of a competent insurance agent, reliable, thorough, and not particularly interested in rocking boats. However, his private thoughts revealed a distinct perspective. The greatest wisdom, he had written, often comes from quietly questioning everything, even the things you've spent your whole life teaching others to accept. Sarah had to pause at that line. She'd spent her career studying Aristotle's public teachings about logic, ethics, and the natural world. But this private Aristotle seemed to be suggesting that maybe, just maybe, some of those carefully constructed arguments were more like starting points than final destinations. The philosopher went on to describe what he called gentle heresy, the practice of challenging established ideas not through dramatic confrontation, but through persistent, quiet questioning. Like water slowly wearing away stone, you were instead eroding the assumptions that everyone took for granted. I've noticed, Aristotle continued, that the most dangerous ideas are often the most comfortable ones. The thoughts that feel so natural are often ones we never think to examine, like assuming that wisdom always comes from age, or that happiness means the same thing to everyone, or that the best way to live is the way our parents lived. Sarah found herself nodding along as she read. This was the kind of philosophy that felt less like an academic exercise, and more like practical life advice. You could converse about it with a knowledgeable companion over an extended meal, as opposed to engaging in a formal discussion with accurate citations and footnotes. What struck her most was how modern these ideas sounded. Aristotle was essentially describing what we might now call mindfulness, or critical thinking, but he was doing it in a way that felt gentle rather than aggressive. He wasn't suggesting that people should go around tearing down every belief system they encountered. Instead, he was advocating for a kind of philosophical curiosity that could coexist peacefully with daily life. The comfortable rebel, he wrote, is someone who can hold their beliefs lightly enough to examine them, but firmly enough to live by them when examination is complete. There was something deeply appealing about this approach. Sarah had always found traditional academic philosophy a bit exhausting. All that arguing and counter-arguing, all those elaborate systems designed to prove other people wrong. But this felt different. This approach to philosophy felt more like a way of living than merely a means to win arguments. The journal entries from this section were peppered with small observations about daily life in ancient Athens. Aristotle wrote about conversations with his students that went in unexpected directions, about moments when he realized he'd been wrong about something he'd taught for years, and about the strange comfort of admitting ignorance in areas where he was supposed to be an expert. Today, a student asked me why we call certain emotions good and others bad, one entry read. I gave him the standard answer about virtue and vice, but afterward I realized I wasn't entirely sure I believed what I'd said. Perhaps emotions are more like weather, natural phenomena that simply are rather than moral categories that should be judged. Sarah could almost imagine the scene, the great philosopher standing in his school surrounded by eager students, suddenly confronted with the possibility that one of his fundamental assumptions might be shaky. Instead of doubling down on his position, he seemed genuinely curious about this moment of uncertainty. As she continued reading, Sarah realized that the topic wasn't just a historical curiosity. These ideas felt remarkably relevant to her life. How many of her beliefs had she simply inherited rather than examined? How many assumptions was she carrying around without even realizing it? The chamomile tea had gone cold in her mug, but she barely noticed. Outside her window, Athens was settling into its evening rhythm, but inside her apartment, she was having a conversation across centuries with one of history's most influential thinkers. Except this version of him felt less like a distant authority figure, and more like someone she might actually want to have coffee with. The third section of Aristotle's journal had a title that made Sarah nearly snort tea through her nose. On the noble art of making it up as you go along. This was definitely not the Aristotle she remembered from graduate school. I have a confession, the entry began, which I suspect would horrify my students if they knew. Most of the time I have absolutely no idea what I'm talking about. Sarah had to read that sentence 3 times before it sank in. Here was one of history's most confident-sounding philosophers admitting to what basically amounted to imposter syndrome. It was like discovering that your high school principal had been just as confused about how to run a school as everyone else. But instead of being disappointing, this revelation was oddly comforting. Aristotle went on to explain that he'd gradually realised that the appearance of certainty was often just that, an appearance. The really interesting stuff happened when you admitted you were figuring things out as you went along. I've noticed that my best insights come not when I'm trying to prove a point, he continued, but when I'm genuinely puzzled by something and willing to sit with that puzzlement for a while. It's akin to the distinction between forcing a key into a lock and patiently waiting for the right key to emerge. This was revolutionary stuff, philosophically speaking. The Aristotle that history remembered had built elaborate logical systems and created comprehensive categories for understanding everything from ethics to biology. But this private Aristotle seemed to be suggesting that maybe the best wisdom came from embracing uncertainty rather than trying to eliminate it. Sarah reflected on her own academic career. How much energy had she spent trying to sound like she knew what she was talking about? How many potentially interesting ideas had she set aside because they didn't align neatly with existing frameworks? The academic world practically demanded certainty, or at least the convincing performance of certainty. But Aristotle's journal suggested a different approach entirely. The wisest people I know, he wrote, are the ones who can say, "I don't know," without shame, and "I might be wrong," without fear. They're also, coincidentally, the most interesting people to talk with. The entries in this section were full of examples from Aristotle's daily life, where admitting ignorance had led to unexpected discoveries. He wrote about a conversation with a pottery maker who had casually mentioned something about clay that completely changed Aristotle's understanding of how materials behave. He described a discussion with a child who had asked such a simple question about justice that it had forced him to reconsider an entire chapter of his ethics. Children, he noted, are natural philosophers because they haven't yet learned to be embarrassed by not knowing things. They ask, why, with the same enthusiasm, whether they're talking about the colour of the sky or the nature of friendship. Adults, unfortunately, often lose this beautiful shamelessness about their ignorance. Sarah found herself thinking about her relationship with uncertainty. People expected her to be an expert on ancient philosophy in her professional life. Students came to her classes expecting answers, colleagues expected her to have informed opinions, and academic conferences expected her to present research as if she had definitively solved whatever puzzle she was working on. But sitting in her comfortable chair, with Aristotle's secret journal, she realised how much more captivating her work might become if she approached it with the same kind of curious uncertainty that he was describing. What if not knowing something wasn't a professional weakness, but a starting point for genuine inquiry? The journal entries from this period showed Aristotle experimenting with what he called productive confusion. Instead of rushing to resolve every intellectual puzzle, he would sometimes deliberately sit with questions that didn't have clear answers. He would collect observations without immediately trying to fit them into theories. He would have conversations without trying to win them. "I've started telling my students when I don't know something," one entry read, "and the strangest thing has happened. Instead of losing respect for me, they seem more engaged. It's as if admitting my ignorance gives them permission to explore their own." This was exactly the kind of teaching approach that Sarah had always wanted to try, but had never quite had the courage to implement. The academic world could be brutally competitive, and showing vulnerability felt risky. But here was Aristotle, the renowned philosopher, suggesting that being intellectually honest might actually be more effective than pretending to be knowledgeable. As she read on, Sarah began to see how this embrace of uncertainty connected to the earlier themes in the journal. The comfortable rebellion that Aristotle had written about wasn't just about questioning established ideas. It was about being comfortable with the fact that questioning might not lead to neat final answers. The evening was growing darker outside, and Sarah realised she'd been reading for hours without noticing the time pass. But instead of feeling worn out, she felt energised by these ideas. It was like discovering that someone she'd admired from a distance was actually much more interesting and human than she'd imagined. The fourth section of Aristotle's journal opened with what might have been the most subversive statement yet. "I have come to believe that the most revolutionary thing a person can do is to live an ordinary life with extraordinary attention." Sarah had to smile at this. The idea that ordinariness might be a form of wisdom was not in the standard philosophical curriculum. Philosophy was supposed to be about big ideas, universal truths, and profound insights that elevated human thinking above mundane concerns. However, Aristotle's personal reflections appeared to be moving in a completely different direction. He was becoming fascinated with what he called the philosophy of Tuesday afternoons, the idea that wisdom might be found not in dramatic moments of revelation, but in the simple practice of paying attention to ordinary experience. "I spent this morning watching my neighbour hang laundry," one entry began, "and realised I was witnessing a perfect demonstration of practical wisdom. She knew exactly how much space each garment needed, how to arrange them so they would dry efficiently, and how to secure them against the wind without damage. This knowledge came not from books or lectures, but from years of patient attention to a simple task." This writing was vintage Aristotle in some ways. He had always been interested in practical wisdom, alongside theoretical knowledge. But there was something different about the tone here. Instead of analysing practical wisdom as a philosophical concept, he seemed to be celebrating it as a way of life. The entries in this section were full of similar observations. Aristotle wrote about the baker who could tell by smell exactly when bread was ready, the teacher who knew instinctively when a student was struggling with something beyond the current lesson, and the gardener who understood the subtle rhythms of plant growth better than any botanical treatise could explain. "These people," he wrote, "are practicing a form of philosophy that doesn't announce itself. They're conducting ongoing experiments in how to live well, but they don't call it research. They're developing sophisticated theories about human nature and the physical world, but they don't write papers about it. They're just living with intelligence." Sarah found this perspective both refreshing and slightly unsettling. She'd spent her career in an environment where the value of knowledge was largely determined by how complex and abstract it could become. The idea that the person who knew the most about living well might be someone who had never read a philosophy book was both liberating and threatening to everything she'd built her professional identity around. But as she continued reading, she realised that Aristotle wasn't dismissing formal philosophy so much as expanding its boundaries. He seemed to be suggesting that the kind of wisdom you might develop through decades of mindful attention to daily life was just as valuable as the kind you might develop through years of academic study, maybe more so. "I have students who can argue brilliantly about the nature of virtue," he wrote, "but who have never learned to listen carefully to another person. I know scholars who can analyse the structure of a perfect argument, but who cannot comfort a friend in distress. Knowledge without practical application is like a beautiful song that no one ever sings." Sarah found this observation particularly poignant. How many academic discussions had she participated in that felt completely disconnected from actual human experience? How many brilliant theoretical insights had she encountered that seemed to have no practical relevance to the business of living a good life? But Aristotle's journal was suggesting a different approach entirely. What if the goal wasn't to transcend ordinary experience, but to inhabit it more fully? What if wisdom wasn't about rising above the mundane, but about finding depth within it? The entries from this period showed Aristotle conducting what he called experiments in ordinary attention. He would spend entire days trying to notice things he usually took for granted, the way light changed throughout the day, the subtle variations in people's voices when they were tired or excited, and the small rituals that made daily life feel stable and meaningful. "I am trying to learn to see my life as if I were an anthropologist studying a foreign culture," he wrote. "What are the customs and assumptions I follow without thinking? What would a visitor from another world find most puzzling about the way I organise my days?" This practice seemed to be yielding unexpected insights. Aristotle began to notice patterns in his behaviour that he'd never seen before, connections between his emotional states and his physical environment, and small habits that were either supporting or undermining his well-being. "Today I realise that I think more clearly when I'm walking than when I'm sitting still," one entry read. "But I've been conducting most of my important conversations while seated. This seems like the kind of practical wisdom that's too obvious to notice until you notice it." As the evening deepened around her, Sarah found herself wondering what she might discover if she applied this kind of attention to her own ordinary days. What patterns might emerge if she paid closer attention to the rhythms of her life? Could she uncover hidden wisdom in her daily routines? The idea was both simple and profound, that the most important insights might not come from reading more books or attending more conferences, but from learning to inhabit her experience with greater awareness and appreciation. The fifth section of Aristotle's journal began with a warning that would have made his PR team very nervous. "I must write carefully about what I'm going to discuss next, because it touches on the most dangerous idea I've encountered. The possibility that the best life might be the one where you stop trying to become someone else. Sarah raised an eyebrow at this. In her experience, ancient philosophy was usually all about self-improvement and moral development. The whole point was supposed to be becoming a better version of yourself. But Aristotle seemed to be heading towards something that sounded suspiciously like acceptance, which wasn't typically considered a philosophical virtue. I have spent most of my life, the next entry continued, trying to become the person I thought I should be. I have strived to become the wise teacher, the respected scholar, and the moral exemplar. But lately I've been wondering, what if the person I already am is actually quite adequate? Such an attitude was definitely not the kind of thing that would have appeared in the Nicomachean Ethics. Ancient Greek culture was built around ideals of excellence and self-improvement. The whole concept of virtue was about actualizing your potential and becoming the best possible version of yourself. But here was Aristotle suggesting that maybe all that striving was missing something important. The entries in this section were more personal than anything Sarah had read so far. Aristotle wrote about the exhaustion of constantly trying to live up to his reputation, the way he'd begun to feel like a character in a play rather than a person living his life. He described the strange relief he'd felt when he first allowed himself to admit that he didn't always enjoy teaching, that he sometimes found his students tedious, and that he had days when he'd rather be gardening than philosophizing. The most radical thing I can imagine, he wrote, is simply being honest about who I actually am rather than who I think I should be. He meant not being honest in a confessional, dramatic way, but rather being honest in the quiet manner of someone who has stopped performing for an invisible audience. Sarah found his words surprisingly moving. She reflected on her relationship with professional expectations and how she sometimes felt as if she were playing the role of Professor Sarah instead of simply being herself. The academic world seemed to reward a particular kind of personality, articulate, confident, intellectually aggressive, and she'd spent years trying to fit herself into that mould. But what would it be like to bring more of her actual self to her work? The parts of her that were uncertain, curious, and sometimes confused? Could she embrace the aspects of herself that prioritized comprehension over accuracy? Aristotle's journal entries from this period showed him experimenting with what he called authentic presence, the practice of showing up to conversations and interactions as himself, rather than as the version of himself he thought other people wanted to see. I tried an experiment today, one entry read. When a student asked me a question I didn't know how to answer, instead of deflecting or giving a partial response that made me sound knowledgeable, I simply said, "That's a wonderful question, and I genuinely don't know the answer. What do you think?" The conversation that followed was more fascinating than any lecture I've given this year. This kind of authenticity seemed to be having unexpected effects. Aristotle wrote about students who began sharing more personal questions about how to apply philosophical ideas to their actual lives. He described colleagues who started admitting their uncertainties and doubts. It was as if his willingness to be himself was giving other people permission to be themselves as well. "I'm beginning to suspect," he wrote, "that what people really want from a teacher is not someone who has all the answers, but someone who demonstrates that it's possible to live thoughtfully with questions." Sarah thought about her teaching. How much more engaging might her classes be if she approached them with this kind of authenticity? Instead of trying to be the expert who knew everything about ancient philosophy, what if she positioned herself as someone who was genuinely curious about these ideas and wanted to explore them together with her students? The journal entries also revealed Aristotle grappling with the social risks of authenticity. Ancient Athens was not necessarily a place where being different was celebrated, and philosophers were already viewed with some suspicion. Being genuinely himself meant risking the disapproval of people whose opinions he cared about. "There is a particular kind of loneliness," he wrote, "that comes from being surrounded by people who know your reputation but not your actual thoughts. It's the loneliness of being admired for qualities you're not sure you possess and respected, for achievements that feel less important to you than they do to others." But he also wrote about the relief of gradually letting go of the need to maintain that reputation. "I'm discovering that the energy I've been spending on trying to be impressive could be much better used for actually paying attention to what's happening around me." As Sarah read these entries, she realized that Aristotle was describing something that felt very familiar. The tension between who you are and who you think you're supposed to be, the exhaustion of maintaining a professional persona, and the yearning for conversations that felt real rather than performative. The section ended with an entry that felt like a small revolution. Today I told someone that I don't actually enjoy wine very much, even though I've been pretending to appreciate it for years, because that seemed like the sophisticated thing to do. It was such a small admission, but it felt like opening a window in a stuffy room. The 6th section of Aristotle's journal opened with what sounded like a contradiction. I have been working on becoming better at being confused, and I think I'm finally getting good at it. Sarah had to pause at this sentence. In her world, solving confusion quickly was the norm. Students were confused until they understood the material. Researchers were confused until they found answers to their questions. Confusion was a temporary state that you passed through on your way to clarity. But Aristotle seemed to be suggesting something entirely different. He was treating confusion not as a problem, but as a skill that could be developed and refined. I used to think the goal of thinking was to eliminate confusion, the first entry in this section continued, but now I suspect that the goal might be to become confused about more interesting things. This was a fascinating distinction. Aristotle went on to describe what he called productive confusion, the kind of mental state where you're not sure what you think about something, but you're engaged with that uncertainty in a way that feels alive and generative. He contrasted this with what he called dead-end confusion, the kind where you're stuck and frustrated and just want someone to give you the right answer so you can move on. The difference, he suggested, wasn't in the confusion itself, but in how you related to it. When I'm productively confused, he wrote, I feel like I'm at the edge of understanding something important. I don't know what it is yet, but I can sense its presence. When I find myself in a state of dead-end confusion, it feels like I'm struggling against a barrier that someone else has constructed. Sarah found this distinction immediately useful. She reflected on her own research, considering the moments when she felt genuinely puzzled by something compared to those when she felt frustrated by her inability to make progress. The quality of the confusion really was different in each case. Aristotle's journal entries from this period were full of examples of productive confusion in action. He wrote about spending an entire afternoon thinking about a single question a student had asked, not because he was trying to find the answer, but because he wanted to understand why the question was so intriguing. A young woman asked me yesterday whether it's possible to be brave about small things, one entry read. I gave her a standard answer about the nature of courage, but the question has been haunting me. There's something about it that suggests my usual way of thinking about bravery might be incomplete. Instead of rushing to resolve this confusion, Aristotle seemed to be cultivating it. He wrote about carrying the question with him for days, noticing how it changed his perception of ordinary interactions. He observed people making small acts of courage that he'd never recognized as such, speaking up in conversations where they disagreed with the majority, admitting when they didn't understand something, and choosing to be kind when it would have been easier to be indifferent. I'm beginning to think, he wrote, that there might be an entire category of virtues that I've been overlooking because they're too quiet and everyday to notice. This was exactly the kind of insight that seemed to emerge from what Aristotle was calling productive confusion. By staying with the question instead of immediately trying to answer it, he'd opened up a whole new way of seeing familiar territory. Sarah realized that she'd been having a similar experience with this journal itself. Instead of rushing to analyze it or fit it into existing categories of philosophical thought, she'd been allowing herself to be puzzled by it, and that puzzlement was leading her to see connections and possibilities that she never would have noticed if she'd approached it with a predetermined agenda. The entries in this section also revealed Aristotle developing what he called confusion practices, deliberate exercises designed to cultivate productive uncertainty. He would spend time each day thinking about something he thought he understood well, trying to find aspects of it that were actually mysterious. Today I tried to really think about what happens when I recognize a friend's face, one entry read. I know that I know this person, but I have no idea how that knowing works. What is the mechanism by which patterns of light entering my eyes become the experience of recognition? The more I think about it, the more miraculous it seems. This kind of practice seemed to be having a profound effect on how Aristotle experienced daily life. Instead of taking familiar experiences for granted, he was learning to see them as full of mystery and complexity. The world was becoming more interesting rather than more predictable. I'm discovering that confusion is a form of attention, he wrote. When I'm genuinely puzzled by something, I pay attention to it in a way that I don't when I think I already understand it. As Sarah read these entries, she found herself wanting to try some of these confusion practices herself. What would it be like to approach familiar aspects of her life with genuine curiosity, rather than automatic understanding? What might she notice if she allowed herself to be puzzled by things she usually took for granted? The section ended with an observation that felt like a summary of everything Aristotle had been learning. The wisest people I know are not the ones who have the most answers, but the ones who have the most interesting questions. And the most interesting questions are usually the ones that make you realise how little you actually know about things you thought you understood perfectly. The final section of Aristotle's journal felt different from the rest. Aristotle's handwriting appeared slightly shakier, suggesting that he had written it later in his life, and his tone was more reflective and settled. The opening entry was dated several years after the others, and it began simply, "I have been thinking about what it means to live a quietly revolutionary life." Sarah sensed she was approaching something important. This passage felt like Aristotle's attempt to synthesize everything he'd been exploring in his private writings, to see what it all added up to. "I realise now that I have been describing a particular way of being in the world," he wrote, "though I didn't set out to do so. It's a way of living that doesn't announce itself dramatically, but that changes everything nonetheless." The entries in this final section wove together all the themes that had appeared earlier: the comfortable rebellion, the wisdom of uncertainty, the revolutionary ordinariness, the dangerous authenticity, and the art of productive confusion. But instead of treating them as separate ideas, Aristotle was showing how they formed a coherent approach to life. "The gentle revolution," he wrote, "is not about overthrowing external systems, but about changing your relationship to your experience. It's about choosing curiosity over certainty, authenticity over performance, attention over distraction, and questions over answers." Sarah could see how these concepts tied together everything she'd been reading. Each of the practices Aristotle had been exploring was really a way of stepping outside conventional approaches to living and thinking. But instead of doing so through dramatic gestures or confrontational behaviour, he was advocating for a kind of quiet subversion. "The most radical thing you can do," one entry read, "is to pay attention to your actual experience, rather than to your ideas about what your experience should be." This approach sounds simple, but it undermines almost everything that society tells us is important. Aristotle went on to explain what he meant by this. So much of human suffering, he suggested, came from the gap between how we think our lives should be and how they actually are. We exhaust ourselves trying to feel the emotions we think we should feel, to want the things we think we should want, and to be the people we think we should be. "But what if," he wrote, "the person you already are is actually quite interesting? What if the life you're currently leading holds more wisdom and beauty than your training has taught you to perceive? What if the gentle revolution is simply learning to see what's already there?" This approach wasn't about settling for mediocrity or giving up on growth and change. Instead, it was about starting from a place of basic acceptance rather than fundamental dissatisfaction. It was about approaching self-improvement from a foundation of self-appreciation rather than self-criticism. Sarah contemplated how different her life might feel if she approached it with this kind of gentle attention. Instead of constantly measuring herself against external standards or future possibilities, what would it be like to genuinely appreciate the person she was right now, the work she was already doing, and the relationships she already had? The journal entries from this period showed Aristotle living this philosophy rather than just theorizing about it. He wrote about small moments of contentment that he might have previously overlooked: the satisfaction of a good conversation with a student, the pleasure of a perfectly ripe piece of fruit, and the comfort of a familiar walk through the city. "I am learning to treat my life as if it were a work of art that I'm both creating and appreciating," he wrote. Not in a self-conscious way, but in the way that an artist might step back from a painting occasionally to really see what they've been working on. This metaphor struck Sarah as particularly beautiful. Instead of treating life as a problem to be solved, or a test to be passed, what would it be like to approach it as a creative work in progress? Something that was already valuable, but that could always be developed further? The final entries in the journal were surprisingly practical. Aristotle offered specific suggestions for anyone who wanted to experiment with these ideas. Keep a daily record of moments when you notice something you'd usually overlooked. Practice saying "I don't know" without embarrassment. Spend time each day doing something ordinary with extraordinary attention. Allow yourself to be confused by things you think you understand. These are not dramatic practices, he wrote, but they are surprisingly powerful. They work by gradually shifting your attention from what you think should be happening to what is actually happening. But what's really going on is often more interesting than what you think is going on. The journal ended with an entry that felt like both a conclusion and a beginning. I have spent my public career trying to understand the nature of the good life, but I think the good life might be simpler than I imagined. It might be nothing more than learning to live your actual life with genuine attention and appreciation. Everything else, the wisdom, the peace, the joy, might simply be what emerges when you stop trying so hard to be somewhere else. As Sarah closed the manuscript, she realised that the fluorescent light in the basement had been replaced by the warm glow of early morning. She'd been reading all night, but instead of feeling tired, she felt energised by a quiet excitement. The find wasn't just a historical discovery, it was a practical invitation to experiment with a different way of being in the world. She carefully placed the journal back in its protective case, but she knew she'd be returning to these ideas again and again. Aristotle's forbidden teachings weren't forbidden because they were dangerous to society. They were forbidden because they were dangerous to the part of each person that preferred the familiar discomfort of striving to the unfamiliar comfort of acceptance. Outside, Athens was waking up to another ordinary day. But Sarah suspected that her own ordinary days might never feel quite the same again. Albert Einstein was born on March 14th, 1879, in the modest city of Ulm in the German Empire. His father, Hermann, managed small electrochemical ventures, and his mother, Pauline, nurtured a love of music. Contrary to later myths, he wasn't a poor student, rather, he disliked rote memorization and preferred exploring ideas on his own. At age 5, he received a simple compass. Its unwavering needle, guided by an unseen force, left him spellbound, hinting at hidden laws in nature. In school, he often seemed preoccupied, building intricate houses of cards or lost in thought. Though teachers labelled him indifferent, he was quietly constructing mental pictures that reached far beyond mundane lessons. Music also shaped his early life. Pauline insisted he learn violin, and though reluctant at first, he found a kinship with Mozart's compositions. This link between artistic harmony and orderly principles of the universe captivated him. Even as a child, he sensed that creativity and logic could coexist productively. His family's moves, first to Munich, then to Italy, created in him a sense of displacement. Rather than fitting snugly into any single cultural or academic mould, he became an observer, questioning everything around him. During a stint at a Catholic elementary school, he briefly embraced religious devotion. Yet he soon gravitated toward a more personal sense of wonder, one unbound by strict doctrine. Later, he would speak of a cosmic religious feeling, a reverence for the unfathomable mysteries of existence. The German educational system clashed with his inquisitive spirit. Teachers focused on memorization, while Einstein was enthralled by independent exploration. He pored over geometry and calculus texts in his free time, often outpacing his peers in conceptual understanding. One tutor noticed his knack for dissecting problems from multiple angles, an early sign of the thought experiments he would later make famous. Meanwhile, Hermann's business pursuits met with limited success, adding financial strain to the household. Yet in that uncertainty, Einstein found pockets of freedom. His parents rarely scolded him for daydreaming. Instead, they recognized his inclination to probe and analyze. When he built card towers, it was more than play. He studied balance, structure, and resilience, qualities he would apply to his theoretical work. Overlooked details of his youth further illustrate his distinctive perspective. He once spent hours trying to visualize how a beam of light might appear if one could race alongside it. These musings were embryonic glimpses of the relativity he would formalize years later. Far from mere fanciful flights, they were a training ground for a mind unafraid to question conventional frames of reference. Another seldom noted aspect was his relationship with language. Raised in a multilingual environment, German at home, occasionally Italian outside, he developed a nuanced appreciation for words. Later in life, he would craft carefully balanced scientific papers where clarity took precedence over flourish. But as a boy, he simply recognized that words were imperfect vessels for ideas, sparking a habit of visualizing concepts to grasp them more deeply. By his early teens, Einstein grew increasingly restless with formal schooling. The Luitpold Gymnasium in Munich, with its strict regimen, clashed with his burgeoning interests. Feeling stifled, he began to defy conventional academic paths, in a decision that alarmed his teachers. He left school before graduation and followed his family to Italy. To some, it looked like a rash move, yet it was an act of self-determination, fueled by a longing to learn without constraint. During this period, he explored philosophy as well, delving into Kant's works and pondering the nature of reality. Such readings reinforced his conviction that genuine understanding required more than reciting facts. He craved first-hand encounters with the puzzles of the universe, from the motion of planets to the properties of light. Though his childhood did not revolve solely around science, he played violin, enjoyed walks, and showed flashes of humour. It was imbued with a special kind of curiosity. He was neither the hapless student nor the overnight prodigy that later narratives would portray. Instead, he was a reflective, somewhat solitary child who found meaning in probing life's deeper questions. His early experiences, compass in hand, cards neatly stacked, violin tucked under his chin, crystallized into the core of a worldview that would soon turn the scientific world on its head. Ultimately, the disparate strands of his youth would unite in a bold questioning of the established order. Few recognized how far his curiosity would carry him. Einstein's choice to abandon the Luitpold Gymnasium before graduating startled his teachers, but he felt stifled by rote drills. He rejoined his family in Milan, where Hermann hoped to save his faltering business. Finally freed from rigid school routines, Einstein studied math and philosophy on his own, devouring Kant's works and nurturing an obsession with the universe's hidden structure. Still, the need for formal credentials loomed. In 1895, he applied to the Swiss Federal Polytechnic in Zurich, known for its forward-thinking curriculum. Although he excelled in math and physics, he flunked the entrance exam's other parts. Undeterred, he spent a transformative year at the Cantonal School in Aarau, Switzerland. This school's progressive ethos welcomed curiosity and debate, an environment in which Einstein thrived. Living with the Winterler family, he formed close bonds. He briefly romanced their daughter, Marie, but also made lifelong friendships. Armed with improved preparation, he passed the Polytechnic entrance exam in 1896 and pursued a teaching diploma in math and physics. Zurich's intellectual pulse invigorated him. By day, he endured lectures. By night, he wrestled with scientific texts or debated theory in cafes. Less enthralled with rote note-taking, he favoured independent study. Though he admired some professors, others saw him as dismissive and unruly, a reputation that would later cost him solid references. During this period, Einstein met Mileva Maric, the only woman in their physics cohort. She was bright and tenacious, undeterred by an academic world largely unwelcoming to women. Their bond intertwined intellectual exchange and romantic attraction. Letters between them reveal lively dialogues about abstract science and the deeper questions of existence. Critics sometimes question the extent of Mileva's contributions to Einstein's early work, but it's certain she engaged in stimulating discussions at a formative time in his career. Einstein graduated in 1900. Despite his clear gift for physics, job prospects were scarce. Dismissed by some professors as headstrong, he received only lukewarm recommendations. Over the next 2 years, he subsisted on tutoring gigs and part-time teaching roles, struggling to pay rent. Meanwhile, his relationship with Mileva grew more serious. They had a daughter, Liesel, whose fate remains one of the murkiest aspects of Einstein's life. Records suggest she may have been adopted, but details are sparse. Financial anxiety gnawed at him, and paternal disapproval of Mileva added stress. Yet his scientific passion never dimmed. Whenever he found a spare hour, Einstein tackled research problems in thermodynamics or statistical mechanics. Despite their lack of widespread attention, these small papers demonstrated Einstein's capacity to critically examine conventional assumptions. A modest beacon of stability arrived in 1902. Einstein secured a post as a technical expert, third class, at the Swiss Patent Office in Bern. While many might view patent reviewing as mundane, the job offered a predictable schedule and a steady wage, precisely what he needed. Crucially, it also left him mental space for independent thought. Far from being a lull, this period set the stage for his most significant breakthroughs. Bern itself was unassuming, but it possessed an understated cultural vitality. Einstein, ever sociable in an understated way, found a small circle of like-minded acquaintances. They shared books, debated philosophical ideas, and sometimes playfully referred to themselves as the Olympia Academy. The group's informal spirit aligned perfectly with Einstein's own approach, freewheeling, yet anchored by a deep respect for rational inquiry. Meanwhile, his personal life moved forward. He and Mileva married in 1903, hoping to create a steel home. Their union was hardly perfect, fraught with the usual challenges of newlyweds, compounded by Einstein's preoccupation with science and ongoing money worries. Still, having a supportive partner with a keen interest in physics likely encouraged his intellectual wanderings during these formative years. Between 1902 and 1904, Einstein churned through patent applications by day, evaluating new inventions for novelty and feasibility. At night, he scribbled equations and chased the big questions that had haunted him since childhood: the nature of light, the structure of time, and whether the cosmos had fundamental certainties. Little did anyone suspect that his quiet hours in Bern would yield a series of scientific papers that would upend centuries of accepted physics and elevate a once-errant student to the front ranks of modern science. In a few years, he would unleash a torrent of revolutionary ideas, proving that unorthodox paths can lead to remarkable destinations. Settled at the Swiss Patent Office in Bern, Einstein was officially a clerk reviewing applications for new inventions. Unofficially, he was a theorist probing the bedrock of physics. The job's predictable routine left him time to explore the mysteries of light, motion, and energy, questions that had haunted him since childhood. His personal life had stabilized somewhat. He and Mileva, now married, lived modestly, mindful of every expense. Their son, Was Albert, born in 1904, added new responsibilities. Yet Mileva's own physics background made her a supportive confidant for Einstein's musings, though the precise scope of her influence remains debated. In 1905, Einstein unleashed 4 seminal papers in Annalen der Physik. The first explained the photoelectric effect by treating light as particles, helping seed the future field of quantum mechanics. Next came his work on Brownian motion, using statistics to confirm the existence of atoms and molecules. Then, in his special theory of relativity, he shattered the old notion of absolute time, proposing that simultaneity depends on an observer's motion. Finally, in a spare but dazzling note, he offered E equals mc squared, revealing the profound equivalence of mass and energy. At first, these radical ideas met mixed responses. Some scholars found them too speculative, others grasped their seismic potential. Over time, the consensus grew. Einstein had transformed physics from the inside out. His reputation slowly spread, though he remained a patent clerk until 1909. He yearned for an academic post but faced challenges. He lacked the usual pedigrees, and some professors gave tepid recommendations. Eventually, the University of Zurich appointed him as a lecturer, opening the door to a more formal scientific community. Mileva managed their growing family, which now included a second son, Eduard, while Einstein wrestled with teaching duties and ongoing research. But their marriage started to show cracks, strained by the financial pressures and Einstein's single-minded devotion to work. Despite domestic tension, his scientific profile rose swiftly. Younger physicists marvelled at his knack for taking earlier insights, such as those from Hendrik Lorentz and Henri Poincaré, and unifying them into a cohesive vision. The outcome was more than a patchwork of theories. It was a radical recasting of how energy, space, and time interlock. He left Bern for Zurich in 1909, then moved to Prague in 1911 for another professorship. Mileva followed, but the demands of uprooting and the complexities of raising children chipped away at their partnership. In Prague, Einstein refined his thoughts on gravity, hinting at a broader framework to come. Though overshadowed by cultural and political tensions in the Austro-Hungarian Empire, the city still offered pockets of intellectual ferment. Einstein found colleagues intrigued by his work and critics sceptical of it. He thrived on debate, defending his theories with calm conviction. By 1912, he was back in Zurich at the Polytechnic, now as a professor. This time, he delved deeper into the mathematics needed to extend relativity to gravitational fields. His collaboration with mathematician Marcel Grossmann was vital. laying the groundwork for what would become the general theory of relativity. While special relativity had reconfigured space and time on a flat stage, Einstein now aimed to show how massive objects could warp that stage itself. In parallel, tensions at home worsened. Mileva's hopes for her own scientific contributions had faded into domestic obligations. Einstein's growing fame meant invitations to speak and collaborate, pulling him away for extended periods. At times, letters reveal a coldness creeping into their marriage. He could be absent-minded, impatient, and increasingly dismissive of Mileva's emotional needs. The personal costs of genius were mounting, even if the broadest world was beginning to admire him as a visionary. By the end of 1912, Einstein's ambitions were clear. He had cemented a reputation as the mind behind special relativity, and he was on the cusp of unveiling a more comprehensive framework to explain gravity. Universities courted him, and scientific societies began to laud his insights. Yet beneath this rise lay private discord. Tensions that would escalate once his career carried him to Berlin. For now, though, Einstein's path led inexorably toward one of the greatest intellectual feats in history, fueled by that same restless curiosity that once made him walk away from gymnasium classes and question the simplest wonders of nature. Despite turmoil, his momentum was unstoppable. The stage was set for him to finalize a theory of gravity, a masterpiece that would reshape humanity's view of the cosmos. In 1913, the Prussian Academy of Sciences in Berlin-Base beckoned Albert Einstein with a prestigious post that required minimal teaching. By 1914, he was in the German capital, poised to perfect his theory of gravity. Yet the move magnified personal and political tensions. His marriage to Mileva was fracturing, and Europe stood on the brink of war. A pacifist at heart, Einstein found himself at odds with the fervent nationalism gripping Germany. Unperturbed by the storm outside, he pushed forward on general relativity, aided by mathematician Marcel Grossmann. Their goal was to show that gravity arose from curved space-time, a radical notion demanding complex tensor calculus. By 1915, Einstein had refined the field equations describing how mass deforms space-time and how that curvature dictates motion. A triumph soon followed. The new theory explained Mercury's orbital quirks better than Newtonian physics. Overjoyed, Einstein wrote to a friend that his heart shivered upon seeing the data align with his calculations, but his personal world was unravelling. Mileva struggled in Berlin's stifling atmosphere and felt increasingly isolated. Meanwhile, Einstein grew close to his cousin, Elsa Löwenthal. Letters show Mileva's despair and Einstein's emotional withdrawal. She took their sons back to Switzerland, and the marriage ended in divorce. He later wed Elsa, igniting gossip about his private life. Even as general relativity gained traction among physicists, his personal reputation became fodder for public speculation. World War I had also splintered scientific exchanges. While many German intellectuals endorsed the war, Einstein stood nearly alone, signing anti-war petitions and voicing pacifist views. His stance stirred resentment at home. Still, foreign scientists such as the British astronomer Arthur Eddington recognised the significance of Einstein's work. Eddington's 1919 eclipse expedition tested whether starlight passing near the Sun would bend according to Einstein's predictions. The measurements matched, electrifying the global press and dethroning Newton in the public eye. Overnight, Einstein became a symbol of modern genius. Newspapers everywhere featured his thoughtful gaze and unruly hair. Invitations rained down from universities and societies. While he believed in sharing knowledge openly, he disliked the frenzied attention and grew uneasy with Germany's renewed nationalism. Post-war turmoil fanned political flames, and Einstein's pacifism drew ire from right-wing groups. Nevertheless, the validation of general relativity cemented his place atop the scientific hierarchy. Even skeptics admitted that his calculations matched observable reality in a way no previous theory could. With Mileva in Zurich caring for their sons, Einstein found both freedom and loneliness. He married Elsa in 1919, relying on her to manage his crowded schedule and mitigate public demands. As the 1920s dawned, Einstein was heralded as a visionary whose equations recast the universe as a pliable fabric shaped by energy and mass. These notions paved the way for cosmic models that would soon suggest an expanding universe, involving astronomers like Edwin Hubble. Initially, Einstein proposed a cosmological constant to keep the universe static, but later deemed that idea a mistake, a rare admission of error, from a man idolized for brilliance. Meanwhile, he turned his attention back to quantum mechanics, a field he had inadvertently sparked with his photoelectric paper. Newcomers like Werner Heisenberg and Erwin Schrödinger advanced ideas that clashed with Einstein's comfort zone. He balked at the probabilistic nature they proposed, insisting there must be a deeper deterministic layer. Thus began the famed series of debates with Niels Bohr, with Einstein challenging the notion that reality might hinge on randomness. By mid-decade, Einstein's travel schedule ballooned. He toured the United States and parts of Europe, drawing huge crowds. Statesmen, celebrities, and fellow scholars courted his presence. In Germany, however, he faced mounting hostility from nationalist factions who derided his theories as Jewish science. Unfazed, he pressed on, confident that empirical evidence would outlast prejudice. His personal realm, now tethered to Elsa, offered stability. She shielded him from ceaseless demands, allowing him to pursue his ideas in relative peace. Yet the creeping political tide would soon overshadow even Einstein's lofty pursuits. At the dawn of the next decade, Einstein found himself a global icon, yet behind that fame lay deeper struggles and fresh challenges that would shape his destiny. The 1920s were a whirlwind for Einstein, blending scientific milestones with worldwide acclaim. Ever the restless thinker, he spent these years grappling with quantum theory while maintaining his fascination with relativity. Though his general theory of relativity was universally hailed, he grew increasingly uneasy about the indeterminate flavour of quantum mechanics. To him, the idea that fundamental processes could be governed by pure chance seemed incomplete. Einstein's public image soared as he toured Europe and North America. Lecture halls overflowed. Audiences were drawn not just to his ideas, but also to his persona. Rumpled suits, mischievous humour, and an aura of introspective brilliance. Journalists clamoured for interviews, often distorting his words into simplistic sound bites. Despite Elsa's best efforts to safeguard his privacy, the cult of personality grew. Politicians hoped his presence would lend prestige to their events, and luminaries from other fields sought his endorsement. Beneath the accolades, Einstein remained wary of fame. He believed that genuine discovery flourished in quiet reflection, not in the spotlight. Whenever possible, he escaped to the Alps or the countryside, revelling in mountain walks and violin practice. Music provided a counterbalance to the rigours of theoretical work, reinforcing his belief that art and science shared a quest for harmony. Meanwhile, in academic circles, the quantum revolution thundered on. Physicists like Niels Bohr, Werner Heisenberg, and Max Born claimed that probabilities lay at the heart of physical reality. Einstein countered that God does not play dice, questioning whether randomness was the final word. Their debates, polite yet intense, fueled a new era of theoretical exploration. The young quantum guard revered Einstein's contributions, but insisted that his skepticism missed the theory's core elegance. At the same time, Europe was experiencing social and political upheavals in the aftermath of World War I. Germany's Weimar Republic veered between fragile democracy and looming chaos. Hyperinflation devastated the middle class. Extremist factions, including the nascent Nazi Party, exploited economic despair, promoting xenophobia and anti-Semitism. Einstein, as a Jewish intellectual and an outspoken pacifist, became a prime target for nationalists. Hate mail arrived with disturbing regularity, accusing him of undermining Germany's scientific heritage. Despite these threats, Einstein refused to hide. He rallied for disarmament and international cooperation, endorsing pacifist causes that were deeply unpopular among nationalist circles. His celebrity magnified the visibility of his stance, making him a lightning rod for political hatred. Some colleagues implored him to be more guarded, but he believed moral convictions outweighed personal safety. In 1922, Einstein was awarded the Nobel Prize in Physics, not for relativity, surprisingly, but for his earlier explanation of the photoelectric effect. By then, the Nobel Committee had become wary of the ongoing debates about relativity, yet they could not ignore his contributions to quantum theory. When news arrived, Einstein was travelling in Asia. He embarked on a tour that took him to Japan, where he was met by enthralled crowds and showered with gifts. Notes from that trip reveal a man torn between gratitude for the adulation and a desire for solitude. Upon returning to Germany, Einstein found the political climate darker. The early stirrings of Nazi ideology were creeping into universities and public discourse. Although he tried to remain above petty bickering, vicious attacks on his un-German physics intensified. Right-wing publications branded relativity a hoax. Some of his lectures were disrupted by hostile demonstrators, and rumours of assassination plots circulated. Elsa, deeply concerned, urged him to consider emigrating. Yet Einstein hesitated. He felt a profound connection to German-speaking intellectual life, despite recognising its dangerous currents. He also clung to the hope that reason and goodwill might prevail. When not entangled in politics, he continued refining his approach to quantum puzzles. He developed thought experiments aimed at exposing hidden variables or revealing contradictions in the quantum framework. Each new exchange with Bohr underscored the chasm between Einstein's quest for determinism and the Copenhagen school's acceptance of uncertainty. By the late 1920s, Einstein's stature had grown colossal, but so had his disillusionment with Europe's volatile mood. Whispers of an eventual departure grew louder. In public, he spoke calmly about the spiritual crisis afflicting the continent. Privately, he pondered where his future lay. The man who had once roamed Italy in his youth, yearning for free thought, again stood at a crossroads. When Adolf Hitler rose to power in 1933, Einstein's predicament crystallized. The Nazis targeted Jewish scientists as scapegoats, accusing them of corrupting German culture. For Einstein, an internationally admired thinker yet domestic pariah, remaining in Germany became untenable. Acting on Elsa's urgings and his own sense of imminent danger, he left Berlin for what would become a permanent exile. Stopping briefly in Europe, he announced his resignation from the Prussian Academy. The move was both symbolic and pragmatic. He refused to serve an institution bent on persecuting him. Although his name still commanded respect abroad, in Germany his books were publicly burned and officials seized his assets. Nazi propaganda labelled him the arch-enemy of true science. Unfazed by personal attacks, Einstein worried about friends and colleagues trapped in a regime that suppressed free thought. He soon found refuge in the United States, accepting an appointment at the newly established Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton, New Jersey. Princeton offered serenity and intellectual autonomy, with no formal teaching duties. The Institute's wooded campus and quiet community reminded Einstein of the tranquility he once treasured in Switzerland. He took up residence in a modest house on Mercer Street, where curious townsfolk would spot him on daily walks, unruly hair, pipe in hand, lost in reflection. Yet exile weighed on him. Though grateful for safety, he missed the vibrant cafes of Europe and lamented the plight of Jewish refugees barred from many countries. He became an outspoken advocate for civil rights and international cooperation, determined to counter the Nazi threat. He supported various relief organizations assisting displaced scholars. Letters from this period reflect a mix of relief, sorrow, and moral urgency. Scientifically, Einstein continued to question the underpinnings of quantum mechanics. He collaborated with Boris Podolsky and Nathan Rosen on the famous 1935 EPR paradox, asserting that quantum theory was incomplete. This paper challenged the Copenhagen interpretation by suggesting that spooky action at a distance conflicted with the principles of locality and realism. Though intended to reveal quantum mechanics' shortcomings, the paper instead paved the way for future breakthroughs in quantum entanglement research, ironically fueling the very field Einstein doubted. Meanwhile, global tensions escalated. As Nazi Germany expanded its militaristic ambitions, Einstein was drawn into geopolitical concerns he had tried to avoid. Friends cautioned him about the possibility of an atomic bomb, highlighting the dire consequences if Hitler's regime managed to harness nuclear fission first. Ironically, it was Einstein's own mass energy equivalence E=mc² that foreshadowed the destructive power of splitting the atom. Alarmed by such prospects, he allowed Hungarian émigré physicist Leo Szilard to draft a letter in 1939, alerting US President Franklin D. Roosevelt to the possibility of a German atomic program. This letter, bearing Einstein's signature, catalyzed the Manhattan Project, though Einstein himself never worked directly on atomic weapons. Regret haunted him. In later recollections, he lamented that had he foreseen the scale of devastation nuclear arms would bring, he might never have signed the warning. Yet at the time, Einstein's pacifist leanings clashed with realpolitik, a painful contradiction he carried to the end of his life. Princeton gradually became home. Einstein strolled its streets in tattered sweaters, occasionally offering an impromptu violin performance for friends. He fielded letters from admirers worldwide, often replying with brief but thoughtful notes. Photos from the era show a gentle-faced figure, equal parts grandfatherly and inscrutable. He advised younger scientists, although his own research shifted away from mainstream physics. Fixated on unifying gravity with electromagnetic forces, he pursued a theory of everything that increasingly isolated him from the cutting-edge work on quantum fields. Outside the academic sphere, Einstein gained a voice in public debates. He spoke out against racism in America, comparing it to the anti-Jewish sentiments he had witnessed in Europe. He supported civil rights activists and forged friendships with prominent black leaders, despite the era's pervasive discrimination. Occasionally, he faced criticism for meddling in social issues rather than sticking to science. But Einstein considered moral responsibility inseparable from intellectual freedom. As World War II raged, Einstein's heartbreak was twofold. Germany, once his intellectual cradle, had become a synonym for barbarity, while the Allies were forced to develop weapons of unprecedented lethality. He could only watch from afar, offering moral support and condemnation of fascist ideologies. In the aftermath of World War II, Albert Einstein's status as a global icon solidified. Yet his latter years were marked by reflection and a sense of unresolved questions. Despite pushing physics towards quantum theory, he remained resistant to its probabilistic core. Though the Manhattan Project had validated the destructive potential of E=mc², it also weighed heavily on his conscience. He loathed the arms race that followed and spoke openly against nuclear proliferation. Living in Princeton, he continued his quest for a unified field theory, an ambitious bid to reconcile electromagnetism and gravity under one framework. He toiled over complex equations, convinced that nature possessed an underlying simplicity. Critics, meanwhile, argued that he was out of touch with emerging quantum field theories. Undeterred, Einstein pursued his unification program almost in solitude, likening himself to a lone traveller on a winding road. Younger physicists acknowledged his genius, but often parted ways with his methods, embracing instead the quantum approach he had always found unsettling. Beyond science, Einstein's voice resonated in global debates. He championed a supranational government to curb the risk of nuclear war, advocating collective security over nationalism. Despite controversies, many admired his stance, seeing in him a moral compass shaped by first-hand experience of authoritarianism. He wrote letters to world leaders, sometimes scoring partial victories, often meeting polite indifference. Yet he pressed on, believing that scientific insight conferred a duty to safeguard humanity from its inventions. His private life in Princeton had a gentle routine. Each morning brought a steady stream of letters seeking his opinion on everything from cosmic theories to personal woes. He obliged when he could, but dismissed frivolous requests. Afternoons often involved slow walks or reading classical literature. Evenings might find him improvising on the violin, seeking solace in music's structured freedom. Friends found him warm but occasionally aloof, an introvert who valued genuine conversation yet disdained small talk. Elsa's death in 1936 had left an emotional gap that he filled through companionship with his stepdaughter, Margot, and a circle of close confidants. His older son, Hans Albert, pursued an engineering career, while younger son Eduard battled health challenges that Einstein struggled to comprehend, but he remained steadfast in providing financial and emotional support from afar. As the Cold War dawned, Einstein found himself in a complicated political environment. Paradoxically, the FBI kept files on him, viewing his pacifist leanings and global outlook as potentially subversive. Rumours circulated that he was sympathetic to communist causes, though he consistently denounced Stalinist oppression. Instead, Einstein championed universal human rights. He grew vocally critical of McCarthyism, branding it an assault on intellectual freedom akin to the political witch hunts he had fled in Germany. By the early 1950s, health issues nudged him toward a quieter pace. Yet his mind remained agile, and he sometimes engaged in public letters urging scientists to unite for peaceful endeavours. He admired younger luminaries like Kurt Gödel and conversed with them about the nature of logic and mathematics, but he found little common ground with the new wave of particle physics. Students worldwide still saw him as an emblem of pure genius, while Einstein himself downplayed personal accolades, insisting he had simply followed his curiosity wherever it led. In 1955, Einstein experienced internal bleeding from an abdominal aneurysm. Though doctors recommended surgery, he refused, declaring that it was his time to go with dignity. True to form, he spent his final days revising a speech he intended to deliver for Israel's 7th anniversary, reflecting his long-standing support for Jewish communities while advocating peaceful coexistence. He died on April 18, 1955, leaving behind notes and half-finished equations in search of that elusive unified field. News of his passing reverberated across the globe. World leaders and fellow scientists paid tribute to the man who had reshaped our understanding of space, time, and energy. Yet Einstein's legacy extended beyond equations. He embodied the principle that moral conviction and intellectual daring can and must coexist. In death, he became even more iconic, his name synonymous with visionary genius, and his photograph instantly recognizable as a totem of human possibility. Today, Einstein's work undergirds technologies from GPS to nuclear power. His debates about quantum mechanics remain at the heart of physics, pointing toward frontiers in entanglement and information theory. In that tension between breathtaking discovery and ethical uncertainty lies the fullest measure of Albert Einstein's singular, complex legacy. In the year 896 CE, in the heart of Baghdad's intellectual quarter, al-Husayn bin Qasim brushed desert dust from the folds of his linen robe. Unaware of the storms that fate would soon unleash upon him, he studied the myriad scholarly gatherings outside the House of Wisdom. Voices blended into a layered chorus. Mathematicians debated geometric proofs, poets recited verses on ephemeral beauty, and astronomers charted celestial mysteries. The call of knowledge was unstoppable, and its echoes hinted at new horizons beyond the city's walls. Although he hailed from a modest family of date merchants, al-Husayn possessed an innate curiosity that surpassed every constraint of status. Weeks earlier, he had been approached by the renowned translator Yunus al-Kindi, who recognized promise in his approach to ancient texts. Yunus had whispered rumors of a manuscript stored in a distant library along the Red Sea coast, a codex said to hold fragments from vanished civilizations. For al-Husayn, the prospect of unearthing lost secrets eclipsed all thought of comfort or security. On that mild autumn morning, the city's horizon shimmered with trade caravans and the swirl of travellers from every corner of the known world. Greek philosophers, Persian scholars, and Indian mathematicians crowded the thoroughfares, exchanging theories and goods under the caliph's tolerant gaze. The House of Wisdom had become a magnet for knowledge, a beacon that drew in talents as diverse as the spices sold in Baghdad's markets. Under this atmospheric mosaic, al-Husayn felt keenly that his destiny extended beyond these storied streets. Yunus al-Kindi had given him a letter of passage, sealed with the translator's distinctive monogram, allowing safe conduct through the desert routes. The cryptic list of questions about that ancient codex, queries no one else could decipher, loomed large. Al-Husayn grasped the significance. If the manuscript existed, it might reveal the lost methodologies of a civilization rumoured to have harnessed knowledge of geometry, astronomy and medicine far beyond the current era. Discovery meant prestige, but also the possibility of rewriting entire chapters of known history. Pressing the letter against his chest, al-Husayn reflected on his father's tales. The desert, unpredictable and capricious, consumed unprepared wanderers without mercy. Tales of caravans lost in sandstorms or raided by marauders haunted the nightly gatherings in local tea houses. Still, the lure of revelation eclipsed any fear, and he resolved to depart at dawn the following day. Engaging a caravan of spice traders, he planned to share provisions and glean from their survival knowledge, forging alliances in an environment where trust was currency. Sunrise found him at the city gates, where camels groaned beneath woven saddlebags stuffed with exotic goods. Saffron from Persia, frankincense from Oman, and turquoise from far-off lands. The caravan leader, an experienced merchant named Maryam bint Sa'id, cast an eye over al-Husayn. She was known for her leadership and her capacity to navigate shifting alliances among tribal factions. Though suspicious of scholars who ventured out of libraries, she recognized the advantage of traveling under the banner of the prestigious House of Wisdom. As the gates of Baghdad shrank behind them, the caravan merged with the vast desert's hush. Dawn's golden light outlined distant dunes that seemed both majestic and forbidding. Al-Husayn observed Mariam directing her charges to form a staggered line, minimizing exposure to roving bandits. Occasionally the wind carried the bray of donkeys or the low murmur of traders discussing profit margins. For Al-Husayn, the emptiness was a blank canvas waiting for stories etched by the footprints of those audacious enough to cross it. At midday, the caravan paused for a respite. While others took shelter from the heat, Al-Husayn found himself marvelling at ancient rock carvings etched into a nearby cliff. Figures of hunters and astronomers hinted at a lineage of knowledge older and more mysterious than any library's scrolls. He gently traced the outlines with a practiced fingertip, sensing a kinship with those lost voices that once tried to record their world. If even in these remote corners human curiosity thrived, what wonders awaited him further ahead? As dusk approached, the caravan set up camp in a shallow wadi where sparse vegetation offered an anchor against shifting sands. Smoke curled from small cooking fires as conversations turned reflective under the emerging constellations. Al-Husayn unravelled a worn scrap of parchment, Eunice's instructions, and studied the cryptic glyphs he would eventually need to identify. An undercurrent of excitement within him, tempered by the realization that he was crossing into unknown domains. Tomorrow, he told himself, would be the first step into discovery's deeper realm. In the early dawn, the caravan pressed eastward toward a series of desert oases, whispered about in old merchant journals. Each oasis served as a precarious lifeline against the relentless, punishing heat, and Mariam's leadership ensured their small group navigated meticulously. She brokered safe passage with tribal patrols, offering tokens of trade in return for unimpeded travel. Meanwhile, Al-Husayn keenly observed everything: the subtle changes in wind direction, the traces of ancient pathways etched into sandstone, and the silent resilience of his fellow travellers. The first oasis they reached was little more than a cluster of date palms around a seep of brackish water. A half-crumbled stone marker bore inscriptions so worn that Al-Husayn could decipher only fragments. Something about an old boundary line, perhaps delineating the domain of a once powerful clan. While camels drank, he sketched these faint markings onto a scrap of parchment. He felt an inexplicable sense of kinship with the countless travellers who had paused here, bridging centuries with a simple act of thirst-quenching. Under midday's glare, mirages shimmered like spilled quicksilver on the horizon, testing the caravan's resolve. Mariam instructed everyone to conserve water. No idle talk, no unnecessary movement. The group fell silent except for the shuffle of feet and the jingle of harnesses. Al-Husayn, though parched, studied the desert floor for any sign of hidden paths. He noticed shards of rock that might have been left by travellers or storms. Each shard, he thought, was an artifact, a clue to this vast land's deeper story. Late that afternoon, they encountered a wandering nomad who carried a battered lute. His desert-weathered face spoke of countless roads travelled. In exchange for water, he offered a ballad about a hidden city said to rise from the sands once every century. A place with alabaster walls, if legend could be trusted, concealing a trove of scrolls older than Babylon. Al-Husayn listened, heart quickening. Though Mariam dismissed it as a fanciful tale, the scholar within him sparked at the thought of such a discovery. They arrived at the second oasis by dusk, greeted by the scent of wet earth. The moon's reflection quivered on the water, a promise in the darkness. Mariam arranged night guards while the rest settled near tufted grass and short palms. Al-Husayn unrolled his notes, scribbling every rumour and observation he'd gathered that day. He felt a stir of anticipation, thinking of Eunice's letter and that elusive codex. If legends held any truth, perhaps the path he followed would branch into revelations. Before sleep, the caravan huddled for a supper of flatbread and dried figs. Conversation meandered to improbable tales, spirits that roamed the dunes, hidden jinn kingdoms beneath the sand. Mariam, ever pragmatic, rolled her eyes but allowed these stories to pass unchallenged, aware that tales could soothe weary minds. Al-Husayn listened thoughtfully, dissecting each legend for kernels of historical fact. He sensed how desert myths blended with real events, forging a tapestry of belief. Each story, he realized, held a reflection of human longing. Sleep came fitfully. Between ragged gusts of wind that rattled the palms, Al-Husayn dreamed of an endless corridor lined with doors of sandstone. Behind one door lay the hidden city the nomad described, behind another, the Red Sea Library. He awoke to the howling of a jackal, unsure if the dream was an omen or mere fantasy. Still, his conviction remained firm. He would continue chasing knowledge across these shifting landscapes, trusting that destiny might reveal itself within the margins of the unknown. By morning, a layer of sand dusted every surface, and the caravan resumed its cautious advance. The air felt thick with unspoken tensions. They reached a rocky pass where looming sandstone pillars resembled silent sentinels. Mariam signalled a halt, sensing something amiss. Al-Husayn peered into the ravines, half expecting bandits or lurking predators. Instead, he found stillness. However, the unease remained. Sometimes the desert concealed its perils in plain sight, biding time. The caravan pressed on, anxious to leave those brooding columns behind. That evening they camped on the pass's far side, sheltered from direct winds by a towering rock face. After supper, Al-Husayn examined an astrolabe Mariam carried for navigation. The device's etchings mesmerized him, reminiscent of the geometric wonders housed in Baghdad. He wondered if the rumoured codex might expand upon such celestial insights. As the fire died down, he sat, reflecting on how each horizon revealed new questions, not answers. Perhaps the desert's greatest secret was its power to kindle an unending quest. Beyond the pass, dawn unveiled a stark plateau where the wind carried the faint tang of salt. Mariam reckoned they were approaching the edges of a vast basin leading toward the Red Sea. Al-Husayn noted the powdery residue that clung to his sandals, forming a pale crust whenever the wind surged. Fragments of shells occasionally glittered underfoot, relics of a primordial sea that had long since receded. In that silent expanse, the ancient interplay of water and desert seemed to whisper clues of hidden transitions. Moving carefully, the caravan traced a path across parched flats where cracks laced the ground in elaborate patterns. Each fissure suggested the land was thirsting for a rain that might never come. Al-Husayn lingered over a particular cleft that formed a near-perfect star shape. He sketched it in his notebook, contemplating how geometry surfaced in nature's own design. The interplay of shapes and lines called to mind the rumoured codex, possibly containing knowledge that bridged the gap between the natural world and human understanding. By midday, the heat intensified, pressing against them like an unseen hand. Water became precious currency. Mariam, aware of how quickly desperation could unravel unity, kept a strict ration schedule. Observing her leadership, Al-Husayn admired the way she balanced empathy with firm discipline. Under her direction, no quarrels erupted, even as thirst pricked tempers. The caravan trudged on, each step a negotiation between body and environment. In the shimmering distance, stunted shrubs and dwarf acacias offered, the only semblance of life in that stark domain. Later, they spotted a solitary figure approaching from the southeastern horizon. Cautious, Mariam arranged the travellers into a defensive semicircle. The figure proved to be a medicine seller, hauling dried herbs in neat bundles across the back of a spindly donkey. He announced himself as Basim, a wanderer of many lands. In exchange for a pouch of dates, he spoke of rumours swirling beyond the Red Sea coast, of ports teeming with treasures, of inscriptions carved on coral walls, and of foreign ships docking with exotic cargoes. Basim then revealed he had crossed paths with a scribe who claimed knowledge of the hidden library by the sea. This scribe, rumoured to be in the port town of Yanahal, might hold a key to the codex. Al-Husayn's pulse quickened at the mention. He urged Mariam to consider diverting their route toward this potential lead. Weighing the advantage, she agreed, provided it did not threaten the caravan's prime objective of trade. Reorienting their compass, they set out with renewed purpose, heading south by southeast. The change in direction led them to an abandoned way station of mud brick walls caked with salt. Its courtyard lay choked with sand drifts, but a broken well hinted at what had once been a vital rest stop. Al-Husayn wandered among the ruins, spotting faint inscriptions along the wall, names, dates, fragments of prayers. Each carving was a testament to fleeting presence. Here stood proof that even the harshest wilderness could not stifle the human urge to leave a trace. Yet the desert had really reclaimed so much. That evening they made camp under a sandstone ridge carved into rippling curves by ancient winds. The last rays of sunlight played across the layered patterns, revealing colour bands that ranged from ochre to rose. Al-Husayn felt a distinct awe for the land's subtle artistry. He understood how easily travellers might spin legends from these austere shapes. Perhaps behind every myth there lay a kernel of truth about wonder. Perhaps the rumoured hidden city or the library derived from real glimpses of grandeur swallowed by time. As the night grew cool, Mariam permitted a small fire. Conversations ran softer now, with a thread of expectancy woven into each word. Basim spoke of trade centres bustling with sailors from distant empires, Zanj, Gujarat, even the far-flung kingdoms beyond the Indian Ocean. He also mentioned the region's swirl of local legends, a half-buried temple near the coast, the rumoured tomb of a prophet whose name had slipped from memory. Al-Husayn took careful notes, determined to sift the improbable from the verifiable. Before sleep, Al-Husayn pulled out Eunice's cryptic questions, scanning the faded script by firelight. They referred to instruments that measured the angles of stars from improbable vantage points, formulas that predated known treatises. Could the Red Sea Library truly hold such ancient feats of intellect? He felt the subtle pull of destiny, the sense that each conversation, each dusty ruin, brought him closer. The desert had not broken him. Instead, it was shaping him into something sharper. Morrow would carry them nearer to that beckoning shoreline. Dawn lifted the shadows from the ridge, exposing a horizon lined with jagged rock outcroppings. The caravan continued toward Yanahal, keen on reaching its port before supplies ran dangerously low. A subtle but steady breeze carried the faint smell of salt, confirming they were inching closer to coastal winds. Al-Husayn noticed changes in the environment. Scattered gulls wheeling overhead, traces of sea-polished stones littering the path. These small signals revived the group's spirits, reminding them that a new chapter of their journey lay ahead. By midday, they encountered a caravan heading north. Mariam negotiated a swift exchange of information. The travellers warned of shifting alliances among local chieftains, each vying for influence in the lucrative maritime trade. Al-Husayn listened carefully. Turbulent politics could affect access to the ports and libraries alike. One slip in protocol could transform an academic quest into a diplomatic tangle. Protecting the mission, and the precious knowledge it might uncover, required walking a delicate line between curiosity and caution, intellect and survival. The landscape soon began a gradual descent, winding through low hills where thorny scrub dotted the earth in pale clusters. At times, the caravan skirted salt marshes, each step producing a hushed crunch underfoot. Tiny crabs scuttled in shallow brine pools, and the occasional heron soared overhead, a pale sentinel against the shimmering sky. Each sign of life felt like a small revelation after miles of barren desert. Al-Husayn found himself overwhelmed by the variety of forms the natural world assumed, even in the remote margins. Late that afternoon, they spotted Yanahal in the distance, a sprawl of mud-brick dwellings with roofs of thatch or tiled clay, punctuated by the taller silhouettes of warehouses near the docks. Thin pillars of smoke curled upward, and the distant clang of metal suggested blacksmiths plying their trade. Seabirds circled the bustling harbour, where dhows and small cargo vessels bobbed in the tide. For Al-Husayn, the sights and sounds of a place so different from Baghdad were a vivid reminder of the region's fluid tapestry of cultures. Mariam led the caravan through the town's outskirts, seeking a trustworthy local factor who could arrange secure storage for their goods. Children peered out from doorways, intrigued by the unusual mix of travellers. The air smelled of fish, spice, and damp rope, all woven together into a briny perfume. Al-Husayn scanned every detail, from the chipped walls covered with old maritime symbols to the lively banter between dock workers. He made mental notes of how commerce thrived here, bridging deserts and oceans in a single breath. With arrangements in place, the group settled at a modest inn near the wharf. Basim quietly vanished among the waterfront stalls, murmuring about errands to run. Al-Husayn felt a twinge of concern, but was too eager about the library rumour to dwell on it. He quickly asked around for any mention of the scribe. Locals offered conflicting accounts. Some shrugged, while others claimed they had glimpsed a reclusive scholar searching for archaic port records. One old fisherman insisted the scribe left for the Coralstone Quarter. Determined, Al-Husayn set off with Mariam and 2 guards, weaving through narrow alleys that snaked between sun-baked walls. The sound of the sea grew louder, waves rolling and crashing in a steady rhythm. They soon found the Coralstone Quarter, a cluster of buildings fashioned from blocks quarried along the shore. The walls sparkled with flecks of shells embedded in pale limestone. While the architecture entranced Al-Husayn, it was the possibility of encountering the scribe that propelled him forward. heart pounding with each echoing footstep. At last they arrived before a half-collapsed structure perched on the water's edge. Broken shutters and a leaning doorway bore witness to decades of neglect. Inside, scattered manuscripts lay in disarray atop a wooden table. Candle stubs had melted into curious shapes, dotting the floor like forlorn sculptures. Al-Husayn called out, receiving only silence. Mariam gestured for the guards to remain alert. Then a voice, raspy but precise, emerged from behind a partition. "If you've come for idle gossip, there is none. If you seek knowledge, speak." An elderly man stepped forward, shoulders draped in a threadbare shawl. His gaze darted suspiciously among them. Al-Husayn introduced himself and explained his search for a Red Sea library rumoured to house an ancient codex. At the mention of Yunus al-Kindi, the man's eyes sparked. He introduced himself as Fahim, once a royal archivist who had fallen out of favour. Fahim claimed to know the codex's general whereabouts, but warned of obstacles, political and supernatural. Despite his guarded manner, he pointed to a scroll. "There," he said, "the trail begins." Under the scribe's watchful glare, Al-Husayn unrolled the scroll Fahim indicated. Faded script described a coastal stronghold called Makshaf, famed for its labyrinthine archives. Though the text offered scant details, it named a certain scholar, Ibrahim of Kulzum, who had once catalogued manuscripts within its walls. Fahim revealed that a naval blockade centuries earlier had forced the stronghold into obscurity. Few in Yanahal even recalled its name. The old archivist smirked. "If you wish to risk your neck, go. But be warned, those halls remain unforgiving." Mariam, standing nearby, studied the scribe's demeanour. She had dealt with enough merchants and officials to read a man's motives. Though Fahim's bitter tone implied grudges, he seemed sincere about the stronghold's existence. After a terse negotiation, she coaxed him to provide a rough chart of Makshaf's possible location. Al-Husayn promised to mention Fahim's name favourably in scholarly circles if they succeeded. The archivist waved them off as though disclaiming any further responsibility for their fate. Mystery, it seemed, was his final currency. Reconvening at the inn, Al-Husayn laid out the new findings. The stronghold of Makshaf appeared to lie southwest along a rugged coast where cliffside passes met tidal inlets. This was no typical trade route, and Mariam recognised the risk. Yet curiosity pulled them forward. Treasure for her, knowledge for Al-Husayn. To minimise complications, she decided that only a smaller detachment would continue. The main caravan could remain in Yanahal, selling goods and provisioning for the journey back to Baghdad. Al-Husayn and a handful of companions would venture on. Evening found Al-Husayn pacing the inn's modest courtyard, poring over Fahim's chart. Tiny notes etched beside rough sketches of landforms hinted at old conflicts, ruined watchtowers, and rumoured pirate hideouts. He traced the shoreline with his fingertip, imagining the waves crashing against the walls of Makshaf. What secrets might that stronghold's archives hold? Remnants of civilizations unknown or advanced theories lost to time. The moonlight made the parchment glow, as if enticing him to see beyond its faded lines into uncharted territory. By dawn, Mariam had secured a light coastal vessel from a local captain named Tawfiq, whose family specialised in short-haul voyages along the Red Sea. With Basim's help, he had returned with unusual timeliness. They loaded supplies, water barrels, salted fish, a few goats for milk. Al-Husayn brought his notebooks, Yunus's letter, and whatever references Fahim had been willing to share. A hush fell over them as they boarded the vessel, the humid sea breeze a welcome change from desert dryness. Ahead lay the open sea, half illuminated by the rising sun. The boat rocked gently as they navigated away from Yanahal's harbour, leaving behind the tangle of masts and dockside chatter. Overhead, seabirds wove intricate patterns, while the horizon stretched indigo and gold. Al-Husayn inhaled the briny air, feeling a subtle exhilaration. This watery expanse was a far cry from the dusty roads he had known. Mariam stood at the prow, scanning for hazards. Despite the calm surface, she understood storms could blow in with devastating force. The Red Sea, like the desert, demanded vigilance. During the voyage, Tawfiq recounted local lore about hidden coves where pirates once stashed plunder or reefs that glowed with phosphorescence at night. Basim listened, occasionally offering a sly anecdote of his own. Al-Husayn jotted down each tale, Yo, uncertain which threads might lead to truth. The swirl of rumour only deepened his conviction that knowledge often lurked in the unlikeliest corners. Meanwhile, the coastline revealed layers of cliffs, dotted with vegetation clinging to cracks in the rock. Small huts or fishing camps occasionally dotted the beaches. On the second day at sea, dark clouds brewed on the horizon. Tawfiq urged them to find shelter before the squall hit. They steered toward a narrow inlet sheltered by limestone bluffs. Waves churned with increasing ferocity, and the wind whipped spray across the deck. Mariam and Basim helped secure the sails while Al-Husayn clung to the boat's railing, heart pounding. Thunder boomed overhead as they finally slipped into the inlet. There the water remained calmer, though the storm raged just beyond the protective cliffs. Huddled against the rain, they waited for the tempest to subside. Al-Husayn's mind raced. If the codex contained advanced understanding of astronomy, it might also hint at meteorological patterns. Could ancient scholars have deciphered the desert's or the sea's hidden rhythms? The storm's fury felt like a primeval test, warning him of the forces that shaped this realm. Perhaps Makshaf's long-sealed archives held not just forgotten texts, but an entire worldview alien to their era. As lightning flared overhead, he vowed that neither fear nor storm would deter him. With the morning sun came a deceptive calm. Clouds still hovered, but the winds had eased. Tawfiq guided the boat cautiously out of the inlet, skirting churning waters. The storm had left debris afloat, broken branches, strips of torn sail from some unlucky craft. Mariam eyed the horizon. Though the worst seemed past, the sea remained unsettled, each wave a reminder of nature's caprices. Al-Husayn, pages damp but intact, felt a renewed urgency. The storm's violence had sharpened his resolve to reach Makshaf and uncover its secrets. As they followed the coastline, steep cliffs rose, their bases gnawed by waves. Occasionally they glimpsed narrow ledges or goat paths zigzagging upward, suggesting that people once traversed these heights. Tawfiq pointed out a distant structure atop a cliff, a toppled watchtower, perhaps a remnant of Makshaf's old defences. The sight quickened everyone's pace. If that tower marked the outskirts of the stronghold, they were close. Still, the approach looked treacherous, with no easy landing place visible among the rocks and swirling currents. They eventually located a craggy beach where erosion had carved out a small pebbled cove. Unloading the vessel was a precarious dance of timing each wave's retreat. Mariam directed the transfer of provisions while Tawfiq secured the boat to a natural cleft in the rock. Overhead, seabirds screeched, and the wind whipped salt-laden spray against their faces. Al-Husayn carefully shielded the charts and manuscripts, mindful that a single misstep could end his entire quest. This shoreline felt like a threshold between rumour and tangible discovery. A short climb inland revealed a rocky plateau dotted with tough grasses and scattered boulders. Amid the distant cliffs, fragments of a fortification jutted skyward, tumbled walls and half-collapsed arches. Basim let out a low whistle, marvelling that such ruins still lingered after centuries of neglect. Mariam maintained her measured composure, though Al-Husayn guessed she shared the group's rising anticipation. Makshaf's silent outline beckoned. For all anyone knew, they were the first to set foot here in generations. Perhaps they stood at the edge of a dormant legacy. They advanced through a steep ravine, its sides etched with old chisel marks. Al-Husayn paused to examine them, suspecting that earlier inhabitants had quarried stone for the stronghold's construction. The ravine opened into a hidden valley where an arched gateway lay partially buried by debris. Time and storms had battered its keystone, leaving a sizable gap. Carefully they picked their way through fallen stones, each footstep sending echoes through the still air. A faint tang of seaweed permeated the ruins, as if the ocean had invaded this bastion long ago. Beyond the gateway stretched a courtyard choked with rubble and invasive plants. Broken pillars hinted at what might once have been an open colonnade. A series of corridors branched off from the far side, one leading to a stone staircase descending underground. Al-Husayn's pulse fluttered. Subterranean vaults often served as archives or storage facilities in older fortifications. He imagined shelves of manuscripts, layered with dust, awaiting rediscovery. Mariam tested a cracked step with her boot, finding it stable enough. They lit torches, bracing themselves for whatever lay below. The descending passage felt claustrophobic, each echo magnified by the damp walls. A battered iron gate at the bottom yielded to Basim's determined shove. Within lay a series of vaulted chambers. Water trickled from hairline cracks in the ceiling, pooling on the floor in irregular puddles. Their torchlight flickered over broken crates, corroded lanterns, and scraps of rotting cloth. Al-Husayn's eyes darted around, desperate to find any sign of records. Then, in a corner, he spotted what appeared to be a carved stone plaque emblazoned with geometric designs. Approaching it, he realized the plaque was part of a larger fixture. A sealed doorway. Intricate lines fanned outward from a central motif, echoing the patterns in Eunice's cryptic notes. Could this be a hidden archive within the stronghold? Eagerly, Al-Husayn traced the grooves with a fingertip. Mariam hovered, scanning for potential threats. Basim ran his hand along the wall's perimeter, eventually finding the faint outline of a release mechanism. When he pressed it, the plaque shuddered, revealing a narrow gap. Stale air seeped out, carrying hints of mould and ancient parchment. Torchlight spilling through the gap illuminated a cramped chamber lined with stone shelves. Al-Husayn's heart soared. Rolled manuscripts lay scattered, some disintegrating at the touch of the moist air. He gingerly lifted a small codex bound in faded leather, its cover emblazoned with unfamiliar symbols. Though the text was partially illegible, diagrams of star charts and geometric constructs were visible, aware that he was crossing into the realm of legends made real. With mounting excitement, Al-Husayn and Mariam inspected the shelves, hoping for a more complete find. Many manuscripts had succumbed to rot or water damage, leaving illegible stains where words once lived. Still, glimpses of diagrams, star maps, and cryptic notations sparked Al-Husayn's imagination. Each surviving scrap offered a puzzle, references to advanced mathematics, mentions of distant lands, and hints of medical treatises. The codex Eunice had mentioned might lie deeper within or be scattered among these fragile scrolls that teetered on the brink of disintegration. Basim, less enthralled by the written page, explored adjacent chambers in search of anything valuable, coins, jewellery, or historical artefacts that might fetch a price. He returned empty-handed, muttering about collapsed tunnels and corridors blocked by a rubble. From one corridor, a trickle of brackish water flowed, implying that parts of the stronghold might be submerged or entirely inaccessible. The group decided to work methodically, prioritizing the drier sections first. Mariam posted a guard outside, aware that local pirates or treasure hunters could still pose a threat. Hour after hour, Al-Husayn catalogued each fragment they could salvage. He recognized partial translations from Greek, Coptic, and even Sanskrit. Whoever had curated these archives clearly embraced the same zeal for knowledge that fueled the House of Wisdom in Baghdad. Occasionally he stumbled upon a page detailing astronomical observations far more advanced than anything he'd encountered. He dreamed that if he could reconstruct these texts, they might reshape contemporary understanding of the cosmos, bridging centuries of lost scholarship. He remembered Eunice's cryptic list and felt a surge of vindication. Progress was slow, the air in the buried chambers remained thick, occasionally forcing them to retreat above ground for fresh air. In the process, they discovered an intact storeroom near the courtyard containing clay jars sealed with ancient wax. Basim pried one open, revealing well-preserved grains that, while impossible to eat, illustrated that this fortress once hosted a thriving community. Al-Husayn marvelled at the notion that the inhabitants of Makshaf had walked these same corridors, their daily routines taking place above a trove of hidden knowledge, then vanishing into history. On the second evening, Mariam insisted they organise a secure campsite in the courtyard. Setting up canvas tarps where partial walls offered shelter from ocean winds, they established a routine, nights spent guarding the perimeter, days spent rummaging the archives. The only sounds were the distant roar of the sea and the shuffle of footsteps echoing in stone halls. At times, the place felt haunted by old aspirations and new ones colliding. Al-Husayn often caught himself wishing they had more time, better resources, or just a few extra hands to preserve these fragile legacies. At last, amid a heap of decaying scrolls in a far corner of the sealed chamber, Al-Husayn found it. A manuscript carefully wrapped in oiled cloth, protected from the worst dampness. Its cover bore a pattern, identical to the sketches in Eunice's instructions. Heart-hammering, he peeled back the cloth. Inside, pages of surprisingly durable parchment were covered in scripts that merged geometric diagrams with flowing text. Marginal notes in a secondary hand suggested commentary, possibly added by later scholars. This had to be the codex. A quick survey revealed passages on astronomical alignments, references to mathematical proofs that predated known treatises, and arcane symbols that defied immediate interpretation. One section even described medical herbs rumoured to thrive in remote regions. Al-Husayn felt as though he were holding an entire lost epoch in his hands. Mariam, seeing his awe, asked if this was truly what they had risked so much to find. He nodded, tears brimming unbidden. The codex might reshape fields of learning, if only it could be safely transported and studied. Next came the dilemma of extraction. The codex was too precious to leave behind, but the path back was fraught with uncertainty. The sea journey, the threat of storms, and the watchful eyes of potential bandits all loomed large. Mariam proposed packing the codex in multiple layers of protective cloth and assigning it round-the-clock guards. Basim chimed in with a plan to mask their departure by spreading rumours of a fruitless search, hoping to deter opportunists. Al-Husayn agreed, recognising that knowledge could be as dangerous a treasure as gold. With their plans set, they gathered what manuscripts they could carry, focusing on the codex and a few other promising relics. Standing at the fortress threshold, Al-Husayn took one last reverent look at the silent corridors. He imagined the generations who might have come here seeking truth, only to vanish beneath time's shifting sands. Now he held proof that their efforts had not faded entirely. As the group stepped out into the briny dusk, he realised his journey was far from complete. The desert had tested him, and the sea had threatened him, but this triumph opened countless new doors. History was not a fixed tapestry, it was ever unfolding, waiting for those willing to traverse the unknown in search of revelation.